Welcome in, guys. This is a 419th episode of the Dean Wither Show. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. If you've never been here before, we debate Trump supporters. We have the first Trump supporter of the stream already loaded up in here. Their name's Diego. We're going to be going over the breaking news after the first guest because I don't want him to run away. Damn it, he already did. He was just screaming that I'm a clown. I wanted to have a debate with him, but he ran away. So, guys, it's almost like we're fishing. We're fishing for Trump supporters, you guys. We're throwing the lead in the pond, you guys, and it's just really hard to keep them on the hook because they're all like grown toddlers with short attention spans that just want to come up here and crash out then leave. And it's like I have to do everything in my power to like try to just influence them to stay up on the live for a debate. So I was trying to talk fast there when we just started the live stream to give Diego the space to give an argument, but he's already gone. So I guess we're just going to take a moment to go over the breaking news now. Republicans in the Senate are now starting to revolt against Donald J. Trump, splitting from the memorandum and the narrative from the Trump administration, specifically on the war in Iran. So the Senate passed a resolution to end Donald Trump's war in Iran, which included 4 Republicans that had switched their positions and voted with the Democrats to stop the war. Funny enough, this also included 1 Democrat voting with Republicans to keep the war going. Do you guys know who that 1 Democrat is? His name is Fetterman. What an owl. I really hope that he gets voted out. Pennsylvania, you guys have to do something about that. He is a traitor. Okay? But this is really meaningful for Republicans in the Senate voting with the Dems to end the war. Very meaningful. Because what it shows is that Republicans, maybe at least some of them, are starting to grow a spine to vote against what the admin wants them to do. But honestly, I don't know if we'll see too much of this because look at what happened to Massey yesterday in the primary election in Kentucky. He got voted out after MAGA affiliates had spent $6 million on the election and AIPAC spent $9 million. All because he's anti-pedophile and anti-war. See, that's a thing, folks. If you are anti-pedophile, if you are anti-war, then you are anti-Republican. Thomas Massey has been a reliable Republican congressman for the last 14 years of his life. He votes with the Republicans 92% of the time. He's co-signed himself to some pretty despicable narratives. He buys into the COVID hoax, buys into the Russia hoax, buys into the J6 hoax about the outcome of the election, and he supported Trump through thick and thin. But he's been unwilling to support Trump when it comes to pedophiles, okay? He doesn't want to protect them. He wants them to go to jail. He's been unwilling to support Trump when it comes to his war of choice in Iran. He's not willing to consign himself to the narrative there. He's voted to end it since the start. And for that reason, Trump is now considering him the worst Republican congressman in the history of this country, and they were able to successfully throw him to the curb. Maybe that's what's to come for these new Republicans that are revolting against the Trump administration. But I don't know. I hope that it's a trend that we see to continue. Donald Trump has political power. I don't know how when he has an approval rating of only 36%. I don't know how when it's nearly impossible for us to find Trump supporters on live to have conversations with. But that's who we're looking for today, folks. So we're going to go ahead and try to find that very first Trump supporter of the afternoon right now. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue on TikTok if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, you guys. Like I said, we already just had a Trump supporter loaded into the live stream who was ready for a conversation, but he just wanted to come up here and repeat that I'm a clown, then he left. So, let's maybe try to find somebody a little bit better than him who's willing to actually stick around for a dialogue, which is something not many Trump supporters are willing to do. Welcome in, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 20.
All right, so are you going to stick around for debate, or are you going to be like that last guy, get really mad, then run away because you guys can't debate?
What?
Are you going to stick around for a debate about why you support Trump, or are you going to call me a clown and run away like that last guy because MAGA can't debate?
White power down with the niggers. Woo! White power.
Well, I mean, yeah, looks like I was right. Okay. You're going to come up here, scream white power, and say the N-word hard, just because what? You are at a point in your life where you can no longer stand by and defend your political principles in supporting Trump, that it's finally time you take the mask off? How disgusting. See, this is the movement that's been keeping Trump alive. The racists, the bigots, the pedophiles. Okay, these are the people that breathe life into the Trump administration. And these racists, these bigots, these pedophiles. Now, they have been able to kind of conceal their true intentions for quite some time now, not saying it out loud, maybe trying to say that they support Trump, not because they're a racist, pedophile, bigot, but rather because he's good for the economy or he's furthering the strategic advantage of the U.S. in the Northern Hemisphere, whatnot. But I mean, now that all of those defenses have fallen to their knees with the Trump administration being clear as day, indefensible, they're taking that mask off and they're sharing their true intentions. So let's go and try to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Let's see if we can find a singular Trump supporter watching the live who's willing to come up here and tell us that they support Trump for a reason beyond the fact that they're incredibly racist, like that last guest.
Dean, let me kiss you, Dean. Please be my boyfriend, please.
I'm gonna ban you, Jamie. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Follow the rules of that live, folks. Follow the rules of that live. For the 6.4 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, guys, make sure that you're double tapping and sharing. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I used to, but now I'm kind of confused.
All right. I heard that I quote unquote used to, then I kicked him. Hop back inside of that queue if you'd vote for Trump today over Harris today.
Yes, I
Welcome
did
in.
vote for Donald J. Trump, sir.
How do you?
I am 28 years old, sir.
What year are you born in?
1998.
And what month is your birthday?
My birthday is March 19th, 1998, Dean.
Okay, 10,000 seconds. I really appreciate you for the 20 bucks over on Super Chat who says, let's cause crash outs again today. I mean, I would have tried to keep the crash outs to a minimum. They annoy the shit out of me. I appreciate you for the 20 bucks, 10,000 seconds. You're still the GOAT from what you did yesterday. I appreciate you so very much. As well as over on Venmo, thank you, Tyler, for the 15 bucks who says, thoughts on the California governor race? Yeah, well, I mean, my thoughts are is that there's some decent candidates. I wish that there was better ones, and I hope that inevitably a Democrat wins that seat. And we're going to have to see how it plays out. I appreciate you for the 15 bucks, Tyler. Rachel, thank you for the $1. Destiny, thank you for the 10 bucks on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, I've been here every night. I love your work. You're doing great from Destiny. Thank you, Destiny. Well, I hope that you enjoyed tonight's stream. We have 4 hours of debates coming your way, ma'am. Tony, thank you for the $10. He says, thank you for shutting all these MAGAs down. I try my best, man. Thank you for the 10 bucks. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $2. Then DK with the $20 on Super Chat. 200 DKWs. Thank you. DK with the 20 says, do you ever worry that increased focus on labeling outspoken people's potential domestic threats could lead to outcomes like what happened in the right rows in Germany? As a former history major, I think about it a lot. Well, I appreciate you so much for that love and support, DK. Well, it just depends on what they're outspoken about, DK. If they're outspoken about something that's actually a threat, it's okay to call them that. Thank you for that love and support. So go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you're still supporting Trump as president after, we've seen some of the most politically corrupt actions that we have from any president in modern American history, a destruction of our economy, a violation of what he promised, and a return of nothing on his presidency to date.
Well, I understand what you're saying with nothing on return. I'm going to be honest with you here, Dean. Trump is a very fucked up motherfucker. The only reason why I voted for him is because of what he promised.
Angelina, thank you so much for the galaxy. So what did he promise that made you vote for him?
Well, he promised to cut everything down on the prices. He promised to keep all the illegals out. Well,
Marcy, thank you for the 2 galaxies.
I'll tell you something. There's still illegals here in the country, Dean.
I think that you're trolling.
You think that I'm trolling?
I do.
Why do you think that I'm trolling, Dean?
I think you're trolling.
I'm not trolling, Dean. Don't do that.
Well, if it's not Deanie Weenie Chickanini again. How are you, bothering comb over?
You're not a fucking cartoon villain. Calm down, Cornball. What are we doing? What is this shit?
Well,
we're not in a fucking anime. Well, you say as you're like scrolling on Discord at 3 a.m. with your fucking fedora. Holy fucking shit, dude.
You got a modern comb over and you're in your 20s.
I'm so sorry. Do you mean a middle part?
No, bro. You've got a modern comb over. It's okay. No discrimination.
Is there a difference between a middle part and a comb over?
There's a difference between a comb over and a modern comb over. You've got a modern comb over.
Answer my question. Is there a difference between a middle part and a comb over?
Yeah, there is.
Okay. So what's a middle part?
A middle part is where you get like your hair baloney and you split it right down the center.
Okay.
Right? And you comb a little to the left and a little to the right. But what you have, my friend, is not just a center part.
Really?
Right?
So what do we see on my hair? We see a part where it splits right down the middle, where the hair on the right goes to the right, and the hair on the left goes to the left. But if the insinuation here is that I'm like losing hair, balding, or whatever, I'd rather not have hair than not have a brain like you. All right?
Well,
listen, it's time. It's time.
Relax.
No. I'm sorry.
okay, bro.
You're telling me to
Relax.
relax because I'm just giving you back what you're giving me. Okay, you relax.
I am.
Okay,
I'm
well, no,
relaxing,
clearly not in
bro.
accordance with your own standard, because I just insulted you. Then your response is to tell me to relax because I insulted you. But when you try to insult me, I guess it means you're cool as a cucumber. So, buddy, I'm going to ask you to bring it down a level, get humbled, tell us, why do you support Trump as president? Let's get a legitimate reason, please, and thank you.
Okay, I will. Just one more thing.
Oh, you
I
stumbled.
looked this up the last time I was up here, and statistically, Republicans make more money. Republicans donate more. And if you look at, because here's the thing, when I was up here on your live last time, all your little brokies were, donating to you, which is BS, because that's like once in a life. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Once in a lifetime, you get a universe. Guess what, little boy? Pat you on the back. You get your one and only. We got past that, right? If I were to say, hey, I want all the Trump supporters to start donating, guess what? I'm going to lead this conversation. You see what I'm saying? More coins, more power to me, not to you. Okay? Period.
What?
Now we can debate. Now we can debate, little bro. Let's go.
As far as I'm concerned, none of that made any sense.
You don't remember last time I was
like nothing you said made like any sense. Like, I think that you started by just saying things that are false. You said that Republicans make more on average than Dems. No, that's super false. The income, not only for the average Democratic state, but also for the average Democratic American, is significantly higher than this medium, respectively, for Republican states and Republican Americans. And then you went on to say that Republicans donate more. I would love to see a source for that. I don't think they do donate more, else I don't think that we'd see such staunch opposition to food stamps, healthcare, and social safety nets for starving children, such as Donald Trump refusing to abide by a court order to feed 12 million of them. But even if Republicans did donate more, I think where that statistic would come from would be via this very strong weight that Republicans donating like their life savings to like mega pastors like Kenneth Copeland, right? How much weight do you think Republicans donating their life savings to Kenneth Copeland carries on the statistic that Republicans donate more? Because I would say it definitely count for a lot. I've never seen a liberal give Kenneth Copeland $1,000 for his private jet because apparently people on commercial planes are demons, right? No, that's something that Republicans do. Or maybe like all that you guys have donated to like Donald Trump and his watches, his shoes, his Bibles, his tequila, and his guitars. Or maybe his meme coin. Is that counted as a quote-unquote donation? I guess we'll never know.
The nickname for Democrat, I don't even tell you. I don't want to insult you any more than I already have. So we can move on.
Yeah, because that's all you have is insults. You don't have substance. You can't sit here and give me a real reason why you think Trump is a good president. So instead, you're just going to say I have a shitty modern comb over. Get real, buddy. Step up to the plate. Give me the argument. Why is Trump a good president?
Why is he better than Harris? I'll start with there. I'll start there.
Matthew, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you, man. Let's get 500 Matthew W's down below in that chat. I really appreciate you so much. Genuinely, thank you so much for that love, man. It's so good to see you today. That is so much money. That goes a long way in the small town that I live in. Dude, let's get 500 Matthew W's in that chat who says, love the hair, dude.
Mary,
thank you, man. I appreciate you, Matthew. Thank you so much for enjoy the hair. Mary. Show some love to Matthew in that chat for the $50.
I can do the same. Look at Mary donating to the Republican. Wait, okay, so look.
Who's Mary?
You don't see? You
Who's
can't
Mary?
see? She's my supporter.
How did she support you?
Dude, look, I've got so many supporters in this room. It's unbelievable.
Where are they at?
Now, all around you.
I don't see them. I'll see them in the
Look,
chat.
you see that going up? Look,
Are you talking are you talking about the person who just sent you a rose on TikTok?
Obviously. Clearly.
Congratulations. You are half of a penny richer.
Deanie weenie. I'm getting more. Look, listen. We can move on, bro.
Not even a full penny. A half of a penny.
Bro, it's okay. It's okay. Look, I don't want to pull out the entire...
So let's get the argument.
You know what I mean? Okay, here's the argument. If you look at America, majority of Americans are successful and they became richer from real estate. Would you agree with that?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, Google or look it up. Look it up. Look up how a majority of Americans obtain their wealth, and it's from real estate. Look it up.
So over 50% of Americans. So the average American is a real estate investor?
Wrong, bro. Did you?
Well, that's
hear
what
I said?
majority means. So if you're saying that a majority of Americans have attained their wealth via real estate, well,
Yup.
then this means that the average American, because remember, the average is representative of the majority, would be a real estate investor. That's clearly not true.
You don't. So, are you saying if you own a home, you're a real estate investor?
No, I'm saying that you said the way that majority of Americans obtain their wealth is from real estate.
Correct.
Now, even homeowners, and I'm not sure that the average American is a homeowner anymore, which is kind of sad. Even if they were to like increase their wealth and their net worth from the increasing value of their home, for instance, that's not going to mean that they've obtained their wealth from real estate.
I really appreciate all the coins.
I'm sorry. Can you calm down? Can you stop making up fake donors when I'm trying to make a point?
Okay, go ahead. Land your plane, bro.
I already did.
So again, you are incorrect because majority of Americans that have some type of wealth, it's tied up in it's in their homes. It's in their house.
Yeah. So I definitely agree with you that a lot of Americans have a lot of wealth tied up in their homes. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And that's what going back to my point earlier. Majority of people who are wealthy became wealthy in America from real estate.
Okay. So that's not the claim that you made. The claim that you made earlier was a majority of Americans, okay, not majority of people who are wealthy, which would not be representative of the majority of Americans or even the average American. I do agree with you that a lot of wealthy people got their wealth from real estate. That's true.
My claim was majority of Americans that have obtained their wealth through real estate.
Yeah, what you mean to say here, I'm trying to help you out, is that a lot of wealthy Americans got their wealth from real estate. That's the way to say it. Because when you say majority of Americans, then you're not just specifically talking about wealthy Americans. No, you're talking about, right, like the average American who's not wealthy, who lives paycheck to paycheck.
Part of that sentence.
So
you missed the second part.
Right,
of that.
you said obtain their wealth through real estate. But see, wealth can mean like any level of money, right? So when you say that the average American like attain their wealth through real estate, okay, that's not necessarily true because the average American obtains their wealth through working a 9-to-5. Right? But if we isolate specifically for the majority of wealthy Americans, yeah, the majority of wealthy Americans obtain their wealth through real estate.
When you say wealthy, are you talking about the 1%? Because I'm certainly not.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the top 3%.
No, it expands well beyond that. When you say
I don't
wealth,
think so.
Is a millionaire wealthy?
That's certainly not true.
Is a millionaire wealthy?
Yes, and I think that millionaires would exist in like the top 3% of Americans. So
look it up. I would say it's not.
Okay, can you just land your plane, please? Let's just get to the reason why you support Trump.
Let me land this beautiful plane, okay? So Harris was looking to put a cap on a 1031 exchange, right? Trump is an advocate for the 1031 exchange. So therefore, if you put a cap on it, you're going to hold majority of Americans back from obtaining wealth.
What is a 1031 exchange?
It's a tax deferment.
Okay. Can you describe to me what that tax deferment does?
Yeah. So if, let's say that you purchase a investment property, you go to sell that investment property, you can defer those taxes into the next property, 100% of it.
Okay. Yeah. So do you think that majority of Americans have investment properties? Right, because remember, investment properties aren't even second homes. And majority of Americans don't even have second homes. Investment properties are properties that you don't even like live in as a first or second home. Investment properties are ones in which you buy to then like sell, to buy to flip, to buy to sell, to buy to rent.
That's wrong.
Okay,
That's
what's the legal definition of an investment property per the IRS?
So you can live in the investment property and still have that as an investment and make money from it.
So are investment properties primary addresses?
Yes.
Show me that. Prove it.
So let me explain. So, for example, you can purchase a fourplex right?
Do you think that the average American is purchasing fourplexes?
Yeah, you can.
What? You're so delusional.
Dean,
You're so fucking delusional.
Hold on, let me explain to your pea brain, bro.
Wait, no, I just looked it up. So the IRS's definition of an investment property would be real estate purchase with the primary intention of generating a profit through rental income, ongoing business use, or long-term capital appreciation. So this wouldn't be property in which you're going to be using for personal use, such as primary or even secondary properties for personal recreation. Investment properties per the IRS specifically, and I quote, must be available to generate income, such as rentals, vacation properties, or business properties. So yeah, so when you're telling me that you support Trump because he wants to introduce this increased tax deferment specifically for investment properties, well, this is just like another tax break for the ultra wealthy. Because guess what? Only wealthy Americans have investment properties. Okay. Once again, we're not even talking about second or third homes. We're talking about properties that you're not using for personal recreational use, but specifically to make and generate an income through renting, through business, or through vacation homes, right? So that's something for the top 1%. Kamala Harris wanting to put a cap on that to then be able to save more money to then spend on tax cuts for the low and the middle class is exactly what we need. All right. We need more of the tax breaks and cuts in this country available to the working class, to the low class, and to the average American. And I would absolutely support any policy-oriented agenda to take the tax breaks away from the top 1% to then give some of those tax breaks to the average American and working class.
We don't need your campaign speech, but what we do need is somebody to open the window or turn on the ventilation, because I was cooking earlier. I'm about to fry your ass now. Now, here's the thing, Dean. I want you to do me a favor. Read the sentence. Read the definition of an investment property.
I just did. According to publication 551 provided by the IRS, which provides guidance on reporting income from rental and vacation homes, the definition of an investment property would be a property purchased with a primary intention of generating a profit through rental income, ongoing business use, or long-term capital appreciation. And this specifically cannot be properties bought with the intention of primary or recreational personal usage. So if you want to at the end say that it considers an investment property to be a long-term, that could be long-term capital appreciation, and houses used for personal recreational use could generate long-term capital appreciation. Well, see, the thing is specifically talking about investment properties per the IRS guidance. It could only be constituted an investment property if it is not being used for personal recreational use.
Stop reading. Stop reading. Just
dude, why would I stop reading? I looked this up so I could tell you what an investment property is. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head the IRS's legal definition of what an investment property is. So of course it's going to be something that I look up to ensure that I'm getting it right. And you're telling me to stop looking it up, to stop being accurate, and to stop being honest? Get the fuck out of here. You guys are so anti-intellectualism and anti-intellectualist.
Thank you. You're the longest-winded person I've ever debated. Now let me tell you this next part. Now, if you purchase a fourplex, right, and you live in the fourplex, is that an investment property?
Yeah, the fourplex is an investment property for the 3 of the 4 units.
Now, stop it. Now, is that a primary residence?
One of the 4 units is. So you wouldn't make that as a consideration in the overall tax deferment of the property if you were to sell it and then buy another one. You would essentially just take the square footage of the property as a whole, take the square footage of the 1 unit that you use for domicile, and then you'd calculate the value based on the square footage specifically for that 1 unit. You would then deduct it from the valuation of the unit as a whole, and then the value that you're left with is what you could have deferred taxes on.
We're not. Holy shit, dude. We're not talking about taxes right now. And as far as Hold on. We're not talking about an annual write-off. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the property in general, right? You're not going to say, well, this is not investment property because I have my dwelling and I'm dwelling here. This is an investment property because it's a fourplex. The property is an investment property.
So everything but like the one unit of the fourplex would be an investment property. You'd like in order to like get this deferred taxes per the 1031 exchange, you would just simply deduct the value of the square footage of your one unit that you use as a primary residence.
Oh my gosh, that is wrong too. And let me explain why.
It's not
because
wrong.
When you sell the property, you don't take 3/4 of it and use 3/4 of the tax deferment, homie. That's
what you're supposed to do. A lot of people don't do this, and they get away with not doing it because it is a fourplex, right? Like when the IRS sees that you own a fourplex, they're not going to automatically assume that maybe like your personal residence is going to be like one of the rooms inside of that fourplex. So a lot of business and investment owners that own a fourplex and use one of the units as their primary domicile, they're just going to go ahead and get deferred taxes through the 1031 exchange on the entirety of the property. I bet a lot of people do that. But like, I mean, regardless, once again, I mean, who's owning fourplexes? The average American doesn't own a fourplex. I mean, probably even the average millionaire doesn't own a fourplex. Fourplexes are investment properties that are owned by members of the top 1%. So still, yeah, even if you are right on this topic, this is just advocation for more tax breaks for the ultra wealthy at the expense of the middle class. We should obviously have supported the candidate in the race that wanted to limit the tax cuts on the ultra wealthy to then give more back to the average American, you fucking entitled jerk. Okay. Yeah, it's time for the ultra wealthy to pay their fair share. We're done with socialism for the rich, but no food stamps for starving children. We want to actually help the working class and the person who matters the most, the average American, because that's who's struggling right now. Okay, I could tell you with confidence that the average owner of a fourplex isn't fucking struggling. Meanwhile, the average American can't make ends meet, is going into crippling debt just to buy gas and groceries, and that's the issue that this country is facing right now.
Weenie, am I a part of the 1%? Because this is one of the fourplexes that I'm currently renovating right now. So
yes, if you own multiple if you own multiple fourplexes and right now you're renovating them to then turn around and rent them out, yes, you are a part of that 1%.
Interesting. So, like, again, you're speaking about a topic you have no idea about, and I specialize.
Listen, buddy, you're turning the camera off. Go outside. Your connection sucks. Also, you told me that I'm speaking about a topic that I don't know anything about.
Something you have no idea.
I'm sorry. No, I know enough.
Yes.
Okay, and so does everybody else to know that the average American doesn't own a fourplex. Like, what is this straw man? You're trying to tell me that I'm somehow wrong in my evaluation because I don't personally own a fourplex. You know what? Let me ask you a question. Are you pro-life? Do you think that abortion should be banned?
Oh, now we're talking about where you're a subject matter expert, unaliving babies.
No, don't worry. I'm going to wrap it back into this conversation. Do you think that abortion should be illegal?
Listen, that's not the topic, homie.
No. I just want to yes. I'm not going to start an abortion debate. I promise. I'm not going to start an abortion debate. I'm not going to start one. I just want a yes or no. Do you think that abortion should be illegal?
Depends.
So there's some circumstances where you think it should be illegal. Do you have a uterus?
No.
Okay, so you can't talk about it because you know nothing about the experience of pregnancy. The same way you just told me, I can't talk about the experience of owning a fourplex and if we should tax the ultra wealthy more because I don't have the experience of personally owning a fourplex.
Pat you on the back, Dean. Good job. I don't have a uterus. Now let's move on.
Okay, yeah, let's completely move on from your blunder, suggesting that I cannot talk about taxing rich people more because I'm not a rich person that owns a fourplex. But although you as a man, not a woman who has a uterus who can get pregnant, can talk about the experience of pregnancy and bans on abortion. Okay, sounds good. That's hypocritical.
What happens when you tax the rich more?
What happens when we tax the rich more? Then our government has more money to invest in social safety nets for the low and the middle class, which we need.
Do you think, let's say that I own, you name it, a laundromat, right? And I'm getting taxed more. Do you think I'm going to raise the prices on, people washing a load of clothes?
It would depend on where that tax comes into the equation. For instance, if you're a C corporation and you're getting taxed more in the sense of corporation taxes, well, then you'd actually be incentivized to make your business more productive by increasing business costs through hiring more laborers or possibly even reducing the price of your goods. Ultimately, because you're only going to get that corporate tax on the retained profits of the C corp. So that's actually like a form of taxation on the wealthy that wouldn't incentivize the wealthy to raise their prices. If anything, it would incentivize the wealthy to reduce their prices.
Okay. So let me ask you this, Dean. You're saying that no one can afford a fourplex, right?
So I'm saying that the average American certainly can't afford a fourplex. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. What is the average hourly wage of the average American?
The average hourly wage of the average American? I don't know.
Then how can you make that assumption?
Because fourplexes are not something that could be bought by individuals that live paycheck to paycheck. And I know that the average American lives paycheck to paycheck, even though I don't know the average wages of the average American precisely.
Huh. So you're saying they should have false hope. I mean, give up all hope, and saying, hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna forget all about my hopes and dreams, and I'm gonna be useless. Is that what you're saying?
By being realistic and simply describing the fact that the average American can't buy a fourplex, are you telling people to live in delusion? Like you're telling the average American just to like delude themselves into thinking that they can afford a fourplex? Like what happens when they go to try to purchase one? Like you understand that in order to purchase a fourplex, you have to have the money to give the person or the organization you're purchasing it from. Like regardless of what like you feel or what you want to say, the average American can't buy a fourplex. And the fact that you're arguing otherwise, I think really shows just how out of touch you are.
Let me ask you this. The average American, how much do they have in their bank account?
The average American has very little in their bank account. I think it's like either negative savings or less than $500 in savings.
Second follow-up question. Do you think that the average American purchases things that they probably shouldn't?
I don't think that you or I are the judge of what the average American should spend their money on, nor do I think the government is. I don't see how this is relevant towards like your political views either, because you started off by arguing that the reason why you support Trump as president is because he's giving tax breaks to wealthy Americans who own fourplexes, and instead of the solution being, well, maybe we shouldn't give the tax breaks to the wealthy Americans who own fourplexes, so we can instead give them to the average American. Now you're just telling the average American that if they stop spending $4 on a coffee every day, that once upon a time somewhere in the future they'll be able to buy a fourplex. Well, I mean, guess
100%.
what? Do you think that having a president who's increasing the price of gas the most in a month that it has since the Vietnam War is helping the average American better financially position themselves to one day be able to buy a fourplex? Do you think having a president who, because of his universal tariffs, increased the price of the groceries the most they have in the last 4 years is better positioning the average American to buy a fourplex? Do you think having a president who's bankrupting manufacturers and causing 1.3 million layoffs in a year is better positioning the average American to put them in a position where they could buy a fourplex? No, because he's literally putting them out of business and getting them fired from their jobs. Do you think supporting a president who's ushered in the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions, is better positioning the average American to buy a fourplex? No, because now the average American can't get a job to make money to save up to buy that fourplex. So if you want to incentivize more people owning fourplexes, first we have to ensure that the economy is prosperous for all. Our companies aren't going out of business. They're not having to fire their employees, and jobs reports are booming. Make sure that when they work a job, they're getting paid enough to save some of their income. Okay, let's increase the minimum wage, and let's make sure that they could save more of their income by reducing the price of commodities that the average American needs. Free universal health care through a public option, reducing the price of gasoline, reducing the price of groceries, and then maybe one day the average American would be able to buy a fourplex. But we're not going to be able to get there with your president.
Like I said earlier, a little long-winded, don't you think? Now, here's the question that I really want to ask you. How much down payment do you think an individual should have on, let's say, the average home? Like, let's say that fourplex, right? What percentage of the fourplex that you need for the down payment?
It depends. There's like particular business loans that you could get to put 10% down.
Can you get lower than that?
If you're a veteran, you could get 0% down.
If you're not a veteran?
I think that there's like particular SBA loans where you could get even lower than that.
For a fourplex?
Yeah. And for investment properties for business. Who cares about any of these questions? Like legitimately, who gives a fuck? Are you trying to say that the counter argument to the fact that the tax policy that you support is just helping the ultra wealthy at the punishment of the average American is that, well, technically the average American could buy a fourplex? Bro, you live in a fucking like pipe dream. You're crazy if you think he left. Good boy. It's crazy if he thinks that the average American could buy a fourplex. He left because he has no point. He left because he has no point. No points detected. 0 points detected, everybody. What a good boy running away. Bo, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Okay, well, hey, John, I understand that you have a lot to say. I'd really appreciate it if you could hop back inside of that queue to come back, John. Mr. Elon Musk's profile picture, man, just popped up here to throw some mean names at me. What a bully, honestly. I'm just crying my eyes out, John. You should rejoin that queue. Tina, thank you so much for that, Wolf. I appreciate you. Dude, show some love to Tina down below in the comment section. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Tina. Shout out to Tina. Shout out to Tina. All right, John's back in that queue. IY, thank you for the money gun. Buddy, calm down.
Pussy.
Don't violate terms of service. Oh, he just called me. Okay, and then he left again. Dude, this guy's a crybaby. John, come back. No, we have to be able to sustain a conversation. We have to be able to sustain a dialogue, John. All right? Come back, John. Just calm down first. I don't know. What do you need to do? Eat some lunch? Go, like, cry in the corner for 10 minutes? Throw a quick tantrum? Punch a hole in your wall? Then you'll be all good to go to sustain dialogue with me? I don't know. Maybe it looks like John's gone. What a crybaby. We got that next guest ATF loading up in the box. Wow, we got a bunch of MAGA crybabies today. Welcome in ATF. Do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
Base, man. Love that. Today we are just looking for Trump supporters. You know, I know we have one watching the live, but looks like they're gone. Mr. John over here, he just wanted to come up and call me some mean names. We're going to get that next guest user loaded up in the box, only up in that queue of your MAGA. By the way, if you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place and right there, Dean Withers, without the E in Withers. If you do use yet compared to the link, just make sure to double check your spelling because there's about 1 billion fake Dean accounts out there on Venmo and PayPal. Welcome in user, do you support Trump? Going once, going twice, sold to the next guest. Who will it be, everybody? Who will it be? Not too many Trump supporters left. I know that we talk about that a lot. All right, this person's name is nothing else on. Let's get them up. Hey, over on Super Chat. Mama, thank you for the $5 who said all of our financial problems can apparently be solved by simply pinching our pennies a little bit harder, right? Yeah, that's the that's where the GOP is at. You know, just stop spending your money on things and you'll have more money, guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
All right, moving on to the next guest. We got Jacqueline Lopez loading up in the box. Over on Venmo, Shoshana. I'm going to call you S. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you, Shoshana. Give me 1 second, Shoshana. Welcome in, Jacqueline. Do you support Trump? Going once. Going twice. Sold to the next guest. Shoshana with the $20 says, just here to say, hey, always nice to hear your voice. Shoshana, you're the GOAT. I appreciate you for being here. I hope that you have a good rest of your day and that you enjoy the stream. I know that you've been hanging out with us for a while. Just know that you're the GOAT, for real. I appreciate you. Let's get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, guys. Who will it be? Who will it be? This person's name is Amanda. Let's get 200 Shoshana W's down below. All right, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
I'm 19.
What year were you born in, please?
2007.
What month?
February.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Do you work a job? Do you go to college?
Oh, yeah, I go to college.
Okay, how many credit hours are you doing per semester? Okay, and she's gone. Guys, we got those fetus detection tools on standby, folks. We are locked in. We are locked in. Olivia, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. You're awesome. And hey, thank you for the $15 who says I've been watching your live every single day for the past couple months now, and it's only been not only been entertained, but also very educating. It's pretty scary to see what the MAGA mind is actually like. As if they don't all operate off the two same brain cells, right? I appreciate you for the $15, but even more than that for the kind words and the fact that you've been hanging out with us for months now. I think that's awesome. Thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate your support as always. Courtney, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you, Courtney. Show some love to Courtney. And then Brooklyn, thank you for the $5. Hey, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Supporters.
Moving on to the next guest, still looking for that next Trump supporter of the day, guys. We have close to 12,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok, yet we can't find one Trump supporter. Come on, guys. Sonny, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Sonny. Samantha, thank you for the 5. Colin, thank you so much for the 5. Bart, thank you for the 5. Jacob, thank you for the 5. And Fussy, thank you for the $5 as well. Look at that. We're all caught up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
27.
What year were you born in?
99.
Okay. You're a Trump supporter. Yeah, how do you feel about him getting the DOJ to agree to never investigating him again for tax fraud? How do you feel about the fact that today we woke up in a new America with 2 systems of justice, one that applies to us and one that doesn't apply to him? Do you think that's fair? I scared him away with a question. Maybe that's why it's so hard to find debates. Maybe that's why it's so hard to find debates. Okay, listen. John is back in the queue. John, I'm going to accept your request to join the live, buddy. But you need to be able to keep the insults to a minimum. You sound like an adult, so act like one. Okay, John? All right, buddy? All right. Woo! John's going to act his age, everyone. At least that's what we're hoping for, right? Let's see. Let's give him some positive affirmation so he'll be less likely to throw a tantrum. Isn't that what you're supposed to do to toddlers? Be a good boy, John. Be a good boy, John. We're going to go ahead and get him up here. Be a good boy. Be a good boy, John. Holding my breath here. Be a good boy. Good boy. John, hi. He's just flipping me off. Why are your fingers...
I kick your fucking ass.
Whoa, John, you left again. Why was his hand so red? Dude, I know that you guys couldn't see this on the other place we're streaming, but his hand was so red. Like he's just been shaking with anger. He's been crying and sweating with stress just because of the sound of my voice. I think I saw his hand shaking his when he's like flipping me off. He's going like I'll kick your fucking ass, dude. I'll kick your ass. Oh my God, what a cope. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Still looking for the next Trump supporter to come up here and give us a debate. Please only join that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Declan loading up over on Super Chat. Appreciate you with $5 ARC. I appreciate you. Let's see. Also, thank you for the $6 Destiny. Shout out to you, my friend. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Declan, you were literally in that comment section saying that you're MAGA. Are you here? Declan going once? Going twice? Declan's gone. I think that we're on our victory lap today, everyone. They're all too scared. Listen, there's actually a way that you guys could help us shoot this live stream out across that FYP to draw the Trump supporters in here. Double tap on that phone screen, share out that live, hit that repost button, and hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Usually when we have a shortage of Trump supporters, it's an issue that we could easily manage and fix just by getting the live stream to shoot out to more people. Thomas, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Thomas is not here.
Yeah.
Oh, Thomas is here. Thomas, go ahead and hop back inside of that queue for me. My bad, bro. We got Beardman loading up in the box. Beardman, are you MAGA? Oh, Beardman's still loading in. Beardman, are you MAGA?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, are you driving?
No. I'm
Want to pull over?
I'm not driving.
Okay, who's driving?
My Uber driver.
Could you have your Uber driver say hey real quick?
He's got he's like a chauffeur. He's got the window in between. Have you ever been in a limousine?
Okay. Prove it.
How can I prove it?
By turning your camera on and showing us.
I only have 6 followers, so I don't have like.
That was actually a pretty good excuse. I gotta say, that was a pretty good excuse. He was quick on his feet with that one. He was honestly really quick on his feet for that one. River, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, Johnny, get in here and debate Dean.
Who's Johnny? Is that somebody in the comment section? Where's Johnny at? Is Johnny running his mouth, you guys? I think Johnny might be running his mouth, whoever Johnny is. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, they're not here either. Moving on to the next guest now. Here we go. Welcome in, Noah. Do you support Trump? Noah, do you support Trump?
I don't.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We're still looking for that next guest, everybody. It looks like it's quite difficult to find a Trump supporter today. This is going pretty poorly out here, guys. Looks like MAGA is really scared. Really scared. Oh, my goodness. Have you guys ever seen them this scared before? Oh, they're so scared today. Vicky, are you MAGA, Vicky? Vicky, going once. Going twice. Rose is just playing music. Vicky's not here.
How are you?
Rose, is that you?
No, it's Doctor.
Doctor, are you MAGA?
I am, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Doctor, answer me this question. Why is it so hard for me to find Trump supporters who are willing to debate?
Well, I'm not sure. I guess it depends on.
Do you think there's less of you guys still around? Do you think maybe we're just experiencing a nationwide enlightenment of the truth of Trump and his administration?
Well, to be quite honest with you, I mean, I'm a loyal fan. I'm a diehard fan of Trump. Even since the 90s, I used to, but anyways, I think there's a lot of us loyal fans remaining that are America first.
Yeah, answer me this question. How do you feel about the fact that today, because of Trump's corruption, we woke up in a brand new America with a new system of justice that applies to us but not him?
Well, I think that when you're focused on respecting your leadership and people in power, I think, you would do some things that you might not put him up to the standard for. I think that's what, sacrifice comes into being.
Okay, so word salad. I'm going to be more specific with the question that I'm asking you. Donald Trump sued the IRS, essentially suing himself, right? Because he controls the IRS and the governing body that litigated the lawsuit. He appointed Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury that runs the IRS. He appointed Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to the DOJ. And then he settled with himself in this lawsuit. And a part of the settlement included Todd Blanche, with the authority vested in him as the leader of the DOJ, agreeing that the federal government is now legally bound from ever investigating Donald Trump, his companies, or his family again for tax fraud up until this point in time. This is the first time the IRS has ever made this deal with a person ever. Ever. Mm-hmm. And the only reason why he got this deal is because he controls the other party. Okay? Todd Blanche made this deal with him. Do you want to hear what Todd Blanche has to say about Trump?
Sure.
Okay. Here's Todd Blanche.
Back to being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and I go back to being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir. So I don't have any goal.
So Todd Blanche has literally publicly announced the fact that he is in love with Trump. Okay? And this is the compromised AG that agreed for the federal government to never investigate him, his friends, his family members, or his companies for tax fraud up until this point ever again. So how do you feel about the fact that there's now two systems of justice? Okay, one which can investigate us for the crimes we commit, and the other in which can't investigate Trump for the crimes he might be committing.
Well, I mean, you definitely brushed upon two different facets that are important to look into. I think Todd Blanche was just showing his patriotism by supporting his love for Trump, because, you could be in love with the idea, right?
He didn't say he was in love with the idea of Trump. He said he was literally in love with Trump.
Well, I mean, the guy carries a lot of lovable qualities, and if if he worked out just a little bit more, I'm sure you would probably have some things that you wouldn't say publicly here on this forum about him.
Are you saying that you want to suck Trump's cock?
Well, that's a little bit presumptive. That's kind of brash and forward. I personally think that Trump's doing the best because he's taken pieces of the Great Wall of China from Xi Jinping and relocated him here.
Get out of here. He's playing. He's playing with me. He's playing with me. You're fucking playing, bro. Get out the live, dude. You're fucking playing. You're fucking playing a game. No, this is a serious political debate live where we look for serious interlocutors to have a conversation with about why they're MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Going once, going twice, hold to the next guest, guys. Seriously, folks, make sure that you are double tapping on that phone screen, spamming that chat, sharing out that live, reposting it on your FYP. We seriously have to be able to boost this live out across that FYP in order to sustain debates, everybody. We got to do it, okay? There are just no debates to be found, y'all. No debates to be found because the Trump supporters are running scared, folks. Share out that live to try to boost this across that FYP, folks. Got to do it. We got to. It's the only way that we might even be able to get debates going. Scotty, don't. Have you calmed the fuck down?
I just cannot believe you made me wait this long just to apologize.
Did you apologize to your hairline too, Scotty? It's looking pretty rough.
I did 20 years ago.
Good. Good.
But no, I owe you an apology because honestly, it doesn't prove anything coming up here insulting you, even though it is fun. And you love it too. You love doing it to guests. But regardless, we're not
Scotty,
gonna
are you still a Trump supporter?
We're not going to change any minds like that.
Okay, Scotty.
And, yes,
are you
I
still
am
a Trump? Okay. Why?
But I can't stand the motherfucker.
So then stop supporting him.
It's complicated.
It's not complicated.
Oh, it is.
What's complicated about it?
Because we know he's a piece of shit.
So
but then again,
stop supporting him.
Well, it's a little too late for that. He's going to be president for another fucking 2 years.
Wait, so are you telling me that you don't possess the physical ability to stop supporting Trump as president?
I can say I don't support him all you want, and guess what? He's still the president.
Okay.
What's that going to change, dude?
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that next. But first, we just have to talk about if you still or don't still support him. So which one is it?
I already told you.
Okay, so you said yeah. So why do you still support him?
I guess because I can.
So I think I remember my mother telling me this when I was quite young. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it.
I feel like you're not giving me too many incentives.
Like, come on. Are you a toddler? Are you a baby? Only babies do things because they can. Okay, adults do things because they should.
You don't really give me many incentives to support what you support.
No, I'm asking you, what are the incentives to support what you support? Like to support Trump as president. Are you going to give more of an argument than you can do it?
Honestly, I just came up here to apologize.
But not
to
for a
fucking
debate.
argue with you and solve nothing.
Right, because the Trump supporters aren't here for debates today, apparently. Can't find a single one of them. What do you guys think it's because of? Do you guys think it's because of the fact that maybe the headlines haven't hit yet from the MAGA propaganda machine to help these Trump supporters debate against the fact that Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in modern American history with his assaults on the system of justice, protecting him from any and all investigation into potential tax fraud? The law literally applying to you and me, but not to him? Is that maybe why they're so scared to come up here and have a dialogue, because those talking points haven't hit yet? Because that's what I'd guess. That's what I'd assume. They got to wait for those talking points to hit yet, because they haven't, before they come up here and start debating me. They're so cowardly. Where are the Trump supporters at? Can you guys stop being such cowards? Magic Man, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
20.
All right, man. Yeah, this will be fun. Give me one moment to thank a couple people. First and foremost, this is over on Venmo. Julia, thank you for the $5, who says MAGA are too busy today trying to come up with an excuse for today's new system of justice, right? Thank you for the $5, Julia. McKenna, thank you for the $5. Jose, oh my goodness, man. Thank you for the $65 and the 65 cents. Jose, you madman. That is so kind. That is such a large donation. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you, Jose. I want to see 650 Jose W's down below in that comment section. That is genuinely so kind of you. Jose with the 65 bucks says, for Dean, I was born in 1965, so why not donate you 65 bucks and 65 cents? Have some fun with a new bottle of bourbon, Dean. God bless and fight on. Jose, you're a Chad, dude. I'm so very grateful for you. I actually do need to go get a new bottle of Scotch whiskey, so I might spend some of that on some new Scotch whiskey. Thank you. You're the absolute goat. I want to see some massive love for Jose down below in that comment section while we're hopping into this next debate. Same thing to you, Abigail. Thank you for the $5. And Lady, thank you for the $10. She says, I have to support the grift. Thank you so much, you guys. Quickly, over on PayPal, thank you so much, Tierra, for the $20. I appreciate you so much, Tierra. That is Tierra. Show some love to Tierra down below in that comment section. And Tierra, if I mispronounce your name, I do apologize. Tierra with the $20 says, Dean, you're the GOAT, a real ass N-word. Mad love from the Bronx. Thank you for educating bigots and racists. Dude, all the love in the world to you. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the stream today. Thank you so much for being here. Show some love to T down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. If you're watching and you want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal, the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pinned message on that other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. If you use the @ compared to the link, just make sure that you're double checking your spelling because there's about 1 billion fake Dean accounts out there on Venmo and PayPal. And the DB, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten, bro. I really appreciate you. You're the GOAT. You already know that one, though. Go to take it away, Magic Man. How the hell do you still support this president?
So, to be honest, the thing is, give me that Danny Winnie. I want to lick your body.
What are we doing? What was that sound? What was that? What was that sound? Is that a sound that he that he made with his mouth? Was that like? I don't even know. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. We're drowning out here, guys. What is going on? Oh my god. All right. Yeah, moving on to the next guest. All right. Oh my god, we got Destiny loading up in the box. Dude, no debates today. Apparently none. Destiny, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Destiny. You know, why do you think it's taken us like an hour to find a Trump supporter? There's a real shortage of you guys.
Don't tell you, fuck nigga. What you?
Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. The first Trump supporter that we find in an hour is some white boy screaming the N-word in his mom's basement. This is a new low. This is a new low. This is a new low for MAGA. Wow! In an hour? The first Trump supporter in an hour we find is some white boy screaming the N-word in his mom's basement? Oh my god. A new pathetic low.
Hey,
do you support
Dean,
Trump?
What do you think about neo-libertarian phalangism?
Moving on to the next guest, looking for Trump supporters. Not like I haven't already repeated it about 1 billion times. We're going to go and see what that next guest is. Holy shit. JJ, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, the second Trump supporter that we find in an hour is a 13-year-old. First one was a white boy scream the N-word. The second's a 13-year-old. Do you support Trump, Theo?
Yes.
How old are you, Theo?
18.
Yeah, really. What year were you born in?
2009.
2009?
2002.
Oh, 2002, even better. I'm so happy that Trump supporters suck at math. It really helps me out. Moving on to the next guest, Rice. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. I don't know why I keep on repeating that. It's not like it matters or does anything. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Rice going once, going twice. 1, 2, 3. Move. We're gonna go to Banya. Move on to the next guest, guys. Would you let me know if you're MAGA down below in that comment section? Can we like maybe find somebody in that comment section? Chantel, do you support Trump?
Hey, you better hold that ass still, boy.
Moving on to the next guest, Darius Connors. Guys, for all the rules, if you're inside of that queue, just make sure you're MAGA, please, and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Darius Connors?
Yes.
Darius, okay. How old are you?
25.
25. Okay, 1 hour. The only Trump supporters that we find have been like Nazis screaming the N-word or 13-year-olds. What's going on with the shortage of Trump supporters?
Well, that is not me, good sir.
Okay. What's your take on Donald Trump creating a new system of justice to exclude him from prosecution for tax crime?
Well, I'm not well researched on tax information, but I'd like to ask you a question.
Well, so you're telling me that you're not well enough researched on the claim that I just made, so I'll expand on it. So Donald Trump sued the IRS, essentially suing himself because he controls the IRS and the DOJ. And then he settled in this lawsuit, once again, essentially settling with himself because he controls the IRS and the DOJ. And a part of the settlement included a revocation of all claims agreement signed into effect by the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche of the DOJ, now barring the federal government from ever auditing or investigating Donald Trump, his family, or his companies for any tax crimes up until this point in time. Basically, giving them full and complete amnesty from any of the taxes that they've paid or lack thereof over the course of his lifetime. Don't you think that's quite corrupt? The president excluding himself from potential prosecution of crime?
Well, I mean, first of all, you were just talking a mile a minute, and excuse me for not reading literally all of that. And yes, go hit your vape.
Are you going to respond, or are you just going to sit here like a dummy?
Well, I was going to lead off with a question.
So you're just going to sit here so you can't respond, right?
That is not a debate topic that I was going to get into with you.
Okay, so you just kind of want to take that chess piece off the chessboard because you don't know how to respond to it yet?
Do you even know how to play chess?
Yeah, I know the basics.
Okay, it's a rare skill. That's why I ask nowadays.
Okay, so we're just going to completely ignore the whole Donald Trump engaging in the most corrupt action any president has in modern American history. Okay.
Well,
okay.
I didn't read about that. That's all I'm saying is that I didn't read about that.
I know, but I just explained it to you. I just gave you a full and complete explanation of it.
Okay. You were also talking a mile a minute, so it's kind of hard to... Sorry,
okay.
What?
I'll explain it again. 2019, some IRS contractor illegally leaked Donald Trump's tax returns. All right? That was illegal. In 2024, he went to jail for doing that for 5 years. 2025, after Donald Trump appointed the head of the DOJ and the head of the IRS, he then sued the IRS. Yesterday, he agreed to a settlement, essentially with himself, that included the DOJ and the IRS pledging that they would never audit or investigate him, his businesses, or his family members for tax crimes ever again up until this point in their lives.
Okay. I got you.
This is really corrupt, okay, because now we have a second system of justice in this country where the president can break the law, not pay taxes. Hypothetically, if he didn't pay $50 billion in taxes, his hands are now just washed free. He can't even be investigated for it. That's corrupt as hell because now someone is above the law, that person being Trump. And Trump is the person who put himself there.
Right. That is a tidbit shady. The point that I'm trying to convey is that I had no idea that this is what the talking point was going to be.
I have no idea what Donald Trump is going to do every day when he wakes up.
Okay. Can I ask my question?
So you're just going to ignore it? Yeah, whatever, man.
I told you. I gave you my response. I said it's a tidbit shady. I just don't have the information to go on to a full debate about this.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, just ask your question.
I told you my response, Dean.
Why is it just a tidbit shady? It's like the most corrupt thing a president has done in modern American history.
You ever hear of Watergate?
Yeah, I have heard of Watergate. This is arguably more corrupt than Watergate.
Okay, please, can I can I get to the talking point I came up here for?
Okay, sure. Let's just ignore the most corrupt thing a president has done in modern American history. Go ahead.
Okay, this is likely recent news that I have not read yet. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Maybe I live under a rock. Who knows? Maybe I live under a rock.
Just ask your question, dude.
Are you an ally of the LGBTQ plus community?
Yes, I am. Thank you for asking.
I encourage you to watch my last video. It's only like 20 seconds, and maybe you'll remember me.
Who are you?
My most recent video. It's only like 20 seconds.
I don't know who you are. Do you just want to describe the contents of your most recent video, please?
My cat monster.
I don't know who this guy is. Dude, I'm sorry. Like, we're 1 hour and 10 minutes into the stream. I am trying my hardest to find a Trump supporter who's down to debate. They can't even have dialogue, dude. They can't even like have prolonged communication through debate. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Where are the Trump supporters? Unless there's seriously none of y'all left. In that case, looks like the left is winning.
Died! Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not a Trump supporter. Moving on to the next guest, we got Kaylee loading up in the box. The Trump supporters are in hiding today, folks. The Trump supporters are in hiding today, everybody. Let's go to try to get that next guest loaded up in the box. We got Little Zerk 1 loading in. The Trump supporters are in hiding, everyone. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you? And how old are you?
I'm 25.
And what year were you born in?
That would make that 2001.
That would make that 2001?
What do you mean? It would be 2001. How old are you?
21. Okay. All right. We're an hour and 10 minutes into the stream. Legitimately haven't been able to find anybody to debate. MAGA's in hiding. It looks like you're the only Trump supporter who's willing to come up here and give an argument. So give the fucking argument, dude.
I was just gonna talk about the whole. I actually wanted you to kind of expand on the tax thing because I find that pretty interesting.
I mean, I expanded on it as much as I could to that last guest. So if you're here to listen to the conversation with the last guest, you heard enough, okay? The IRS is now legally bound to not investigate Donald Trump for any potential tax fraud in the past, okay, because of a settlement that Donald Trump essentially reached with himself.
Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy.
Why is that not enough to stop supporting him?
Well, I mean, if we're talking, I mean, there's clearly been actions all across different presidents that could be enough for someone not to support them. As in Joe Biden pardoning his son, Hillary Clinton getting investigated for espionage and deleting her emails. I mean, everybody has something that could make them less likable.
Okay, so first and foremost, Biden pardoning his son, that wasn't illegal to do, okay?
Well,
all
I'm not
presidents
saying it was illegal. I'm just saying that could definitely deter
all presidents
someone.
have given full and complete presidential pardons to different individuals. But what I'd argue here is that Biden pardoning his son for nonviolent crime is much better, okay, than Donald Trump giving pardons to 174 violent criminal domestic terrorists who try to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, and now today creating a $1.8 billion slush fund with hundreds of millions of dollars that will probably be going to those same domestic terrorists. Not comparable. And then the second thing that you brought up was Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton's never been president, and she was investigated for the whole email thing. She sat down under deposition for 17 hours, and Trump's DOJ under his first term couldn't find enough evidence to even, find probable cause to give an indictment to charge her with a crime. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, well, he's been found guilty of 30 for felonies. He's been held civilly liable for rape. Okay, he's called for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress. He's passed some of the worst tax policy in modern American history. He started a war of choice in the Middle East, which has exploded the price of groceries and gas here at home in America. And he's been failing this country. Every single day, it seems like we're only worse and worse off because of this asshole.
I see what you're saying. Next comment. I know a lot of rep about the ICE detainees and deaths like that. What about the higher number of Barack Obama's ICE detainee deaths than Donald Trump's.
I don't think that Barack Obama has higher ICE detainee deaths than Donald Trump. A Human Rights Watch organization says that over the 8-year term of Obama's presidency, there was 56 individuals who died in ICE custody, and that Human Rights Watch, after conducting their investigation into those 56 deaths, determined that only around 8 of those deaths were preventable, and they died through neglect. Okay, and what we'd say here is that we absolutely condemn the 8 deaths that we saw under his admin that were preventable and died from neglect at the hands of ICE agents. And I bet Obama would too, right? But then when we see not just people dying preventable deaths in ICE detention, we're witnessing ICE agents literally executing, murdering, American citizens like Alex Preddy in broad daylight. And it's not like this is just one bad apple and which is then condemned by the admin. No, they're then actively supported by the admin. They obstruct investigators from pressing charges, and then they just relocate the murderers, keeping them employed to other places in America to prevent social backlash in the area they were originally positioned in. Such a significant difference.
You could probably argue that there was multiple shootings and anything with the border and those agents, border agents, anything like that just wasn't covered nationally like those 2 shootings were with the ICE officers recently. If there's you can find it on the National Immigration Project, The Guardian. There are deaths that were happened during that time what would be related to the same thing.
Okay, yeah, please give me an example of an ICE agent under Obama shooting somebody in the back 12 times, killing them, and then that ICE agent being actively defended as a patriot by Obama.
Well, I can't give you an exact example because, like I just said, it wasn't nationally covered. But I'm assuming that there was probably some type of correctional death, shooting death, or some
You're
type of
just assuming
lethal
that it
force.
probably happened? Do you believe that it's okay to believe things without evidence?
I guess I can say no. If that's going to ruin everything, then sure.
If it's not okay, to believe things without evidence, and you don't have any evidence of this occurring under Obama,
you assumed that a normal average American couldn't afford whatever complex that dude was saying. Is that not the same thing?
That wasn't an assumption.
You assumed that. You assumed
my evidence.
I assume.
No, the thing is that I have evidence of it. My evidence that the average American can't buy a fourplex is that the average American is living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I'm one of the Americans living paycheck to paycheck.
Isn't that some pretty damning evidence for the belief there? That's a pretty strong point.
I'm pretty sure people have been paycheck to paycheck since like 2007. The average has always been high.
The point that I'm making here is that your argument has failed. That you would not be able to point towards instances of ICE agents murdering American citizens under any Democratic administration in modern U.S. history who were then defended by that admin. See, this is something mutually exclusive to Trump. Okay, and likely the reason why this is exclusive to Trump is because Trump is different than other presidents that we've had in the past, in the sense that he literally doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care about the sanctity and the value within human people. He doesn't care about anybody outside of himself. And this is why me and others have been screaming for the bleachers for years now that maybe we shouldn't elect a rapist to be president. Because if he's willing to rape somebody, he's definitely willing to sweep the murdering of somebody under the rug. And that's just simply not a person, not the type of person that should ever be president. Because if he doesn't care about a woman's consent or a man's life like Alex Preddy, he's certainly not going to care about how much you get back on your taxes at the end of the year or how much you have to pay for your groceries and gas.
I would assume that you probably wouldn't care either. Aren't you worth like $1,500,000, close to that?
No, I'm not. You're looking at another Dean Withers. He's 56 years old and he's an investment banker. That's who pops up when you type in Dean Withers net worth on Google.
No, it says, well, then they got your info under his.
No, he's been on Google as an investment banker for years. Those are publicly disclosed worths of his assets because he's an investment banker. But I don't get the point here, because even if I was worth $1.5 million, which I'm not, what would this change about the fact that we shouldn't make rapists president because they tend to not care about people, and we see those same values examined and exemplified in other walks of his presidency, such as his lack of a care for the economy, his lack of a care for the American citizens who have been murdered by ICE agents, and his lack of a care for, I don't know, people overseas who've been killed via the war that he started through his own choice, right? Like, it seems to be the case that you're just so clearly pivoting because you don't have a response to the substance of my argument, which is very weak-minded. So do better. Try again.
I will. I'm going to actually thank you for letting me on here. I've never done something like this. I'm not going to just say something mean to leave. You're pretty good at what you do. You argue your beliefs and your side, and you do that for your fans. I can't be upset at that. But I'm not going to judge you or anything or anybody in your comments over our beliefs being different. And I wish that everybody could get along and be better together.
Well, I think the first step to getting there, man, is being able to agree on a base set of facts. And it seems like I'm trying to give you an argument to hopefully get you to agree to those base set of facts. And you're not agreeing to those base set of facts, even with no counter-argumentation. I feel like that's the divide that's in this country. It's fact versus fiction. It's intelligence versus cognitive dissonance. And if we truly want to come together and unionize we, the American people, then we have to use our brains to think intelligently and think critically to evaluate the world around us through measures that matter, like ensuring that we don't have presidents who advocate for the destruction of the country from within, who advocate for the execution of the Democrats just because they politically disagree with them, who are okay with murdering American citizens or brothers that are sisters,
that is not
or starting wars of choice to deflect from the Epstein files. And the first step in order to achieve
about
that goal
Epstein,
is to stop supporting Trump as president.
Well, earlier you asked why would someone vote for Trump over Hillary Clinton. Now you're bringing up Jeffrey Epstein. John Podesta, I don't know if I got his last name right. Was he not involved in all of that, which was Hillary Clinton's chief of campaign?
I'm sorry, Hillary Clinton is news of the past. I wouldn't doubt it that there's people who were involved.
Earlier.
That was a question to a guest on Parker's Live, specifically in response to the claim that the reason why you'd still support Trump over Harris today is that Trump has had more experience in government than Harris. The counter-argument to that is, well, that same guest would say that he would have voted for Trump over Clinton in 2016, even though Clinton had more experience in government than Trump at that time. Not to mention, I bet that there are associates of Hillary Clinton that are caught up in the Epstein files. I think that there's people on both sides of the aisle that are. Okay, so Clinton's in the Epstein files. Do you believe that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
Yeah, I believe that. Wasn't his name like 30,000 times?
So you support somebody as president that's in the Epstein files?
I wouldn't say that I support. Whoa. How
Were
can
you
you
just
say that but not say the same thing about Hillary? How can you say the same thing?
Wait, let's just say the same thing about any of them. Dude, listen, I'm down to throw the Clintons under the bridge if it means that Americans will stop supporting Trump. Like, whatever. they're old news, buddy. Yeah, sure. If it means that this will mean that you no longer support Trump as president. All right, they've had a long run. I guess it's over. So we could agree to stop supporting Trump and the Clintons. Let's do it.
You know what? Dude, you're pretty good at this. Oh, me. The others, I don't think I got, well, yeah, I know, I just seen a comment that they're not in the public office. Yeah, clearly she lost. What I'm saying, there was a question earlier that he brought up why I would vote differently.
Okay, so you've been on this live for 15 minutes. You actually haven't given me one reason why you think Trump is a good president, and you haven't given me one counter-argument to any of the reasons I've set forth insofar as why he's a bad president. At this moment in time, I'm either going to ask you to respond to one of the 4 arguments I've given you insofar as why he sucks, or to give me one reason why he doesn't suck.
All right, talking about your tax thing, was the law against himself only while he is in the seat as president, or is it former presidents? What was the law that he wrote for himself to be immune, or was that just during his time of presidency?
So it was a disclosure.
That would apply to every president after that.
In relinquishment of claims, not specifically against the president, but rather specifically against Donald J. Trump, his family members, and his businesses.
Now, is that just during his time as presidency, or is that future?
That's for the future, literally forever.
So if the next president didn't believe that, could they not take that away?
No, they can't take it away. What will ultimately be required here would be a really good lawyer and a really fair judge to agree that that contract's not legally binding.
All right. I did enjoy this. I know you're probably going to try to put me down for not changing my beliefs after I leave, but thank you for your time. I can't be as good as you. I'll continue to research the fact.
Have a good rest of your day, dude. 1 hour, 23 minutes into the live stream, still haven't heard one argument for why Trump is a good president. Even that guest didn't give an argument insofar as why Trump was a good president. He was up here for 14 minutes, didn't give a singular argument for why Trump is a good president. Where are they at, man? Where are they? Where are they? Where are the Trump supporters with the arguments? Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course.
All right, man. Give me one moment to thank a couple people. This is over on Super Chats. Camp, thank you so very much for the $50. Yo, thank you, Camp. You're the GOAT. You already know this. You're always in here hanging out with us. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting me in the live. It means the world, and I'm so very grateful for you. Let's get 500 Camp W's in that comment section for the $50 dono. Camp with the $50 says, here's some compensation for having to endure these mush brain simpletons. I appreciate you for the $50 as always, Camp. Camp with the $10 again says, this caller supports a predator. How do we bridge that? Say it was the kid's fault for dressing, quote unquote, too provocative. Right. Like, we can't bridge fact versus fiction. You know, like, it's just something that we can't do. Phoenix, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. 200 Phoenix W's in that chat. Thank you. You're the GOAT. Phoenix with the 20 says, the same IRS contractor leaked the tax info of over 400,000 others. Do they all get $1.7 billion funds in a non-prosecution agreement? No, only Trump does. Only Trump. Jay, thank you for the $10, who says, what's the best way for us to spam the stream to get your views out more? Good question. Drop a like, drop a share, spam that comment section, increase and boost the engagement. Castaway Mary, thank you so much for the 10 Australian dollars. User with the 10 who says, oh shit, so only like $300,000 for a fourplex and I'm good. I wonder why this isn't more popular in the inner cities. Oh yeah, no, just go drop $300,000 in a fourplex, you average American that has $300,000 in your bank account. Do it. And then Blonde, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat as well. We're all caught up over there on Super Chat. Thank you guys for supporting me in the stream. Y'all are awesome as always. Over on Venmo, Brianna, thank you so much for the $5 dono. Mary, thank you for the 2. And Kira, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Kira. You are awesome. Thank you for supporting the work that we do. Show some love to the GOAT Kira down below. Kira with the 20 says, hey Dean, found your page last year following the election results and have since enjoyed watching your debates and lives and seeing you confuse the most MAGA with general common sense. I know, right? They get so confused by the simple facts. Thank you for the $20 and the kind words, Kira. You're awesome. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $10, who says, all these people that complain about you talking so fast, meanwhile I watch past videos on 2x speed. Okay, damn, I will say, Jeanette, I do talk pretty fast, so that's impressive. Jaden, thank you for the $1. David with the $10. I appreciate you. Let's get 100 David W's. Then McKenna, thank you for the $5. And Julia, thank you for the $5. We're all caught up on Venmo and Super Chat. On PayPal, Holly, thank you for the $10, who says, today was the day my husband finally told me he's not a supporter of Trump. This was due to me getting information from you and how to debate him to my side. Thank you so much. I love that, Holly. You are such a true American patriot. Shout out to you and your husband. I wish you guys such luck and success in your relationship. That is so huge. That is monumental, genuinely. Geraldo, thank you so much for the $4. Jenna with a 5. Hyundai with a 4. Joseph with a 3. Thank you, you guys. And then Rose, thank you for the $3 as well. Look at that. We're all caught up. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. If you use the @ compared to the link, make sure that you get the spelling right, because there's a bunch of scamming accounts out there. But that's the very best way to ask a question or to get a message across, folks, and the very best way to support the stream so we can continue to do what we do for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. Please show some love to all the donors down below in that comment section. Hunter Biden's laptop, take it away. Tell us why you're a Trump supporter.
Well, for one, it's because he's a winner. He's a winner who is playing 4D chess right now, and you have no idea.
Okay, are you trolling?
No. I'm offended that you would even ask that, right? Like, it's common sense to support what Trump is doing right now.
Okay, so why is it common sense to support the destruction of the American economy?
Well, it's destruction through rebuilding, right? It's continuity through change here. What we're doing is
that kind of sounds more like 10D chess compared to 4D chess. So,
I mean, it's 4D chess, 3D chess. Call it what you want, but what it is restructuring. What it is rebuilding.
You are insulting my favorite president's intelligence by suggesting it's 4D chess, sir. He is much smarter than that, you fool. It's not 4D chess, it's 10D chess, buddy. There's another 6 layers there that you're missing. You're not a real MAGA patriot. You're a faking traitor.
Well, I hate Thomas Massey as much as the other guy, right? But I can tell you, no other president is doing as much as Trump.
This guy's trolling. 1 hour, 28 minutes into the stream. Still haven't heard a single argument why Trump is a good president. Alex, do you support Trump?
Apex.
My bad, Alex. Do you support Trump?
No. Yeah, I do support Trump. $25,000, or I guess $25,000 in overtime. What do you think about the overtime? Tax savings.
Yeah, it's good. But it's included in a bill that actually hurts the average American more than it helps him, even when we consider no tax on overtime, up to a deductible amount of $25,000 for 2 years. The Center on Budget and Policy Priority tells us that it hurts the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, even when we account for no tax on tips or overtime.
So the average household that brings in about $100,000, is that middle class? What's middle class right now?
I do think that a household income with children's generating $100,000 is definitely still middle class. They're getting a little bit of a tax break from the big, beautiful bill. But then when we factor in the $92 billion worth of illegal taxation paid by Americans because of his tariffs, which equals out to around $1,700 a household on average, they're definitely going to be hurt more than helped. And then when we factor in the increase in the price of gas, the shortages in jobs, and the increase in the price of groceries on top of just a generally less productive economy, they're definitely hurt more than they're helped. And by the way, that deduction for overtime and tips expires next year.
Do you agree that if we come out on top in the war, if we do, which I do think it is a war, I agree that it is, if we do come out on top and we take control of that said area, or we do take, that it would actually boost our oil production or oil economy, or no?
You think that Trump's goal is to take control of Iran?
I actually do. I think he's full on gunning for takeover.
Thank you so much for the galaxy.
That's cool.
And why do you believe that?
Oh man, because that's all he's gunning for right now. I think that's what BB's been gunning for since 1990 something. They've been want control over that region for the.
So then why is he negotiating with the IRGC if he's just inevitably going to coup them?
Because that's what he is. That's if you hire a person to do a job that's what kind of job they're going to do, then what are they going to do? He's a salesperson. He's meant to go in there and pull the rug table, which means that they would gain control over that region and therefore boosting our oil.
No, that's not how it works. If you were a door-to-door salesman, would you spend 5 months of your life trying to sell your product to a grandma that you know is going to die the day before she gives you the money for the product? No. Because ultimately you're not going to make a sale, right? You'd just be wasting your time. Very similarly, I think if it was Donald Trump's intent to take control of Iran, he wouldn't be wasting months and months and months of our time trying to negotiate a denuclearization agreement with a country if his inevitable goal was to coup them and throw them to the curb.
Well, if he is eventually, I think he's actually going to take over. I think he's not trying to coup. I think he's going to take over.
So he'd coup the current government and then replace it with his own. So all the argumentation that I just gave you is the evidence to suggest that notion is flawed. Not to mention that you don't have any evidence for that in the first place. Reality is not your sandbox where you could just conjure up any belief and treat it as if it's true. We can't be dancing idiots and say that, because I want there to be a flying spaghetti monster that fills my bank account with money every Tuesday at 3 a.m. That therefore there is a flying spaghetti monster that fills my bank account with money every Tuesday at 3 a.m. We should only believe. Stop. We should only believe in things with evidence, right? And because we should only believe in things with evidence, and there's no evidence to indicate that he's going to take control of Iran, and in fact, all of the evidence that exists would say the opposite due to his ongoing negotiations with the IRGC, that your belief is very flawed.
Didn't he directly state that he wanted to, turn them to dust and make it one of our malls? He literally said that I'm going to turn it to glass and make it one of our malls if they don't negotiate, right?
Yeah, that's not taking over Iran. That's destroying and genociding Iran.
Which I do disagree with that, but that's still taking over it and then doing it still boosts our economy if they do run more important.
Wait, so you just think he's going to genocide Iran?
I agree. I think he will. Yes.
And you agree with genocide?
No, I do not agree with.
So then you don't support Trump.
I don't. I disagree with a few things that I came up here before and I asked you if you.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. You're saying that this is something that he's doing that you support, and you're acknowledging that it will be a genocide.
I will not. No, I said I do not support the attack on Israel. I mean, on Iran. I also do not support Israel. I did support, and I do support Trump's. But I thought he would pull a coup on Bibi, which he's not right now.
This is all so incoherent. You literally came up here arguing that you support Trump because of what he's doing in Iran. After less than 1 moment, you came up here arguing that you stop talking. You came up here arguing that you do support Trump because of what he's doing in Iran. Now, less than 10 minutes of dialogue later, you're arguing that you don't support this at all. So which one is it?
I said I don't support partial. An hour ago, I came up here and you told me to come back on the panel because I told you that I didn't. There were some things I didn't understand, and I'd like to ask you a question. And you nicely told me to come back up, and you'd answer them for me.
Wait. But you just gave this to me as the reason why you're MAGA.
Because you were kicking everybody off immediately that didn't give you. So I was now asking and presenting it as a question. But now I'd like to.
I'm sorry. No, I'm going to kick you for that. Because you just lied to me. You wasted even more of our time. You made us lose like 500 viewers because of your incoherent gibberish and time wasting. No, get the fuck out of here. What are we doing? Like, this is this is genuinely so fucking annoying. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on today. This has been the craziest hour and a half of the stream ever. These guys are drowning. They're legitimately drowning. We are 1 hour and 35 minutes into the live stream, and we haven't heard one argument for why Trump is a good president. I thought that maybe that was going to be the first argument for why Trump was a good president. Well, I support Trump because of what he's doing in Iran. He's going to take control of the country, and this is going to be beneficial for the economy. I spend less than 5 minutes describing how it's actually a genocide, and then he's like, yeah, you're actually right. I lied to you. I agree that this is all a really bad thing, and I actually lied to you when I came up here and told you that I'm a Trump supporter in the meantime, and that this is just like a Trojan horse for asking questions, wasting 10 more minutes of our time. Well, when are we going to get a Trump supporter? Are we going to get any? Or are they just completely gone, right? Well, I don't think that they're completely gone because you could see them whining in the comment section. Aurora, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you, Aurora?
I am 20.
Okay. And why do you support Trump, please?
Well, crap. So basically, there's a whole bunch of reasons. So I basically...
Bro, she left. She was an actual Trump supporter, by the way. I went to her page. She had a post about Charlie Kirk from last September. Dude. Oh my God. Guys. 1 hour, 37 minutes into the stream. Not one argument why Trump MAGA is finished. MAGA is finished, dude. This is so... Honestly. Wow. Wow. I'm feeling glorious right now. Dude. So we have 13.3 thousand viewers. I would assume that at the minimum, we maybe have 1,000 people watching that support Trump as president. Out of the 1,000 people that are watching that support Trump as president, maybe like literally 10 of them are in the queue. And every single time we bring one up here, they dip in less than 5 minutes flat. They have nothing. This is embarrassing. Charles, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. Like, they don't even have arguments. Oh my God. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
One reason why Trump is a good president, go.
Well, my personal experience, it can be like I'm gonna support whoever is in the presidency, whether he does great or fails. Like I've been Republican forever. And
so the question was, one reason Why Trump is a
Right.
good president.
Well, yeah, I got to finish my point.
Okay. Are you driving?
No. I'm a passenger princess right now.
Could you have your driver say hey real quick?
Hey.
Can you guys say hey at the same time?
No, because that's weird.
Nope, do it.
All right, on 3. Ready? 1, 2. Hey.
All right, you're funny, man. You're funny. Okay. Another Trump supporter without an argument, but at least he was kind of funny. Oh, God, guys. What a day. What a day we are having. What a day we are having. All right. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box.
Where's the tears for women in Afghanistan? But you cried for Kirk, you ugly bitch.
How do you know I haven't cried? Oh, well, she's already gone. Damn. Didn't even let me ask a counter question? Well, that's crazy. All right, whatever. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Or if you're that guest that's like, dude, watch this. I'm going to invite her back up. Here's her account. She's going to deny the invite. Everybody, let's watch this together. See, by the way, this is what happens with all Dean haters. They have no substance and no brain. They're like legit morons. Like, she's not going to come back up. She wanted a talking point. Listen, if you don't just want a talking point, then accept that invite that I just sent you. No, not at all. Good talking point, moron. Whatever. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Thank you for proving that Dean haters are dumb as fuck. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. Only up inside of that box if you're MAGA, please, and thank you. What a moron. What a moron. Hey, welcome in. Welcome back.
I am so sorry about that. I got a call. But okay. Anyways, so I support Trump for a lot of reasons. The economy before COVID, with the border, just the communication style, his, like his foreign policy actions, I don't really like I don't know how to really debate this to you. So I need you to tell me, give me counterpoints,
What is one way that Trump has helped the American economy in the last year and a half?
So many of so with COVID, let's say he helped with a bunch of the stock and the unemployment rates.
Oh, damn.
And he helped with businesses and workers. And we don't even talk about I forgot what it's called. I don't even know if I could say this on TikTok. So, I can't say it on TikTok, but with him taking care of all the bad people that come into the U.S., he helped with the drugs, and he took away the law when it comes to I don't know if I can say that either.
You can't say it. Hey, Melody, please accept my friend request on Discord when you get a chance. All right, listen, I asked you always helping the economy. You said that he was good for jobs. You said that he was good for businesses. You said that he was good for the average American, right? Okay, well, that's evidently false. If he was good for jobs, then we wouldn't have gotten the worst jobs report since 2003. Ignoring recessions last year, we went from adding 2.2 million jobs to the economy in 24 under Biden to only adding 170,000 jobs to the economy under 25 in Trump.
Well, you have to think that, we're going up, society.
We're actually going down. Last year, we also had the most layoffs since the pandemic and the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic as well. And GDP growth was cut by a third.
I meant society. We're all our, everyone, like, we're having babies, there's more people, like, we're only going up, like, in people, so it makes sense for there be the less jobs,
So we'd actually expect more jobs the more population grows. Like, I could give you a really good example of this. Do we have more jobs today or 100 years ago?
Well, yes, but on top of that...
That wasn't a yes or no question.
Okay. Well, that's obviously yes. You
No,
can't.
once again, it wasn't a yes or no question.
Right, but you can't go back to like 1900s. That's not even. I mean, come on. Like, to be fair, that would like ruin half of your debates if we went back in time. You know what I mean? We're talking about now.
I'm telling you the reason why I'm
We're
mentioning
talking about
100
the
years
past.
ago, because the population was like clearly much smaller. But I guess you think the smaller the population is, the more jobs we have. I just don't
No, 'cause
understand how
the
you're
more-
even like reasoning that conclusion at all.
I just don't understand how, like, your debate is something to do with like the 1900s. I'm talking about now, and obviously
Holy cow.
it's getting to the point
So
where
I'll give you an
10-year-olds
explanation. Aurora, I'll give you an explanation again. So we just talked about how we had a significantly worse jobs report in 2025 than we did under 2024 with Biden. And then your explanation was, well, the population has grown, so we would naturally expect less jobs. So if smaller population equals more jobs, because that's the inverse of your claim, then we would expect to have more jobs in 1900 than in 2000, because there's a significantly smaller population. But like, clearly that's unintuitive and false, right? We would obviously have more jobs the larger our population is, because a larger population means more people with more money. And when more people have more money, they then spend that money on American companies. And when more people with more money spend more money on American companies, then more American companies have more capital to invest in hiring more people.
Low unemployment doesn't always mean people are doing better. A lot of people, work multiple jobs, struggling with, and Flint. Okay, I can't even. But literally, like, just because jobs exist doesn't mean that, like, he is a bad president. I don't understand how, like, him, not.
Well, so jobs, that's like one macroeconomic indicator. You're right. Just because employment is lower doesn't technically mean that everybody's doing better, because maybe everybody could be doing worse. Although more people have jobs, people are getting paid less and goods cost more, right? But, well, not only under Trump do we see that there's less jobs and less employment, but we also see higher prices, right? And we saw the largest monthly increase in the price of groceries in 4 years last month. The largest monthly increase in the price of gasoline since Vietnam in 1967. Okay? We see that real median wages, the growth rate of those have gone down as well, so people are making less money at faster rates.
But what about when, like, the other president was here? The gas prices also did the same thing.
Yeah, but not because of the president.
And, like, economy's, like, only going up. So, like, your statement was, like, 1900, everything was, like, less. So, like, remember back in the day, gas was only, like, $1. You know what I mean? It makes sense for shit to get more expensive. I don't even think that just has something to do with Trump. That's just life. Like, I mean, in 30 years from now, like, Trump's going to be dead, and we're literally going to have, everything's going to be even more expensive just because that's just how life is,
So,
nothing to do with, like...
So there's like a floor to inflation in a healthy economy, right? Like, we would expect some low level of inflation, like hopefully around 2% annually. Okay, but when we see like 40% in 1 month, that's like clearly an issue. Right? Like, I could give you an example. Everybody, like their health gets worse the longer they live. Like, we're going to expect a 70-year-old to be less physically healthy than a 25-year-old. Okay? But, like, if a 30-year-old is so physically unhealthy, they're on the brink of death in the ICU, we're not going to say, oh, well, no, the car that hit them didn't cause that, because we naturally expect people to get less healthy the more they age. No.
But I get what you're saying, which that was a very good example, but I still, like, I mean, I just don't understand how it's all on Trump, but when, like, it's another president, it's the same thing. I feel like they're always saying the same thing,
Well, so we could prove that the increase in the price of gas.
PDF. You know what I mean? Like, they
Can
were
you give
both.
me can you give me the evidence of that, please?
Oh, I mean, how do you want me to like share my screen with you and like look it up? I don't know how else to show you. I mean, it's been like.
Are you
all
saying
over
that there's
the-
a video of it?
I mean, not only is there like video of him being a PDF,
like
but
what
there's,
did he
like,
do specifically that proved he was a PDF? The last president.
A bunch of girls. We'll just say that, and he
A
would
bunch of girls. What is he doing to the
and-
girls?
And there was like a whole like page about like him doing something.
Him doing
But I would
what?
have to-
Like
I would have to
precisely,
look
like
that up.
like what action? Was he like touching them in their private parts? Was he like looking
They
at them while
were-
they were naked? What was the president doing?
It was a. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Oh God.
It was a. It was something to do with like them walking into like a locker room with them being naked, or something. Is what I was told.
Biden?
Yes, that's what I read, and it was like everywhere.
Would you say that that's good enough reason to stop supporting Biden as president?
My point is the
No,
last.
like clearly Biden shouldn't have been
wait,
president
but
because he did that, right?
Do you support Biden?
Well, now that you've like brought me to this
I wasn't
revelation, now that you've brought me to this revelation that he's like walked into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls, no, I don't.
Okay, so
Is that fair? Like we should like wow, let's get the word out there. Can we agree that everybody who still supports Biden is kind of crazy? Because you literally barged into the locker rooms
so,
of
like,
naked women and
wait.
girls?
Okay, so like, can I? So you're saying like I can be a Republican without supporting
Whoa. We're not talking about you. We're talking about Biden. Because this is like a national like emergency.
Because I know where you're going with this. You're gonna be like, okay, so how can you support Trump and then?
No, this has nothing to do with Trump. This is about Biden.
see where you're going.
You just
I know.
I'm not going anywhere. You just brought me to the revelation that he'd walked into a locker room of naked women and girls. Do you agree that every American who still supports Biden needs to stop supporting him right now because of that?
No.
Wait, you're okay with our presidents walking into the locker rooms of naked women and girls?
No.
Wait, so then you would need to advocate for them to no longer be president because of that. Also, I don't know, you're just not that smart of a person, Aurora, but I'll be honest with you. That's not something Biden's ever done.
That was very rude for you to say. That had nothing to do with our point.
Sorry. That's just not something
Should I
Biden's
say you're ugly? Like that's just not nice to say.
Well, see, the thing is you'd be wrong.
Let's
and I
not
wouldn't be
talk
wrong.
about like. I mean, come on. Let's go to the point here. You don't have to talk about like.
So you were
come
just.
on, like,
So you were just like
rude.
wrong. You were just like
in
confused.
front
That's-
of 14,000 people, you're gonna call me stupid. That's just
I
rude.
didn't call you stupid. I said that you're not smart.
Okay, now what does that mean to the average person when you say they're not smart?
Listen, what I'm saying
what
here,
is-
Aurora.
what is the
What
opposite of
I'm
smart?
trying to say here, Aurora,
'Cause you basically
is
just called me
your accusation against Biden is not something that Biden's literally ever done. That like word for word, bar for bar, is something that Trump's done.
To do that. So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Like literally, like word for fucking word. Like you saw somewhere on the internet that like Trump had barged into the locker rooms or the dressing rooms of naked women and girls. And then like for whatever reason, you thought that it was like Biden. I've no clue like what happened in your life to like lead you to that conclusion. But you were like severely misinformed.
Okay, yeah. I guess I was misinformed, which I guess makes me dumb to you. So I'm glad you made sure to,
But like, where did you
That's very
hear that?
nice of you.
Where did you see that something that Biden did?
It was everywhere. I don't know.
It was not what?
Dude, I saw it, and there was like a whole thing where like apparently his niece or something, like he molested her. It was like a family ordeal Like, it's a whole thing.
Are you talking about Donald Trump hitting on his daughter, agreeing with Howard Stern? Is this another thing that Trump did? Donald Trump hit on his daughter, agreed with Howard Stern, calling her a hot piece of ass. Like, you're like literally taking all of the things that Donald Trump has done, and you're just saying that Biden did them. What are we doing?
Well, you know, I still think that he's helped a lot, you know?
Name one thing Trump has helped.
Well, again, the borders. I mean,
How has he helped the borders?
drugs. I mean, don't even get me started on how much, like, the drugs are out of the country.
I'm sorry. He gave a full and complete presidential pardon to an ex-Honduran president who trafficked 400 tons of the sea drug into America. Full and complete presidential pardon. He's like the massive drug kingpins are walking free in Trump's America.
So, you're telling me that when he put up all these borders and he did all this work to get all these people out, and there's still drugs here?
The people he's getting out of the country are like innocent undocumented immigrants who have never sold a drug or committed a crime in their life. Only 5% of the deportations under Trump are of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their record. Meanwhile, the Democratic administrations before him actually put that preface on those with bad crimes on their records. For instance, under Obama, 20% of the deportations were of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their record.
So, name one thing good that, you know, your side has done. That's what I want to know. Because it's always like, what is ours done? But what is your side done? That's what I want to know.
Okay. How about we go bar for bar here? I'll name my favorite Biden-Harris policy, and then you'll name your favorite Trump policy. So I'll start. My favorite Biden-Harris policy.
Wait.
What's not fair about that?
Yeah, because you just asked me, why do I support it? And now I'm asking you back, and now you're basically taking control of the situation.
I'm just saying that we'll go like bar for bar.
Like, answer my question first.
I intend to answer first.
Okay.
Like I'm just saying that we'll go like bar for bar, like back and forth. And I'll answer first.
Got you.
So my favorite policy from the Democrats under the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris admin had to have been the Chips and Science Act, which was a 10-year, $220 billion investment into U.S. chip startups to bump our global supply of chips from below 1% to up to 30% in less than 8 years. And so far in the first 3 years of the Chips and Science Act being in effect, it's created over 500,000 jobs, 450,000 of those jobs being in temporary construction, as well as it's caused over $500 billion worth of private investment into American manufacturing and infrastructure. So that was my favorite Biden policy. Bar for bar, back to you. What's your favorite Trump policy? Keep in mind, a policy is a bill that was passed through Congress, influenced by Trump, then signed into law.
Well, he lowered on corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. He reduced some personal income tax rates. Man, it would be better if I was looking at a computer like you were, to be honest with you. I'm doing this off the top of my head. He raised wages and he made the U.S. companies more globally competitive, you know?
You're reading off of a computer screen right now, and I know that because you just mispronounced globally.
What? Oh, man, he got me. I suck at this. Well, Dean, it was nice debating with you. I'm sorry for wasting your time.
Yeah, you have a good one. Oh my Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, Dean.
Oh my god, bro.
What do you mean, oh my god?
Oh my god, bro. She's definitely one of the 48% of Republicans in North Carolina that think the price of gas today is high because of Biden. Dude, honestly, like, that's why we need to vote, folks. That's why we need to vote. Bless her heart. all the education, all of the live streams, all the arguments of the world, Aurora's mind is made. Aurora's mind is not going to change. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me thank a couple people here over on Super Chat. Thank you for the $50, Neo. Thank you so much for the $50, man. That is a shit ton of money. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you for the huge donation. Thank you, Neo. Show some love to Neo down below. Neo with the 50 says, between 2015 and 2021, ICE has shot 56 people and 26 of those people died. So we've averaged 4.4 deaths a year from ICE. However, the context of these shootings are largely lost to history. Well, I appreciate you for the statistics, Neo. You are awesome, man. Thank you for the $50. Hope that you're enjoying the stream today. Show some love to the goat Neo down below for that very kind dono. Lord T, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, man. Shout out to you. Same thing to Light. Thank you for the $10. Who says, while the stream is less interesting when MAGA runs and hides and when they can't actually debate in good faith, chat reminds me that Sane Americans still exists, right? Thank you for the $10, Light. I appreciate you guys. We're caught up on Super Chat. On Venmo, thank you, Bill, for the $10. Who says, dad of 3, 55 years old. My 15-year-old got me hooked on your work. Bill, bring the receipts.org, inspired by you. Goal is compassionate conversation. Would love your feedback. Keep it up, stay strong, and thank you. Well, thank you, Bill, and I'll have to check that one out. Shout out to your children as well. I think that you're awesome, man. Mary, thank you for the $2. And then with that being said, we're actually all cut up over on PayPal. On Venmo, thank you so much. Sorry, on Venmo. On PayPal, thank you, Carrie, Nurse Carrie. Thank you so much for the $53 dono. Thank you, Carrie. You're awesome. That is so much money. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you for your generosity and love. Let's get 500 Nurse Carrie W's. And thank you for the kind message as well. Nurse Carrie with the $53 says, you finally shut MAGA off. You're doing the Lord's work. From Nurse Carrie. Nurse Carrie, thank you. Yeah, I know. We are really silencing MAGA today. I mean, it is rough out here. And then Geraldo, thank you for the $4. We're all cut up over there as well, guys. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Just make sure that you double check your spelling, folks, because there's a bunch of fake accounts out there. Chris, do you support Trump as president?
Yes, sir, I do.
Oh God, that's embarrassing. How do you feel about his creation of a new system of justice that doesn't apply to him?
What are you talking about, Dean Withers?
I'm talking about the settlement in the lawsuit, Trump v. Trump, right? Because it's against himself since he controls the IRS and the DOJ. And it settled. And a part of the settlement was the acting attorney general of the DOJ pledging and signing a relinquishment of claims form into effect, preventing and barring the federal government, including the DOJ and the IRS, to ever investigate or audit Donald Trump for any potential tax crimes that he's ever committed up until this point in his life. Right? Like, essentially, Donald Trump has been able to create a system where the law straight up doesn't apply to him.
Who, if we talking about Trump?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, Dean, I feel like you just say like a whole bunch of like big words super fast just to like make the other person feel dumb. I don't really know.
Holy.
Are you like reading off a screen?
No, I'm not reading off a screen, Chris. Holy. Would you be willing to bet money?
Bet money what?
That I'm not reading off of a screen?
On your life, you're reading off a screen.
So then bet me $100.
Bet you 100?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Is that not a screen right in front of you, Dean?
There's a screen right in front of me.
Some people are asking, bro, shut up.
So if I could prove to you that I'm not reading off of a screen, would you be willing to make a $100 bet?
Of course.
Can you see through this piece of paper?
Can I what?
Is this piece of paper transparent in the slightest?
No, not at all.
Okay. I'm going to hold it up to my face and just repeat what I said, so then you'll have to pay me $100. Specifically, what I said is that Donald Trump is now creating a new system of justice in which tax law doesn't seem to apply to him. The reason why I say this is because Donald Trump just reached a settlement with the IRS. It was essentially a lawsuit against himself because he controls the IRS and the DOJ. And a part of the settlement included the acting attorney general of the DOJ, Todd Blanche, signing a relinquishment of claims form into effect, in which now bars the federal government, including the IRS, from investigating Donald Trump, his family members, and his businesses for tax-related crimes. So do you want to send me the $100 now?
Yeah, I got you. What's
so
your
Venmo, PayPal.
What's your cash app?
Oh, Dean Debates.
Huh?
DeanDebates. Yes, Dean Debates.
Well, I got a quick question about Hello.
Sure, after you send me the $100.
100. Well, I'm about to leave my screen. I don't want to like kick you from the live. You know.
That's fine. It won't kick you from the live. You could leave your screen and you could go on pause and you could do it.
Chris, yeah.
So go ahead and go on pause and do that now. So go ahead and do it now.
Shit, my car's locked. I can't. Fuck.
Your car's locked.
Yeah, my.
What does your car have to do with you cash apping?
No. My card is locked. Dean Withers.
Your card is locked. You wouldn't know that unless you went to the app and tried it first. So you just lied to us.
I've been trying. No. Because like
so go ahead and go on pause and go to Cash App and send me 100 because you owe me 100.
Look at my jawline. Look at my jawline right now.
Jin, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. It'd look better if you sent me $100, Chris. Because you owe it to me. Are you not a man of your word?
No, of course I am. Of course.
Okay, so then send me $100. You owe it to me. You made a bet.
Nah, but I put it on your life though.
You put it on $100.
No. I said on your life.
You know, we bet $100. Would you like to bet another $100 that if we rewind the VOD, you'll hear yourself betting $100 the first time?
On your life.
So then you'll owe me $200. Right? Do you want to make a $100 bet that a part of the bet included $100?
Wait, are you saying the bet is that I did not say? Wait, what?
The bet is that you did say that if I could prove you wrong, you'd send me $100. That's what the bet was over. Dude, I'm not going to let you scam me. MAGA, you guys are scam artists. I'm not joking. You legitimately owe me $100. You can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place right there after tips. Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Now, just make sure that you get the spelling right if you use the @ I definitely recommend to use the link in the bio just because it's a little bit more direct. Hey, Miley, thank you so much for the $10 over on Cash App. I appreciate you so much for that love, Miley. Show some love to Miley. Over on Super Chat, thank you, the new talent, for the $30 who says, keep up the good trouble. Thank you so much, talent. You are awesome. Thank you. Let's get 300 talent W's in that comment section for the $30 donation. Thank you so much for the $30 dono. Look at that. Now you only owe me 70. Thank you so much. New for the $30.
Right,
now you only owe me 70. Where's the 70 bucks
can I
at?
get chat to pay my debt?
No, you have to pay the bet. You have to pay the bet.
Bro, Chris, keep your
Cadence,
word.
thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App.
Bro.
Now you only got 65, tell me.
See, they got it for me. Chat got me.
Well, it
I'm not
looks
gonna
like they
lie, I'll
got
pay
like
like half.
$35. So now you got 65 to go. Send me 65 bucks.
Chris broke. You're not funny, kid. You said what?
I don't think it
15?
was supposed to be a joke.
Nah, chat got me.
Are you gonna send me the $100?
Yeah, I got you. No.
Okay,
I'm
do it.
gonna pay half, and chat's gonna pay the other half.
Well, they already have. So send me the $50.
Oh, they have.
Yeah, send me the
Okay,
$50.
Let's
Come
give
on,
them like.
please. No, come on,
give them,
Chris.
like,
Send me the $50.
Bro, Dean, let's be honest, bro. You're scamming all
You
these
just
people
said
out of this
that.
money, bro.
You just said that you were gonna send half,
No, I said on your life, I'm missing half.
and then now you're saying that I scam people that are watching out of money.
Yeah. Talk about some blah blah blah, woo wah wham.
How do I scam them out of their money?
Chris, is that what's that word called?
One moment. How do I scam them out of their money?
Charlton broke is crazy.
Also, that's just projection. You're saying that I'm scamming anybody. You're scamming me.
Bro, I put it on your life, Chris.
Tawny, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, not to be applied to the guest debt. Love you, Dean. Thank you, Tawny, for the $10 not
They
being applied
got
to your
me,
debt.
they got me.
Nope. You
Chat,
still owe
what do you
you
want?
still owe 65 because specifically that wasn't applied to the debt that you owe me.
Chris is broke.
You just vowed that you'd send me another 100. Sorry, another 50.
No, I did not.
Now you're
vow.
walking
I
back
put it on your
again.
life, I would.
Sorry,
What did
man.
I
You owe
put
me
it
some
on?
money. Are you gonna send me the money or not?
Yeah, of course.
Then
But
do it
after
right
chat,
now,
he's like,
or else you're chopped and broke.
Yo, Dean, don't you ever again in your life disrespect me like that.
Okay, yeah. Then send me the $50, bud. I disrespect weak men.
Bro, I mog you into oblivion.
No. The only thing that you mog into oblivion is that hole that you punched in your wall after you lost that game of Fortnite, and that second hole you'll likely punch in the wall after you leave this live since you lost the bet. You mogged that. You really mogged that drywall, buddy. You really mogged it. Punched it into oblivion.
Dean, you're so cringe.
Aiden, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. At least I'm not a
go.
scam artist who says he bet 100, send the $100. Yeah, this guy's wasting my time. You owe me some fucking money, you fool. God damn it. Chopped and broke. All right, Smack, are you going to act like a toddler today?
How's it going, man? Yeah, let's just got off work, so looking to have a good debate with you.
Okay, but are you Hannah? Thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Who says not for attributing to the debt. Thank you for the love, Hannah. Let's get 100 Hannah W's. And thank you for the $20. Who says as soon as he weasels his way out of paying the $100, he'll go on to say what a great economy we live in because of Trump. Yeah, so real. Thank you for the $20, Let's get 200 MMWs as well as APRY. Thank you for the $10. Who says chop broken bald collar, not to be applied to his debt. Thank you for the $10 APRY. You're awesome. All right, Smack. Are you gonna act your age?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Light, thank you for the $20 for your next gallon of gas, not for the collar. Thank you for the $20, Light. Let's get another 200 Light W's in that chat. Thank you for the love and support. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place. The @'s also right there after tips. @Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Make sure to double check your spelling though, because a lot of scamming accounts out there. Okay, take it away. What the fuck is your deal? How do you still support this piece of shit as Prez?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. The previous guest mentioned that Biden done something with his family member or his daughter, and you reframed it back on Trump, which was a lie. She was talking about Ashley Biden's diary where Biden was showering with her, and you knew that was correct, but you didn't want to point that out because why would you? It affects your ability to argue.
It's just something about his niece, not daughter. Plus, that claim is not true. I don't think it's been verified.
Yeah, it is true. She wrote it in her own diary, so it's
yeah.
not true.
I don't think that's been verified.
You're a liberal, but if you don't want to accept it, that's fine. The second thing, I just want to verify what came out of Trump's mouth is he went backstage. He didn't go into women's locker room. You never clarify that, though. You never clarify that. You make conjectures to make it seem like he keeps saying that he went into women's locker rooms, but what can't come out of your mouth is the actual words from his mouth, which is, I went backstage because I own the pageant. But you won't say that. Did everyone hear that? It's backstage. Do your own research. Do your own research. Don't listen to this weasel. This weasel's going to make you believe something that's not true. He said he went backstage. Did he say that? Yes or no, Dean? Is that true or false?
It's true.
Thank you. Have
what's
a good
your
day.
definition? Don't run. What's your definition of the word woman? Is it adult human female? Don't run. Don't run, Smack.
No.
Don't run. Listen, guys, this is MAGA for you. They want to come up here. They want to make about 1 billion claims, but then they're going to run away before I could refute them. My refutation, the Ashley Biden's diary bit, is that the content of her diaries are unverified. Why? Because somebody stole her diary from her, sold it to Project Veritas, an alt-right think tank that has a track record of manipulating the documents that they get on political opponents. And then in a letter to the court under deposition, Ashley Biden said because of her diary that there had been false allegations lobbed at her as well as the people that she cares about. And the really only big allegation lobbed at anybody was the allegation against Biden for quote-unquote showering with her. Okay, so as it stands, because there's been no handwriting specialist that has verified that the handwriting on the page that included the excerpt about showers was verified to match the other texts on other pages of the diaries in which we have confirmed to be her, ultimately that claim would be unverified. And then the second claim about saying that he never walked into the dressing room, sure, well, you could refer to things without calling them exactly what they are. Like, I'll give you a good example, Smack. Your definition of the word woman would be an adult human female, okay? So if I were to tell you that I'm dating an adult human female, under your view, I would be telling you that I'm dating a woman, even though I never explicitly used the word woman. But of course, these are the two counter arguments that you're going to run away from because you know that you can't prove them wrong. That's why you want to come up here, give us a monologue, call me a trashy liberal, make your points, then dip before I could respond to them. Wow, what a small little weasel, spineless idiot we got on the stream. He's going to do the same thing, by the way, guys. He's just going to repeat his points. He's going to call me a weasel because he never explicitly said dressing rooms. He's going to say, of course, you don't believe the diary because you're a woke weasel, and then he's just going to run. Okay, that's just how it's going to go. Go ahead and click on that profile picture, bottom right-hand corner. Go ahead and run the script. It's fine. Come on, Smack. Speed things along. Crash out, get mad, call me a weasel, refuse to respond to or legitimately engage in any of the points that I made, then leave. It's fine. I'm used to it. We do this every day, Smack. We're very used to your kind. Oh, wow. He just left. Okay. Good boy. Moving on to the next guest, only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got the next guest, King Crown, loaded up in the box. There he goes. Wow, who expected that? Steven, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, as an actor, mostly a voice actor now, though, but from experience of quote-unquote backstage, there's no time ever anybody is naked in the general backstage. MAGA likes to only believe in literal words rather than also adding context to logic. Crazy work, right? Thank you for the $10, Steven. You're the goat. I appreciate you, man. Show some love to Steven down below in the comment section. While we're looking to get that next guest loaded up in the box, if you're in that queue, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump. As well as Fasi, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for therapy. I appreciate it, man. I'm certainly going to need that after today. That's so true. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? J Kiss. Hello. Going once to J Kiss. Jacobs?
Yo, you hear me?
Yo, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Oh, man, that's pretty embarrassing. How old are you?
I'm 23.
All right, man. Let me thank 4 people, and the mic and the floor are yours. DK, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, DK. DK with the 20 says, are men typically allowed backstage? Then why did he say where men aren't allowed? Also, how do you get away with things that aren't bad things or things that are bad? Finally, would you let your daughter near a doctor who said that, right? Thank you so much for the $20, DK. Really good points. Thank you. You're awesome. Noel, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. I'm sorry that you had an interaction with TPA. He sucks. And Sin Muse with the $10 as well. He says, funny how they've switched from saying he didn't do it to he went backstage, Lamal. Yeah, it's because they're all numbnuts that can't argue for jack shit. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
I support him because I have no choice but to support him. My tax money is being used for the American government. Therefore, I am supporting Trump. Even though I'm not actually supporting Trump, I'm still supporting Trump.
You are financially supporting Trump's agenda against your own will. This doesn't mean that you ideologically support Trump as president.
Elaborate more on that.
Because you said that you're paying taxes to the government, that's true. That means that you're financially supporting the Trump agenda against your own will, because ultimately they have a lot of influence over what the tax dollars that you pay are being used for. So am I, so is everybody that's a taxpayer in America. Okay, but that's different from ideologically supporting who he is as president, which means that you recognize cognitively with your mental states that you believe he is a good president. There's a difference between what you believe and what you're obligated to do via American laws, such as paying taxes on the money that you make.
But the question on your screen says, how do you still support Trump? And that is how I
being
still
indexed
support
to
Trump.
cognitively supporting him as president, i.e. Believing that he's a good president. So this is very clear to like literally everybody. It's also clear to you you're just being bad faith because you probably want some screen time on my life. Because when we ask before elections, who do you support? Who are you voting for? Okay, we're not asking, you know.
But if both parties are corrupt, I'm not following.
So you think that Kamala Harris was just as corrupt as Trump?
Both. I think America's always been corrupted.
Okay, to the same extent?
Yes, but now it's more.
So Harris would have been just as corrupt as Trump. So where were her felonies?
Trump.
Or was her rape
Kamala,
case?
I'm saying America. Not
Okay,
Kamala. I'm saying both parties are corrupted.
Okay, so yeah, and Kamala Harris was the leader of the Democratic Party for the general election in 2024. So was she just as corrupt as Trump, or was she less corrupt than Trump? Please answer the question.
Trump is more corrupt than Kamala.
Okay, so you voted for the more corrupt candidate?
I don't vote.
Okay, I'm actually happy you don't vote. I don't think that unintelligent people such as yourself should be voting, my friend. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Wow, these guys are really sharp today. Really cunning, intelligent interlocutors. Yo, Carolyn, thank you for the $50 dono on PayPal. Who says, just to make you smile, have a great day, Dean. Thank you, Carolyn. You are awesome. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I want to see 500 Carolyn W's down below. No, listen, I'm having a rough day today. These guys stink, brother. Oh, my. They're so stinky, dude. Holy shit. But I really appreciate you so much for the $50. That is very kind. Thank you so much. Show some love to Carolyn down below in that comment section. Thank you. Icky Vicky, what the fuck do you want?
This stream just spent grifting. Crazy.
What do you want, Icky Vicky?
I'm still wondering why you can't read. Like you.
I'm still wondering why you haven't showered since middle school, Icky Vicky. You smell.
That's not your. Oh my god, bro.
Oh my! That you just exhaled air. Now after smelling that too, I think you need to brush your teeth. Please. Oh, stop! Ew! Beauty! Ew! Icky Vicky. Oh man, that's funny. What do you want?
Why do you support murder? Why do you support and defend murder? And now you think this is a joke. I'm being dead ass. Why do you support murder?
I don't support murder, Vicky.
No, I think you do support murder, and that's
who do
why
I
nobody
support the murder
you.
of?
Charlie
Babies
Kirk.
in the wow.
You
okay.
like to scrutinize people.
I thought that you're gonna go with the
saying that-
abortion argument. Now you're talking about Charlie Kirk.
Okay, well that's a problem too. But we can address that later.
So how do I support the murder of Charlie Kirk?
You were basically celebrating it when he died, and then whenever people come up here and try to
Sure, how was I celebrating
him, when people came up here and were trying to respect him,
celebrating it, Icky Vicky?
When people came up here and were trying to show him respect, you would kick them and say that they were corny, etc. and they're just trying to be respectful to a man who died, got shot in front of 3,000 people. Like, that is the lowest of the low. I don't want to get emotional, but I'm just.
It's fine, Vicky. I understand it. You're carrying the flame. You're carrying the flame, Vicky. I get it.
This is what I mean when I say you make jokes out of it.
Okay, so when Donald Trump said that he was happy Rob Rayner's dead, and that the world is better off for everybody, was that Trump supporting murder?
I smell a pivot.
No, I just smell an
smell a
application of
pivot.
the logic that you seem to want to argue an application of myself. That nobody should support me because I support the murder of Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk for
you
like
get paid
unidentifiable
thousands a
random
stream
reasons.
for
So therefore, you
advocating
shouldn't
for
support
people's
Trump
deaths.
either, right?
No, you literally get paid thousands per stream to advocate for people's
Thousands,
deaths.
thousands of dollars.
Yes.
Try
Yes, I
millions.
counted it. I counted it. I
No,
literally
you
counted
counted it
it.
wrong. I make millions. Carolyn just sent me $5,000. Okay, all right. Steven sent me $500. That's right. I'm making bank, Vicky, and you're pissed at it. Sit down.
I am
Sit
pissed.
down.
There's no reason.
You're so
that they should-
mad. I'm up. Millions of dollars a day. Stay pissed, Icky Vicky. Maybe I should spend some of that money on building you a shower. Maybe I should. Would that be a good humanitarian cause for me to donate to, Vicky? Donate to the
You
shower?
think you're funny? You think you're funny?
No, I
Like,
think I'm a
nobody-
humanitarian good guy that just wants to help struggling Americans such as yourself. Struggling with that bar of fucking soap,
Well,
dude.
you struggle with telling the truth. Like, you're sitting here puffing on that little fucking mint bar that you have, the Miami Mint, right?
Ah, man, I'd rather
We've
smell
all
like
seen it,
Miami
and you're
mint than human
Oh my-
feces.
you're
Vicky,
trolling,
Vicky.
right?
Courtney, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get 100 Courtney W's in that chat who says Vicky needs to talk to your therapist, not ops online. So true. Cynthia, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you. You're awesome. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Let's get 500 Cynthia W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. You're the GOAT. 500 Cynthia W's. Genuinely, thank you. Cynthia with a 50
Here he
bucks says, hey,
goes.
Dean, it's been a minute.
Griffin
I hope you're
again.
doing well. I'm doing really well. I hope that you're doing all right, Cynthia. Show some love to Cynthia. Can you thank Cynthia for the $50, Icky Vicky?
Don't ask me that dumb shit.
Okay, Brianna, thank you for the $5. Who says, I can't listen to these bozos sober anymore. I'm sorry, I don't want this stream to drive you to alcoholism. You should just click out. Justin, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much, Dustin. And Dylan, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And Light, thank you for the $10 over on Superjet. Thank you, you guys. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo PayPal link in the bio and TikTok pin message on that other place and right there at Dean Withers without the E in Withers. All right, Icky Vicky. So once again, let's apply your logic here. You said
Can
that
you
I
stop
support
calling me
murder.
that? Can you stop calling me that?
Sure.
No,
Vicky.
for real. Like, stop calling me that.
Okay, sorry. I'll just call you Icky. So Icky.
Okay, no.
But you asked
You're
me to stop
disrespectful
calling
as
you
fuck.
Icky Vicky,
No.
and I did.
You're trying to be disrespectful. Like, you think this is a joke, and I'm
No,
being
you
so
asked me to
serious.
stop.
Like, that's not
Did
my
I
name.
listen? Did I stop calling you Icky Vicky? Yes or no?
What part of
The answer
Vicky do you
to that
think
question is yes, because I stopped calling you Icky Vicky, and then I just started calling you Icky.
Yeah, but what part of Icky Vicky do you think I don't like? Can you be logical? Do you have a brain in that like tiny little?
I don't know.
hairs? Do
You seem
have
to be
anything
projecting
there?
a lot of your own personal insecurities onto me, so I'd assume it's the Vicky part. That's why we had a
Brother,
donor
your
recommend
head is
you
literally
talk to
hollow.
a
Like, you have
therapist
nothing
instead
but,
of
like,
ops
shells in
online.
there. I wouldn't call you an op. I'm Christian and I don't see people as opposition.
You're Christian? Really? What are the first 4 books in the New Testament?
Say that again?
What are the first 4 books in the New Testament?
Why would I bother telling that to a Christian? You don't even believe in Christ. You're condemned.
Well, actually,
I
Christ
don't even
tells
think
you
you'd be
that it's
saved.
that
Like,
it's
all
that
the
it's
shit that you're
that it's your
peddling.
obligation as a follower of Christ to spread the good word to as many people as possible. You don't think that Paul had an obligation to share
when you
Jesus'
spread
word
the
with
good word,
non-Christians?
guess
And you
what?
and,
Guess
and then
what?
you won't even name the first 4 books in the New Testament. That's very icky of you, Vicky.
You're not Christian, are you?
I am an Orthodox. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm so Christian. I'm kicking it because she's annoying. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hi, I don't support Trump. I'm not MAGA, but I do have opposing views than you do regarding border policy.
Okay, Kate. Well, it sounds like you're driving. Feel free to hop inside of that queue when you are not behind the wheel. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I watch your things a lot, and you were just calling the black guest broke before, and now you called her gross. And it's weird because I come on here supporting you a lot, and I don't agree with the way you're speaking to black guests, and I noticed that you do this kind of often.
So the reason why I was calling Chris broke is because he made $100 bet with me, and then he didn't pay the $100 bet when he lost. And then he asked to reduce it down to $50. And then he just asked the people in the chat to cover the $50. He said that they got it for me. So that was a little bit of a joke. It had to do with him asking the chat to cover the bet.
I was here for that part. I was just wondering, like,
and
if you're going to spread
I don't even think we know Vicky's race. I certainly don't know
black.
Vicky's race.
It was on her profile picture.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for sharing that with me, but we were calling Icky Vicky, because she's very icky with the way that she treats me when she joins my live stream. That certainly wasn't a first time thing.
Oh,
she likes to come up here every
couple
months to be real icky. Trump supporters are pretty icky, right?
Oh, 100%. But
Yeah,
I like
icky
what you
Vicky for
do.
real.
So appreciate it. And someone just told me, yeah, there's a history with you and Vicky. So I'll step out of that. Take care. Thank you.
Well, yeah, you take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up with the box. Only up inside of the queue if you were MAGA, please, and thank you. We got the next guest, Tanner, loaded into the live. Here we go, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hmm?
Speak. We're going to move on, looking for the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. We got the next guest, Gabrielle Wayne, loading up in here. Hey, Fit Dad CEO, I appreciate you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat.
Shit.
I appreciate you so much for that love. Please show some love to Fit Dad down below. Let's get 500 Fit Dad W's.
What's up,
I
boss?
appreciate you.
What's up, boss?
Okay, man, give me one moment, man. Fit Dad with the $50 donation. Seriously, that is very, very kind of you. I really do appreciate you for the love and support. Says, girl, bye. Don't have black ass coming up in here supporting MAGA and making bets that they can afford. Oh, and I'm black. So be gone with that. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $50, man. I know that you've been watching for a while. I really appreciate you. You've been supporting me and Parker for months now. Huge shout out to FitDadCO down below in that comment section. I appreciate you.
right,
Gabriel Wayne, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I mean, kind of. I don't support or de-support any president because they're all just people and figments that make bad decisions on a post. So it's
okay. Then it doesn't really sound like you support Trump. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. We got the next guest, Brad Meets World, loading up in the box, and then his bio says debate facts, not feelings. So I see that it says in your bio facts, not feelings. So I'm like rightfully assuming that you're not a Trump supporter, right? Because if you care about the facts and not feelings, then you're definitely anti-MAGA, correct?
What's up, Dean? Trump supporter, 30.
Ooh, so do you want to change your bio to feelings, not facts?
Ooh, no, I actually argue off of logos and not ethos.
All right, well, then I think that you need to change that bio. Here, let me ask you a very simple question.
Wait, hold on, Dean, hold on. Can I ask
I was in the
one
middle.
question?
I was in the middle of my sentence.
Okay, cool. Are you sick of like the race fatigue? People bringing up race all the time, like that last lady that came up and was giving you shit because you were making like harmless comments about people, and she made it about race. Doesn't that like get annoying?
Well, I'd actually prefer for Destiny to join my live stream and ask me like why I was calling Icky Vicky compared to like 14-year-old Nazis that support Trump joining my live stream and spamming the N-word. Actually, what I'd ask you, Brad, is don't you get sick of having a president raping women and facing no accountability? Don't you get sick of having a president now having the IRS, granting him special amnesty from being prosecuted for tax-related crimes for every time in his life that he's paid taxes up until now? Do you get sick of supporting a president that boasted about barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants?
You want to go one point at a time?
Like, do you ever get sick of those?
Yeah, we can address all 5 of those if you want to go one by one.
Can you count those 3 points?
If you want to pivot and not answer my question, do you get sick of the race fatigue? People coming up here and bringing up race when you make harmless comments, which I actually thought was hilarious, calling her Icky Vicky, and the last guy who couldn't fulfill a bet that you made broke, but yet you have supporters that come up here and make it about race. Does that not like?
I answered your question.
Fatigue? You didn't. You just
No, I did. The answer to your question is no. What I get sick of is the 14-year-old Nazis joining up in the live stream, spamming the N-word, and Trump raping women, sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants, and facing no consequences because half the country, including you, supports him as president.
Cool. I'm glad both of those things that you mentioned are not mutually exclusive, and I'm also disgusted by Schnazis and 14-year-olds that come up here spamming the N-word. I think that's also
not
despicable.
disgusted by the whole like Trump barging into the dressing rooms of naked women girls to look at their bodies.
No, because I'll tell you why. So one, it wasn't a dressing room. It was backstage. It was backstage. Two, I think that grown women that participate in a competition where they're going up, exploiting their bodies for the public to see and getting voted on to be based off of solely looks, they're already in that place to show their bodies. They were backstage. The owner of the pageant walked backstage. That is a public space for the pageant owner to walk into. And so if they were so concerned about covering their physiques, they would have gone to the designated area, which is a dressing room, to be concealed from the public, aka men.
You're
so
a
that's
really
that.
unintelligent guy. I'll respond to that. That's fine. So,
Dean, are you 21 years old, bro?
Yeah.
Are you in college? Did you get a college education? Or do you agree with Charlie Kirk that college education is a waste of time?
I got 2 years and I dropped out to pursue what I'm doing now full time.
You got your AA and then you dropped to do professional debates on TikTok?
Yeah, political commentary.
Cool. Awesome.
So now I'm going to respond to your claim.
I also don't think that a college education is necessary, but I do think it's funny how you did 2 years in college, dropped out, and pursued a career on a social media platform doing debates, and you're basing your intelligence off of me from a 30-second conversation?
Yeah, so I'm basing my intelligence off of your incredibly redundantly stupid statement that women forfeit their right to any consent in any context, in any sense, given that they purport their bodies on beauty pageant stages.
Not what I
said. And that is what you said, because that was the first
said.
response that you gave me in response to Donald Trump sexually exploiting women by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at the naked bodies. The first thing you said is that they're already there to be oogled over and to have people look at them on stage while being judged. Yeah, when he walked into a space that he wasn't allowed to enter and stay. That he wasn't allowed to enter into. To barge into a space means to go into a space without permission. And that's exactly what he did.
Do you see how you use these words that are they carry a lot more weight than what actually happened in the situation to cause a sense of ethos, a reaction from your audience. It's emotional reaction, emotional response, not based off of fact, but based off of feeling. So to say
so nice baseless conjecture.
Hold on.
I'll hold on. I'll let you finish if you allow me the same grace. Because every single time that I've opened my mouth while you've been on the live, you've interrupted me. Yeah, a sentence that started in the middle of mine.
I promise you I will let you finish. I'm just going to land my plane real quick.
That's fine. Go for it.
You use ethos to exploit the emotions of your audience. You use words such as barge and exploit these women and all of these things that didn't actually happen when he walked into the backstage of a pageant that he in fact owned with women who signed up to go on stage and show off their body for people to judge them based off of their bodies. And you are saying that he was inappropriate for walking back, saying hi to the contestants. He was on Howard Stern, which is a vulgar program, who, it's funny enough, Howard Stern now supports the left. But anyway, he built his career making fun of disabled people, being completely racist and vile. But now you have him as a supporter, so congratulations. How is that equate to him exploiting women and barging in and making all of these women so uncomfortable that signed up willingly to show their bodies to the world?
Good. I'm really happy that you got it all out. So there's a lot to go over. First and foremost, a woman can consent to being viewed, for instance, in a swimsuit during a swimsuit modeling competition, such as Miss USA or such as Miss USA on stage, while still yet retaining the right to deny a man to look at her naked body while she's in a private designated space for women and women only to get changed backstage. You told me that you would let me speak in the same way that I let you speak. Beta Brad, are you struggling with
Go ahead, Dean.
controlling your emotions?
I apologize, Dean. Go ahead.
Okay. So, let me say this real quick before I continue. I've been doing these debates for a couple years now. I've picked up a couple skills. I mean, really, if this debating thing ever goes south, I could go pick up a job at like an elementary school because I know how to work with kids, right? So what option would you like? What path would you like to use to go forward? The path where I forcefully put the binky in your mouth by muting you when I'm speaking, or the path where you act your grown age? You said that you were 30 something, and just simply shut the hell up while I'm speaking, knowing that I'll send that same advice to you.
I already said I apologize. Carry on. It's okay.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
You're good.
So anyways, yeah. So the first point that I made is that a woman absolutely can consent to being viewed in a swimsuit on stage to get judged at Miss USA while retaining the right to deny consent to Amanda barge into her dressing room to look at her naked body. Now, the second point was that you accused me of using words to invoke some sense of emotional reaction from the audience, such as barge and exploit. Well, no, I'm just using the words as they're properly designated to be used. I take the definition of barging into a space to be entering into a space in which you don't have permission to enter into, right? If somebody barges into my house in the middle of the night and they're a burglar, that burglar is entering into my house without my permission, regardless if they literally tore the door down or they just, turned the knob because I left it unlocked. They barged in, right? Okay. And then to the second word, sexually exploit. Well, I mean, I just take sexually exploit to mean doing something sexual to somebody unconsensually without their permission, right? And this would be a prime example of sexual exploitation. A man, Trump, abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant to then barge into the dressing rooms, to then abuse the position of vulnerability that the women inside were in, to then take advantage of them by looking at them naked. Then the last point that I'll make here before I send that mic back to you is, of course, you're standing 10 toes down in the claim that this just unfolded in a general backstage area, not in a dressing room. So that's very, very false. This unfolded in a dressing room. The reason why I believe this hinges on 5 things. The first 4 of them are the things that Donald Trump says in the audio clip, such as saying that there were no men anywhere and that he would get away with this, which is breaking a rule and facing no consequence. Okay, well, we wouldn't expect men not to be allowed inside of a general backstage area, but we would expect men not to be allowed inside of a woman's dressing room. The next thing that he said is in order to get into the space, he had to abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant and tell a lie by doing a false inspection. This isn't something that he'd have to do in order to get into the general backstage area. No, this is something that he needs to do in order to get into the dressing room. The next thing that he says is, well, when he'd walk into the space, they would be naked and changing. Yeah, in an area where a bunch of women are naked and changing, yeah, that's more likely to be a dressing room than a general backstage area. So that one's intuitive. And then my fifth and final point that I'll make here before I pass you that mic back is the simple fact that every single woman and every single girl who remembered this happening to them all said that it happened in the dressing rooms, even the women who were proactively defending Trump. You can't say that all these women and girls were just lying to defame Trump, because even Veronica, who said Trump didn't do anything wrong, sure, he did go into our dressing rooms, but he'd just make sure that we were dressed first. No, she still said that he walked into the dressing room. So that serves as verification for the claim that he walked into the dressing rooms on top of the description that he gave in the audio clip.
Okay, I'm going to try, since you brought up six points, I'm going to try to respond to all of those.
Feel free to ask me to repeat myself if you need it. That's fine.
Yeah, we can go one by one. So first off, in 1997, owner of Miss America and or Miss Universe was in fact allowed backstage. That allowance was limited to the dressing rooms. They were not allowed to enter dressing rooms. They were allowed to enter backstage. And so, again, if these women were in a formal dressing room, he would be violating their or sexually exploiting them to walk in there and, or to use your words, barge into. But he, in fact, walked backstage, not into a dressing room. And so there was no violation that occurred. What was your second point?
The argument that he didn't just walk backstage, but went into the dressing rooms.
Okay, and
that argument contained 5 points. The first 4 points was what Donald Trump said in the clip, all indicating that it was a dressing room. And then the 5th point was the verification for the indicated claim that it was a dressing room, which is the testimony of literally every woman and girl that remembers this happening to them, all saying that it happened in the dressing rooms, even the women defending Trump saying he did nothing wrong.
Okay, hold on 1 second. If you have the clip, I can pull it up as well. If you want to play it, I know you have it handy.
I have it right here.
Oh, so you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay. So first point. Do you know who Howard Stern is?
Yeah.
Okay. Were his shows, his interviews ever like appropriate, pro women? Did he sexually exploit women on his show? Did he have a woman sit on a Sibian and pleasure herself in front of his audience? Was that something that Howard Stern did?
He was a weirdo shock jock.
Yeah. Did he have a woman sit on a Sibian and complete to orgasm on his show?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, he sure did. He sure did.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ is right. So this individual who had that conversation with Trump for shock jock purposes, do you think that Trump stating the things in the way he did, which what he said in my eyes isn't even that bad, but he probably exacerbated and exaggerated for the shock value on that show. So not only did he say he walked backstage, you're still not addressing my point. The women in a pageant such as Miss America and Miss Universe,
I really got this guy tied up. He's like intertwining his points now.
No, man, no. All the same point. They are constantly changing. They are going through many different costume changes depending on what they're going on stage for, and so if they are willing
backstage,
right, and they weren't in the dressing room, you just assume they were based on what was said.
No, I conclude that they were based on what was said and based upon their confirmation.
The confirmation, what year was that confirmation?
We had confirmation from 1997, we had confirmation from 2000, we had confirmation from 2001, we had confirmation from 2003.
Can you show me? Can you show me that, please? Cool.
Here's Tasha Dixon, Miss Teen, sorry, not Miss Teen USA, Miss USA.
Not Miss Teen.
This was 2001 Miss Arizona.
Okay. You also say women and girls in your argument a lot. Why do you do that?
Yeah, because for the people in which confirmed this happening to them were teens.
How old?
15 to 19.
Strolling right
15.
in. There was no.
Let me play a Tasha Dixon.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure.
There you go.
She was 19.
Yeah, this was from Miss USA.
Yes. Where's the Miss Teen that you're referencing, the 15-year-old?
Mariah Bellato and then 3 other unnamed teams who didn't want to give their names that testified to BuzzFeed about their experience in Miss Teen USA in 1997.
Okay, so unknown allegations from several other teens. Do you have anything from the known teen, the 15-year-old that you're referencing?
I just told you, Mariah Bellato. And they didn't want to publicly disclose their names because of public backlash.
What about her, Mariah Bellato?
She was a 16-year-old that competed in Miss Teen USA in 1997.
I thought she was 15. I thought she was 15.
No, I said girls as young as 15. I didn't specify Mariah's age.
Okay, so Mariah was 16.
Yeah.
Who's the 15-year-old that you were referencing? You said as young as 15.
One of the 3 teens who didn't want her name to be publicly disclosed.
So just the age was disclosed and no name?
Right.
Okay. All right.
But I try not to focus on age in this conversation because it's not any...
That's weird.
The reason why I don't want to focus on age in this conversation, the reason why I try not to focus on age is because it doesn't matter. Because in both scenarios, regardless if they were all women, they were all girls, it was a mix of women and girls, it was all unconsensual.
Yeah, I would say there's a huge difference between adults and children, personally. That's really, really bizarre and weird.
So the huge difference between adults and children is that children can't consent and adults can. However, in the circumstance that the adults aren't consenting and neither are the children because they can't, it's not too much different now.
Got it. So
like
adults...
it's not like sufficiently moral. It's not like a good thing to sexually exploit adults, right?
No, I wouldn't say it's a good thing either.
Like both are like
however,
irredeemable. Can we agree that like under both circumstances, if Donald Trump had sexually exploited adults, sexually exploited children. Like, both of these two things are, like, sufficiently morally wrong to say we don't want this perv in the Oval Office, right?
Exploiting women and or girls is wrong. Sexually exploiting them?
Yeah.
Yeah, sexually.
Sexual violence. Committing sexual violence. Because that's what sexual exploitation is.
Yeah, walking backstage to the pageant that you're an owner of is not sexually exploiting women.
Remember, I've already given you the argument 3 times now that it wasn't just a general backstage area, but rather a dressing room, and you seem to be drowning because you can't come up with a good counter-argument to that.
No.
The argument that this was a dressing room compared to just a general backstage area hinges on the things that Donald Trump said in the audio clip, indicating that this is a dressing room because a lot of the statements are incompatible with the general backstage area, and then the verification from literally every single person that remembers this happening to them, all saying that happened in the dressing rooms, including the people who were defending Trump, like Veronica Hughes. And on top of that, there wasn't a single individual who said that they remember this happening to them in the general backstage area. I think that you're like drowning trying to come up with an
Well, you're really good at like assuming things. So how do you know how long Donald Trump was back there? Do you know that if he walked back there, saw them and walked out? Yeah. Or do you know if he just walked back there, stood there, and was just staring at him, just saying, and watching him change? Like what was the amount of time? What series of events occurred when he walked backstage and saw these women changing?
Yeah. The event that occurred, regardless if he was back there for 1 minute or 10 minutes, was him unconsensually looking at the naked bodies of people, amounting to sexual violence because he was doing something sexual to somebody without their consent.
Okay. So him walking backstage,
we never asked the
not knowing
question,
condition.
oh, well, did he sexually violate them for 1 second or 5?
I'm
No, if he sexually violated them at all, okay, well, did he engage in
Dean,
sexual violence? That one should be clear.
I'm going to respond. So you have no idea if he knew the condition of the women backstage, whether they were dressed or undressed.
Oh, no, that's not what I said. What?
Oh,
where are you getting that one from?
Wait, do you know? Do you know if Trump knowingly knew that they were naked?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, because he said that they had no clothes on.
How did he know that?
By looking at them?
By walking backstage. Did he know? Did he know that? Dean, did he know that they were undressed when he walked backstage? Is my question.
There's a reasonable expectation of privacy for nudity inside of dressing rooms, especially at beauty pageant contestants or getting dressed in and out of swimsuits. No, this isn't an assumption at all. Can you allow me to finish?
Assumptions make an ass out of you and me, bro.
This is not an assumption. I'm trying to describe to you how it's not an assumption.
Okay.
Okay, good boy. Just sit there and be quiet, like a real good boy.
Good boy is strange, dude. Is that your fantasy? You call other men good boys?
Well, I guess it's my fantasy for Trump supporters to shut the hell up while I'm cooking them, right? I'd like to be able to speak. Yeah, because you interrupted me.
Dog walking you, bro.
I will mute you when you interrupt me, Brad. Is that fair or is that unfair?
I call my dog a good boy, but that's the only male that I call a good boy, unlike you. But go ahead.
So I will mute you when you interrupt me. I hope that you can understand that that's just simply because I want you to adhere to reasonable expectations of good boundary while on live. Now,
for sure, this is a professional environment.
So you asked me. Well, you asked me the question. So did we know that Donald Trump would know that they were like naked before he would walk into the dressing rooms? And the answer to this question would be any reasonable person would know that there would be naked people inside of dressing rooms or bathrooms for beauty pageant contestants. The reason why I say that is because that is a reasonable expectation of the social contract in which we use as a foundation for private spaces designated by gender for getting dressed. Now, I'll give you a good example of this. Let's just imagine a man that went to a restaurant, sat down, ordered food, ate the food, then got up and left without paying the bill.
What kind of
that
food?
Man could be arrested, right?
What kind of food?
Brad, I'm going to put you on mute now. Thank you. That man who dined and dashed could be arrested. But what if that man attempted to argue in court that, well, I didn't know that I had to pay for my food, therefore I got up and I left before paying? Well, the reason why that man couldn't make that argument in court is because it is a reasonable assumption, okay, that if you were to enter into a restaurant, that you are pre-assuming the implicit consent to pay for the food you order after you order and eat it. Very similarly, for private spaces designated for women or men for using the restroom or for getting dressed at public places of business, it is a reasonable expectation that if you were to enter into that space, you would see them in the nude. Now, well, where is this reasonable expectation born out of? Once again, the social contract that there is a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men for women inside of women's dressing rooms, and a reasonable expectation away from women for men inside of men's dressing rooms.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and respond. So you made an analogy to a restaurant. So dining and dashing is a criminal act. Walking backstage to the pageant that you own, which is not a public place, by the way. You said it's a public place. That's a private place, owned by the pageant owner, who happened to be Donald Trump. You still didn't answer the question. Did he know? You said any reasonable person. Did he know that they were nude when he walked back there? He was walking back there to congratulate them and see how they were doing, right? As the pageant owner. Again, you are making many assumptions here. The first being that it was a dressing room. It was not a dressing room, it was backstage. I don't know how many times we have to go back and forth here. You're talking about the people that were claiming that it was a dressing room, and then other people claiming that it was backstage. All we
the
know
answer
for
to your
sure
question
is
is
that
yes, he did know, because he said that he'd look at them naked. They looked incredible and he'd get away with
What
it.
happened? We had some respect. What's going on?
I'm sorry, you're just you're just repeating the question that you already asked. I gave you a really long-winded answer to it, but it doesn't seem like you understand the long-winded answer to it. So now I'm going to give a short answer to it. Yes, he knew that they were naked because he said that he'd walk in there, he'd see them naked, they looked great, and he'd get away with doing it.
Okay. So anyway, we already established that he was on Howard Stern. You're taking an interview on Howard Stern as like conjecture and like this is the tell-all be-all place to give factual like information. Like Howard Stern is the court of law. We just told you he had women on his show completing to orgasm on Sybians, and a game show where he put mentally disabled people up against each other to compete, asking them to spell the color red. This is a joke of a TV show. It is nonsensical, like chaos and disgusting behavior constantly.
Then how do you know he went backstage?
How do you know anything Trump said on Howard Stern is
this is a really good question. Earlier, you said that you knew he went backstage. If you're not going to like listen to what he has to say in the interview, right, and take that as like a reasonable expectation of fact insofar as what he actually did, then earlier when you said that you know he walked backstage, how do you know that?
Well, the same way that you know that he went into a locker room is that somebody said it, right?
Who said it?
There's no proof.
Wait, who said it?
The pageant competitors.
Wait, name one pageant competitor that said Donald Trump went backstage.
No, I'm talking about the dressing rooms. I'm giving you that point. I'm saying that
wait. So you concede the point that it's just a general backstage area?
No. You said that pageant competitors said that he walked into dressing rooms.
Yeah. So do you remember earlier when you said that he walked backstage, not the dressing rooms? Yes or no? Do you remember saying that, Brad?
Yes.
You concede that point, Brad?
No.
Okay, so you still know that he walked into the backstage area. How do you know that?
I don't know where he walked into.
Wait, earlier you claimed that he walked into the general backstage area. So you said something without knowing it's true? Wait, I just want to clarify. Brad, did you say that he walked in the general backstage area without knowing that he walked in the general backstage area?
The same way that you're saying.
No, I don't want it the same way. I just want a yes or no. This is a yes or no question. Did you claim that he went into a general backstage area without knowing that he went into a general backstage area? Yes or no?
Yes. Did you say he walked into a dressing room without knowing he walked into a dressing room, Dean?
No, because I know that he walked into the dressing room.
No, you don't. How?
Yes.
Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence? Or is it the same hearsay?
No, I'll give you the evidence. That's fine.
Hold on,
I'll give you the evidence. That's fine, Brad. Here's the evidence that I've already given you 5 times. The evidence would be comprised of Donald Trump's admission to guilt to this on the Howard Stern radio show, alongside the verified corroboration of the independent testimony from multiple independent women that competed at different pageants in different years, as well as multiple independent teens that competed at different pageants in different years. Now, if you want to say that it's all hearsay and conjecture rooted within the fact that Donald Trump shared this story on Howard Stern's radio show because Howard Stern was a shock jock, what I'd say in response to that is shock jock doesn't mean satire. The reason why I believe that Donald Trump was telling the truth with this story in which he shared is because I've never seen any other interview, even on shock jock radio television shows, of men falsely claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent of sexual violence. The second thing that I'd say here is he was a fucking billionaire with money to lose. Why would he falsely claim to have engaged in sexual violence knowing that that opens the window to possibly possibly being falsely sued for false sexual violence. The only reason why he would ever say that is if he actually did it and he actually thought that there was nothing wrong with doing it. And you like to bring up Howard Stern being this misogynistic asshole all the time, if that somehow discounts the story shared by Trump. No, I think it reaffirms the story shared by Trump. Howard Stern is a misogynistic asshole, and it was Howard Stern being a misogynistic asshole making very similar misogynistic jokes, like right before this clip he's talking about how they would greet Donald Trump with their pussies, right? That then set the tone for Donald Trump to feel comfortable enough to share this story. But once again, if you want to sit here and say that we just can't believe that this was a real account of a story that Donald Trump actually did, keeping in mind that Donald Trump said, and I quote, "Here's something I'll actually do," then give me one other circumstance of one other man ever admitting to any shock jock interviewer of engaging in sexual violence when in all reality that they were innocent of doing it.
Dean, what's the definition of sexual violence? You keep throwing that out over and over.
Any unconsensual sexual act. Now respond to the question.
No, it's not.
According to every DV shelter on the face of planet Earth, it is.
No, it's not.
Name one DV shelter anywhere on the planet Earth that indicates that the definition of sexual violence is anything other than any unconsensual sexual act. Name one.
Yeah, Office for Prevention of Harassment and Discrimination, UC Merced.
UC Merced?
Yeah.
That's not a DV shelter. But what's their definition of sexual violence?
Sexual violence, any unwanted physical contact of a sexual nature by one person against another without their consent through the use of force or intimidation, threat of immediate or future violence, or the inability of a person to give consent or to resist because of intoxication or unconsciousness.
Yeah,
were any of these women under the intoxicated?
I don't take that to be the definition of sexual violence. I take the definition of sexual violence to be any unconsensual act, physical or non-physical. I think that the definition that you just shared is more specifically the definition of sexual abuse. Right? I find sexual abuse to be sexual violence in which is physical. But listen, we're disputing the words in which we call them compared to debating the substance on the bone of these actions actually occurred. But that's fine because I could just give you a quick intuitive example. So would it be sexual violence for a 45-year-old male teacher of a girls' elementary school to ask one of the children to stay behind after class, and they tell this 12-year-old girl that I'm going to fail you and you're never going to go to high school unless you get naked for me right now? And the teacher never touches the student, just merely looks at them. Would that be sexual violence?
Absolutely, because that's a use of force or intimidation.
But even though there was no physical contact, right?
Yes, because that's a use of force or intimidation.
So there doesn't have to be physical contact.
Trump never forced or intimidated. I didn't say it had to be physical contact.
Yes, you did. The definition of what you read off was any physical contact.
No. It's any unwanted physical contact of a sexual nature by one person against another without their consent through the use of force or intimidation, threat of immediate or future violence, or the inability of a person to give consent or to resist because of intoxication or unconsciousness.
Okay, perfect. So you're saying that it was an example of unconsensual sexual conduct, but you do not recognize it as sexual violence? So
it was not sexual violence.
So I just want to clarify that we're agreeing that it was unconsensual sexual conduct, but we're disagreeing that it was sexual violence?
Sure.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So you support somebody as president that you agree engage in unconsensual sexual conduct.
Yes, Dean. Somebody walking backstage.
Wow. Wow. That's wild.
Dean, walking backstage to a beauty pageant and not knowing whether or not the contestants are dressed or undressed.
And by the way, there was use of force in this scenario.
Hold on, Dean. And not knowing how long this individual stayed backstage, because all we know is he walked back there to say hi to the contestants. They were getting changed. We don't know if he said, okay, sorry, and turned around and left. There's no account
actually,
of
we
that.
do know that he didn't say sorry because he said that this is the funniest thing that he'd do that he'd get away with. You don't say sorry for funny things that you do that you could get away with.
No, he didn't say it was
the
funniest thing.
I'll literally play the clip right now.
He said it was the funniest thing to
As
do.
the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone,
yeah, thanks for getting fucking cooked, buddy. He did say it was the funniest thing that I do. Now, also, to your definition of sexual violence, you said that it would be to do something to somebody unconsensually with force. So there was force in this scenario because the beauty pageants couldn't control Donald Trump barging into their dressing room. They couldn't stop Donald Trump from barging into their dressing room. Therefore, he forcefully put himself in a scenario where he was observing their naked bodies unconsensually without the request or the consent of the women and girls. Yes, if a man barges into a woman's, like, let's say, bathroom, for instance, at a Walmart, and then peeks his head under the stall to look at the private parts of a woman in the stall, that man is forcing himself into a sexual encounter with that woman. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then Donald Trump forced himself into these unconsensual sexual encounters with these women by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at them naked.
He didn't barge into a dressing room. He walked backstage. Do you see?
You agreed earlier that barging
Dean,
into a space means to walk into a space without unconsensually, right?
I never conceded to that.
Okay, so then define barge.
Barge is to forcefully enter a space without an invitation or to clumsily interrupt an ongoing conversation.
Did they give him an invitation?
He doesn't need one.
Oh, he doesn't need an invite to go into the dressing room?
He didn't go into the dressing room.
Earlier, you conceded that he did go into the dressing room. Do you want me to rewind the VOD?
No.
I'm gonna put you on mute and rewind the VOD specifically to 5 minutes ago. No, you're not gonna talk. I'm gonna rewind the VOD. Neither of us are gonna talk. I'm gonna roll back the clip to where you conceded that it was in the dressing room. No speak.
Person against another without. Okay. So anyway, the tell-all be-all told on stage of it, and how
you knew he went to
locker room is that. Well, the same way that you know that he went into a locker room is that somebody said it, right?
Who said it?
There's no proof.
Wait, who said it?
The pageant saying that you said that.
Do you remember earlier when you said that he walked backstage?
No, where he walked into.
Wait, Brad, did you say that he walked back? No, you
orgasm on Sibians, and to compete, it is pure. Howard Stern
wait, this is a really good question. Earlier, you said that you knew he went backstage. If you're not gonna listen to what he has to say in the interview, right, and take that as like
I'm giving you that point. I'm saying that.
wait. So you concede the point that it's just a general backstage area? Damn, bud.
What did that did nothing.
You said, and I quote, "I'm talking about the dressing rooms. I'm giving you that point."
I said you are giving the point that the
no,
competitor
you said I'm giving you that point.
No, Dean, I'm giving you the point that neither one of us can say whether or not it was a backstage area or a dressing room because
no, you said I'm talking about the dressing rooms. I'm giving you that point.
Dean, don't be disingenuous.
I'm not being disingenuous. I just quoted your words. I'll play the words again. I'll literally play them again. Like I still have it right on the timestamp.
About the dressing rooms.
Trump went backstage.
No, I'm talking about the dressing rooms. I'm giving you that point. I'm saying. Yeah, I'm giving you the point that the women that you're talking about said dressing rooms.
Oh,
the same way.
Okay.
Dean, that's all I'm saying, dude. The same way that Trump said backstage, the women said dressing rooms.
Okay, so then we need to relitigate that he went into the dressing rooms compared to the general backstage area. The reason that why we know that he went into the dressing rooms compared to the general backstage area was the four things in which Donald Trump had to say in that clip. Most predominantly the fact that he said, there aren't men anywhere, and then he said that he'd get away with going in, indicating that men aren't allowed into the space. Okay, well, men would be allowed into a general backstage space. Men wouldn't be allowed into a dressing room. The second point would be the fact that he said in order to get into the space, he not only had to abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant, but he also had to tell a lie to do a false inspection of the place. Obviously, he wouldn't have to abuse his power as the owner to tell a lie of doing a false inspection to get into a general backstage area. That would only align with him going into the dressing rooms. And the third point would be the fact that when he walked into this area, all he'd see would be a bunch of naked and changing women. Of course, if all that you see is a bunch of naked and changing women, that's not going to be representative of a general backstage area with stagehands, assistants, production crew, setup crew, so on and so forth. That's going to be representative of a dressing room. Not to mention at the end of the clip, he said that he'd get away with doing this. Okay, well, to get away with something means that you're doing it, you're breaking a rule and you're facing no consequence. But of course, he wouldn't be breaking any rule if he were just to be going into a general backstage area. Okay, so he got away with going into their dressing rooms. And then the verification and the confirmation for everything that I just said is the fact that every single woman and girl who remembers this happening to them all said it happened in the dressing rooms. And you can't say, well, Dean, they're all lying because they wanted to defame Trump because they're all evil liberals, because I'm even including the women that defended Donald Trump. Listen, if you were right, and this is not something he did in the dressing rooms, only something he did in the general backstage area, then Veronica Hughes, the one woman who was defending Donald Trump, saying he did nothing wrong, would have said, oh no, he would never go into the dressing rooms. He'd just meet us backstage. But no, what did Veronica Hughes said? Veronica Hughes said, well, he would go into the dressing rooms. He would just make sure that we were all decent and clothed first. So this is a loop We're going to go through the loop again. Everybody watching, expect Brad down here to once again rerun the argument around 5 minutes from now that he never walked into the dressing rooms, but is rather a general backstage area. Then expect me to give the same response to Brad that I just gave him less than 20 seconds ago again, or expect him to pivot to something else, like denying that it was sexual violence, which is something that he's already done, that I've already sat down on its ass. Expect another pivot from Brad saying that, oh, I don't know, maybe how do we know that they were naked, or just to deny some like random like word I say because he'd rather debate semantics and the definitions of words like barge compared to the meat on the bone here, which would be did he walk into their dressing rooms and consensually look at them when they're naked. This is sad, Brad. This is sad, man.
I'm glad.
Also expect him to not respond to all of the evidence that I just gave that it happened in a dressing room, because he does not want to respond to that evidence, because he cannot respond to that evidence.
Dean, so my first point is that was a whole lot of ethos there. This is sad. That's a feeling that you have, not a fact. So again, stop appealing to emotion.
Wow, stop appealing to my comments outside of the argument that I gave you to prove that it was in the dressing room. Insane.
Wow, there's that interrupting again. You just steamrolled for 5 minutes, and I'm trying to respond to your
talked about the emotions,
three or four
Let's get to the substance, buddy. Come on, Brad.
So you brought up men not being backstage. Well, luckily, men are not allowed to compete in women's pageants. Thank you, Trump, because that's why there's no men backstage. It was a women's pageant.
I'm so sorry.
So no, there were no women.
Do you agree
there were no men backstage?
Like men will work as stagehands, as assistants, on the production crew, on the lighting crew, on the setup crew?
Sure, they don't typically hang out backstage.
Thank you.
Yeah, they don't hang out backstage.
Well, guess what? People don't typically hang out when they're working, okay? Because they go back there to work. They go back there to set up the backstage. They go back out there to like lay out the snacks and set up the water. They go back there to like serve as maybe an assistant to somebody on the beauty pageant contestant. They go back there to like set up like the back cameras at the back of the stage because this whole event was televised. The point is that I'm going to mute you now because I'm in the middle of speaking. When I say that we would naturally expect some men in the general backstage area, the reason why I'm doing the reason why I say that isn't because I'm saying that men were competing, but rather that men would literally be working the pageant, working with the production crew, working with the assistant crew, working with the stage crew on top of all these things. And it's not just the fact that Donald Trump said that there's no men anywhere, but also the fact that he said he would get away with doing this, which means men weren't allowed in the area he was.
Okay, can I respond to your points? So
yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Was Trump the owner of the pageant?
Yeah.
Okay. If he was the owner of the pageant, that was his business. Wouldn't he be at work if he was there? He would be working?
Yeah, Donald Trump is totally allowed in the general backstage area.
Cool. So men are allowed backstage. There were people that were men working. Donald Trump was also working, and he was backstage. So what's wrong with him being backstage if he was working?
I told you guys that he would do this. So earlier, when I was giving you the argument that this was in a dressing room and not a general backstage area, after I gave you the argument, I said that Brad is not going to respond to a single point that I made. In around 5 minutes in the future. Be quiet. And then around 5 minutes in the future from now, he's just going to repeat the point. Brad, please stop interrupting me, my friend. And then around 5 minutes in the future from now, he's just going to repeat the point that it happened in a general backstage area instead of the dressing rooms. And then sure, here's a direct response to the claim in what you just made. Once again, you're just re-suggesting that this all unfolded in a general backstage area compared to the dressing rooms. Once again, you are doing exactly what I predicted you would less than 5 minutes ago when you made the same suggestion that I refuted. Is this like a broken record? Do I need to repeat all of the reasons that I gave you insofar as why we know that this didn't happen in a general backstage area and rather happened in the dressing rooms?
You're a good man. You don't know that it didn't happen backstage. You
are
assuming based off
I'm not
of
assuming it. I've proven it with evidence.
No, you haven't proven it with
okay,
it's the same evidence.
Listen, a counter argument can't be nuh-uh, buddy. You're drowning.
No. I'm telling you.
This guy's actually drowning.
I am proving it based off the testimony that Trump gave on the Howard Stern show saying he went backstage.
Because the dressing rooms were backstage.
You are disproving my claim with testimony. So you're fighting testimony with testimony here.
No, let me clarify.
Not evidence, dude.
When Donald Trump says that he walked backstage, this doesn't increase the probability of your hypothesis that this all unfolded in the backstage at all. The reason why that doesn't increase the probability of your hypothesis to be true is because we would also expect him to walk backstage in order to get to the dressing rooms. Therefore, him saying that he'd go backstage doesn't give any additional credence to your hypothesis that this unfolded backstage or to my hypothesis that this unfolded in the dressing room backstage, because both instances would necessitate him to walk backstage first. Like, this dude's lost, dude. What a bot.
No, I got you.
Brad the bot. Yo, can we get some Brad the bots in that comment section?
Wow,
Yo,
dude,
Ali, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Wait, calm down, Brad the bot. Shut up, Brad the bot. Ali with a $10 says pretty pretentious as well.
Dude.
Thank you so much for the love, Ali. Yeah, I'm mad that you're interrupting me. $5 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you, Peter. Let's get 350 Peter
vape,
W's
bro.
down below in that
Your
comment
vape.
section. No, I'm just gonna thank my donors, bro. Stop
Your
crashing.
cortisol's spiking.
Please,
Take
no,
your vape.
says the person that's interrupting. The young Chad just trying to thank his donors for supporting the stream. Stop cortisol maxing, buddy. Peter, thank you so much for the. Oh my God.
Cringe, bro.
For the $70 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brad. Thank you so much, Peter. Let's get 700 Peter W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much, Peter. Peter with a $70 says, if Brad doesn't think that Trump said that he did anything wrong, then why is he trying to discredit what he said due to Stern Show being vulgar? Right? Yeah, this would implicate that he did say something vulgar. But if all that he said is that he'd walk backstage, which is totally allowed for him to do, then it wasn't vulgar in the slightest. Really good point of contradiction on Brad the Bot's behalf, Peter. You're smart as hell. Also, Peter with another $35 says, Neil deGrasse Tyson has been on the Howard Stern show before. I guess we should assume that everything he said in that show is a lie. Oh yeah, because Neil deGrasse Tyson told Howard Stern that the earth is round. This means that he was being a satirical shock jock, and in all reality, the earth is flat. So true. Jose, thank you so much for the $10, who says, for Dean, ask the caller to identify the thing that he got away with. So true, Jose. I'm going to do that in a moment. Thank you for the $10. Katie, thank you for the $10. And Bella, thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 Katie and Bella W's. Bella with the $10 says, tell this piece of shit guest that I had danced in burlesque for years, and yet still no men were allowed into the dressing rooms, not the band, not the host, not the owner, not the theater owner. If you can't understand consent across the board, then he's dangerous, period. No, he's very dangerous. Kyle, thank you for the $20 on Venmo 20 minutes ago, who says, I'm not a debater, but I know that the one getting cooked is this guy who went from saying that he didn't go into the dressing room to he accidentally saw them naked. So true, Kyle. He can't even keep his story straight. Thank you for the $20, Kyle. Let's get 200 Kyle W's. Also 100 Brianna W's, who says, it's getting a little bit old hearing men invalidate something that a female said word for word. I know, listen guys, we hear the same story every single day from the same piece of shit MAGA supporters. It's a very old record. And ultimately it just boils down to their own insecurity and the fact that this is either A, something that they do themselves, or B, they can't bring themselves to stop supporting Trump, so then they just have to willfully discount the testimony of not only Trump, but also the cooperation of his admittance of guilt by the victims. Wendy, thank you for the $5. Ramona, thank you for the 2. Jenny, thank you for the 1. Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Ivy, thank you for the $12. She says, Beta Brad, so true. Thank you for the $12 from Ivy for Beta Brad. Brandon, thank you for the $10. Danielle, thank you for the 5. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you. And then Allie with the $10 says, caller's a sick fuck, so true. Amanda with the $10 saying, keep cooking this sick fuck. Thank you for the love, Amanda. Tay with the $2 saying, Beta Brad. Danielle, thank you so much for the $10 saying, Beta Brad. Then Keely, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. That is Keely, who says, you're on fire today and I need the laughs. Thank you so much for the love and support, Keely. You're awesome. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Keely in that chat. And then Izzy, thank you for the $20 as well. He says, my contribution for $1 million today, because earlier we had a guest say that we made $1 million a day. Thank you so much for the $20, Izzy. And then 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Super Chat. I want to see 500 second W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Seconds with the $50 says, saying that I walked into their house and watched them take a shower doesn't allow me to argue I never went into the bathroom, just the house, right? You need to go into the bathroom to see them naked, just like he would need to go into the dressing rooms to see them naked. Thank you so much for the $50 seconds. That is very kind of you. Rodney with the $10 says, Dean, I'm going backstage to take a dump. Am I going into the bathroom or just a common area? Nope, you're taking a shit in the middle of the common area backstage. So true. MM, thank you for the $10, who says, ask him how he feels about who uses his bathroom, and you know what I mean, but it will not allow me to type it. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry, MM. I appreciate you for the $10 though. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $50, Amy. That is AIMEE. Thank you so much, Amy. Let's get 500 Amy W's down below in that comment section. You guys are legitimately being so fucking kind today. I don't know what's going on. Amy with the $50 says, thank you again for my pre-shift entertainment and education. Well, thank you for being here as always, Amy, and thank you for the huge donation. You were legitimately so fucking kind. Autumn, thank you for the $15, saying that the Trump admin lifted a ban on cyanide bombs to kill animals. I know, man. That is so sad. Thank you so much for the $15, Autumn. Dylan, thank you for the $5. Jenny, thank you for the $1. And Kai, thank you for the $20. Just saying that Vicky is icky. That came in a while ago when we were talking to Vicky. Yeah, fuck her. This guy's also icky. Thank you so much for the $20, Kai. Dwayne, thank you for the $5. Aaron, thank you for the 5. Siren, thank you for the 5. Grace, thank you for the 8. I appreciate you guys. Then Pernell, thank you so much for the $10, who says, bro, this guest must be on a registry somewhere because there's no way he thinks Trump's Trump's actions were legal or permissible. Well, I appreciate for the $10 per nail. It's definitely a red flag, right? Elizabeth with the $10 says, I can't tell if I'm crying because I'm chopping onions or if Brad is low-key a lousy excuse for man. Probably the latter. No, it's definitely that Brad is a lousy excuse for men. And then Tanya, thank you for the $10 as well. Wow, look at that. We are all caught up, guys. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message over on that other place. And right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Great way to get a message across or to ask a question. Clearly, I'm doing my best to read them all. It's kind of funny to read the ones that are shitting on Beta Brad down here. Kyle, thank you for the galaxy. Holy chopped, Brad. Holy chopped.
Who's chopped, Dean?
You.
I'm chopped?
Yes.
Okay. It is hilarious how triggered your chat of like leftist liberal simp women get.
Bro, don't do the meme. Don't do the meme, Brad. You're doing the meme.
It's hilarious.
No, Brad, you're doing the meme.
So, Dean, where are dressing rooms located at Miss America?
One second.
Miss Universe?
Wait, one second. You just did the meme. Can I tell you about the meme that you just did?
Sure.
Okay. So you just did the meme where like you say some like crazy shit and then like people get pissed off at because you said the idiotic shit and then you say that they're triggered. Like, can I show you the meme just to like show you that this is an actual meme, Brad?
Do you want to see your chat, how triggered they are that my cam is on?
No, let me show you the meme. This is like legitimately the meme. This is what you're doing. You made an idiotic statement. Okay. Yep. You were talking about, how he didn't walk into the dressing rooms. Then people are getting pissed off because you made that idiotic statement. And you're like, oh, lol, so many triggered people. Shut up.
No, dude, no. So, Dean, the thing is that this has nothing to do with the statement. This is simply because of my face. Like, this is how triggered your chat is that I turn my camera on.
Well, I just see them asking you to turn it off.
It's nonstop ad hoc because they're pissed off.
Well, they're just asking you to turn it off. Right.
I mean, you can turn it. You have control over that. You can turn it off if you want.
Thanks, Brad.
There you go. There you go.
Want to get back to the argument?
So, where are dressing rooms located at Miss America and Miss Universe?
Yeah, with Donald Trump owned the pageants, the dressing rooms would have been backstage. Yeah.
Where?
Backstage.
Where are, brother?
Oh, like I don't know where they'd be at.
To leave your house, you go outside, but the destination that you're going to is outside. Like, where are the dressing rooms? Are they just
somewhere in the backstage area?
They are adjacent. So at Miss America and Miss Universe, they are adjacent to.
We're experiencing some really weird OBS.
Miss Universe.
So wait, Miss USA.
Miss USA.
Are you sure that Miss America is even the same thing as Miss USA?
Miss USA versus Miss America.
Yeah, Miss USA and Miss America are distinct separate pageant systems.
Okay. Do you want Miss USA or Miss Universe?
Miss USA.
Okay.
By the way, this is like clearly what we would expect for like a beauty pageant, because how would they enter the stage? They would enter the stage from backstage. Okay. And where would they get dressed and ready to go on stage? Also in a dressing area backstage, because if the dressing area wasn't backstage, this either means that they would first have to leave the dressing area, be visible to the audience and be visible to the judges while they make their way backstage to then go on stage, or they'd have to like exit outside of the building as a whole through some back door where they would then re-enter into the building through the backstage area.
Okay, so here's Miss USA. This was the stage. Here's the walkway. Here's the runway.
Mm-hmm.
Here is backstage. So either left or right. It's technically not even back. It's left or right of the main walkway or the runway, and the dressing room is right here.
Okay.
So
yeah, so the dressing area is backstage. Okay, thanks.
Is that back? I wouldn't say it's backstage.
Yeah, see all like the shaded gray area? That's the backstage area.
Sure. So this is backstage.
Yeah, that's all backstage. Yeah.
There's a dressing room.
Right, backstage. In the shaded dark gray area.
Yeah, so it's distinct from backstage. So like, the house across the street.
It's in the place backstage. Listen, because it's a private dressing area, it's going to have a door that goes in and out. Okay, of the dressing area, because that's what it means to be private. If it wasn't a private dressing area, then this means that the backstage area would literally be the dressing room, which would mean that only, like, for instance, only women would then be allowed to go backstage. But no, there's going to be a distinct separation between the dressing area and the general backstage area, which is what I've been arguing this whole time. And it's a distinct separation, such as a door, and which would then introduce, okay, the expectation of reasonable privacy away from men for the women in that dressing area. So thank you for proving my point.
The dressing room would be the distinct area where men are not allowed. You already
thank you for proving my point.
You already conceded that men working at the pageant would be backstage. Whether
in the general backstage area. But they wouldn't be allowed in the dressing room in the backstage
No, they
area.
would not be. They would not be allowed in the dressing room. And I agree with you. Trump was not in the dressing room. He was backstage. And women get dressed and changed backstage, distinct of the dressing room.
Wait, why would they get naked in the general backstage area if they have a private dressing room 3 feet away?
Do you not know, like, this happens in
Wait,
all the time?
Brad, you're just doing the same thing. So I'm going to repeat myself. This is lousy. So you're just repositing once again that it just happened in a general backstage area. Okay, for the billionth time, Brad, the reason why we know that this didn't just happen in a general backstage area, but rather happen in the distinct dressing room in the backstage area would be because, inside of the clip, he said that no men were anywhere. It preluded to the fact that men weren't allowed to go into the space because he said that he'd break a rule by entering, because he said that he'd get away with it. So therefore, that would indicate that it's a general dressing room compared to a general backstage area. The second reason why we know he'd walk into the dressing room because he said that he had abused his position of power as the owner of the pageant while also telling a lie about doing a false inspection in order to get into the space. He wouldn't need to abuse his power as the owner and tell a lie to get into the general backstage area. He could just kind of walk in and out as he wants because he's the owner. Okay, so because he had to tell a lie to get in, this also indicates that it's going to be a more exclusive area, such as a dressing room. The third reason why we know that this is a dressing room is because, well, he said that he'd walk into the space and the only people in which he'd see would be a bunch of naked women changing. Okay, well, yeah, you wouldn't just expect to see a bunch of naked women changing in the general backstage area. In fact, I would assume that's actually barred by the rules. That's something that you'd see once you get in the dressing room. Like, if you tell me that you're taking a shit in your house, I'm going to assume that you're in the bathroom. I'm not going to assume that you're taking a shit on your couch. Just the same way if somebody tells me that there's a bunch of naked women changing, okay, they're not just going to be moozing around in a general backstage area where a bunch of men are. They're going to be in their own unique dressing rooms. And then, of course, the fifth and final reason why we know that this occurred in the general dressing rooms compared to the general backstage area is because every woman and girl who remembered this happening to them all said that it happened in the dressing rooms, including the women who were defending Donald Trump, saying that he did nothing wrong. So you can't discount their testimony by saying, oh, what if they're all crazy liberals who just wanted to defame Trump? Well, because even the women who said that Donald Trump did nothing wrong also said that it happened in the dressing rooms. Once again, if this happened in the general backstage area, then Veronica Hughes, who defended Donald Trump, would have said, no, he did nothing wrong because he never went into the dressing rooms. He did nothing wrong because this was just backstage. No, instead she said he did nothing wrong because although he did enter into the dressing rooms, he just made sure that he got our approval first and made sure that they were all dressed first.
Read the screen, Dean.
Can you read it to us, please, Brad?
Yes, women get changed backstage at pageants because competitions move rapidly with very little time between segments. Contestants must perform fast outfit changes, often switching between swimsuits, evening gowns, and interview attire in a communal or tightly scheduled backstage dressing area. Communal dressing areas. Contestants generally share large backstage spaces or dressing rooms, while some major pageants offer partitioned areas or curtained off racks for privacy. Many rely on contestants wearing robes or wraps between wardrobe changes. Staff access. Professionals such as makeup artists, hairstylists, wardrobe dressers, and pageant staff are frequently in the backstage areas to assist the women with their complex alterations and styling. Now, the most important part, privacy and security. Maintaining privacy while dozens of women change simultaneously is a well-known challenge in the industry. Backstage guidelines, chaperones, and strict security rules are typically enforced to ensure that only authorized personnel who would be the pageant owner and the female contestants are
Oh my God! You're cooking yourself, Brad. What a moron. I almost feel bad for him.
Would the pageant owner be authorized personnel?
No, he would not be authorized to go into a designated changing area. No.
Okay.
Because what constitutes, like, listen, what would constitute a designated changing area? What would constitute a designated changing area would be a changing area designated for the people getting changed. So why do we need changing areas designated for the people to get changed? So they could get changed in privacy. Now, what does privacy mean here? Well, we know it's not individual privacy because they were getting changed in the same general area. So this would mean collective privacy of women away from men. So therefore, wow, a woman's dressing room also Can we not act like you didn't just show us a floor plan of Miss USA that you indicated had a specific designated changing area for women backstage?
Yes.
Like, say, so is it your view that they just spent like a shit ton of money on building this designated changing area for the women that they just don't use?
No. I'm sure.
And then when all of these women say that they did use it, then you call them crazy liars.
Let me respond. So there is a designated area for the women to use. Majority of the women don't see an issue changing backstage into another outfit.
Prove it.
And protecting their whatever you call like their decency.
Prove it.
Prove it.
What do you mean? Prove it. Give evidence that you're telling the truth. That majority of the women that competed at Miss USA while Donald Trump was the owner didn't see an issue with getting naked in the general backstage area. Prove it.
Okay. Do women?
You have to. You can ask Google if women like it when random men see their naked.
That's not what I'm googling. Nice.
Bro, what a clown show! What a clown show, guys! What a clown show!
Buddy.
Like, at what point do we just kick the clown show? And keep it pushing. Lauren, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get to it at Lauren W's. I appreciate you, who says, Dean, can I please come up as a producer to explain how backstage works for this guy? I appreciate you so much for the $20, Lauren. Lauren, what are you a producer of, if you don't mind me asking before I consider that? Thank you for the $20.
The Howard Stern
Billy,
show.
thank you so much
He's
for the
a producer
$5,
for
who
Howard
says,
Stern show.
for Brad knowing so much about beauty pageants for women and teens. I know, it makes you question how many like teenage beauty pageants has Brad attended. Kind of weird, right? Natalie and Miranda, I appreciate you both for the $5. Katie, thank you for the $5.
Strange, bro.
I appreciate you so much for that love and support. You were awesome. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Raven, thank you for the $5. And then Maddie, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo, who says, let's celebrate. I'm a middle school special ed teacher in Alaska, and today was the last day of school. Been here for years, and you are my favorite after work entertainment. Thank you. Much love and go Hags. Well, thank you so much for the $25, Maddie. I'm so very happy that you are now good for the summer. You have a while to hang out and decompress, and I wish you the best of luck up there in Alaska. Honestly, that sounds pretty fun, man. I appreciate you so much for the $25. That is a very kind donation of you. Please show some love to Maddie down below in that comment section, as well as Joy with the $10, who says Trump was comfortable talking to Stern. They were friends at each other's weddings, and Trump was in his show a lot, right? Exactly. That's why Trump admitted to it, because he felt comfortable admitting to it. Yasena, thank you for the $5. And Cyber, thank you so much for the $20 donation, who says there's a difference between a general backstage and a backstage designated for quick changes. The designated area is considered to be an extension of the dressing rooms. Yup, you're absolutely right, Cyber.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the $20. Please show some love to Cyber down below for the $20. And Carter, thank you for the $10, who says first beta Brad and now Brad the bot. These guys are making all Brads look bad. So true, right? And then Deandra, thank you for the $5 as well. We're all cut up on Venmo. I appreciate you guys so much. And Elite, welcome in, Sport Trump.
I don't really have an opinion on...
Sounds good, man. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Listen, you guys, I actually think that these Trump supporters have locked in a really good counter argument for the claim that Donald Trump walked into the dressing rooms. And let me tell you what that counter argument is. Hey, Ainsley, thank you for the Leon the Kitten. That is very kind of you. The counter argument is just to evade. That's the counter argument. It is. And the reason why I say it's good is because it's hard to win a debate against a smart person, but it's impossible to win a debate against an idiot. And see, the thing is I don't necessarily think that Brad and all of the other men who join the stream and make that same argument are all idiots. I think that they know what they're doing. I think they know exactly what they're doing. I think they know that if they posit it was a general backstage area, and then I go through my 5 key reasons why it was not a general backstage area, and then if they ignore that, then posit again that it was a general backstage area, and then we go through that loop for an hour, that eventually I'm just going to get sick of it. You know what I mean? So they just kamikaze the productivity of the debates, and it's over there. You know what I mean? Like, that's my idea. Like, think about this, folks. We were talking to Brad for an hour. We went through my 5 reasons why this occurred in a dressing room, maybe like 10 to 13 times. Like, one of those 5 reasons was a testimony of all of the women, including those that were defending Trump, saying that it all happened in the dressing rooms. During that hour, how many times did you guys hear Brad specifically respond to that point? 0 times. 0 times, right? Something else that I brought up 10 to 12 times was also the fact that Donald Trump not only said he had to go in because he was the owner, but also to tell a lie to get into the space of doing a false inspection. He wouldn't need to tell a lie to go into the general backstage area. He could go in and out as he pleases. How many times did he respond to that? 0. I also said that we know that this is going to be a dressing room compared to a general backstage area because he said the only people he would see would be a bunch of naked women changing and he'd get away with seeing them. So point number 1, if it was just a general backstage area and there were even some women changing, well, that's not the only people you'd see. You'd also see like what? The stagehands, the production crew, and I'm just led to believe that you wouldn't see naked women at all, frankly. But even if you did this, it wouldn't be something that you got away with. It'd be an expectation, and it'd be something that would be allowed to be the case. You'd be permitted to do this because they're consenting to it. How many times did he respond to that? 0 times, right? So in that hour that we spent talking to Brad, he gave a response to the points that I made precisely 0 times. Welcome in, Josh. Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to come on to say that I appreciate what you do, for one, and I wanted to touch on a couple points that Brad was making there that are
my friend,
absolutely 100%.
I really appreciate you so much, Josh. I don't have the rules up in the middle of the phone screen, so I'm not going to fault you. But today we are just looking to talk to and debate with Trump supporters. I really appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day. And shout out to you for being a good man, Josh. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Caitlin, over on PayPal for the $20 dono. Let's get to her Caitlin W's. Thank you. Caitlin with the $20 says, because there were pageant contestants who have spoken out about Trump walking into the dressing rooms, have you thought about reaching out to them and inviting any of them onto your show to clarify this point? Well, actually, Caitlin, we have had one of them on our show before. Her name is Victoria. I don't think that she really comes on TikTok too much anymore, but I'd love to try to reach out to her again because I would love to connect with her on live. Thank you for the $20, Caitlin. You are awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Dylan? Okay, Dylan's not here. Once again, if you want to support this stream, help pay for my therapy that I'm definitely going to need after all these hard-head idiots, you could find the link to the Venmo and the PayPal in the bio on the TikTok account, pin message on the other place, and the @'s even right there, @Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure that you double check the spelling because there's about 1 billion fake Dean accounts out there. Let's go to get the next guest Nick loaded up into the box. Kyle, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you, man. Show some love to Kyle. And then Monavon, thank you so much for the $34 donation, who says, Dean, make him turn his camera off. Monavon donated $34 just to make me turn Brad's camera off. That is so funny, dude. Monavon, it's good to see you today as always. Thank you for the massive $34 donation. You are awesome, as always. You know this. Show some love to the GOAT Monavon down below. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $10, who says, I competed in Miss Universe, and our dressing rooms were backstage, right off the stage, and there were tons of men actually backstage, not in the dressing rooms, though. And we never changed anywhere but the dressing rooms, right? That's exactly what I would say, Sarah. You know what? I'd actually love to get you up on the live sometimes the next time we run into one of those beta Brads. Thank you for the $10, Sarah. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, I guess Brad the Bot legit put Matthew to sleep. That's funny. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the live right now. Only up inside of that queue of viewer MAGA, please and thank you. Only up inside of that queue of viewer MAGA, please and thank you. Let's see here. Wispy, thank you for the $10, who says, rule of thumb, if you can imagine this happening in an 80s comedy, it's probably SA. Women's Counselor, thank you for the $10, who says, when Trump refers to the reflecting lake, he's not referring to the reflection pool. He's referring to a lake somewhere in DC wilderness. Oh, yeah, because he didn't explicitly say reflection pool, right? I mean, that's at least the assumption that sophists like Brad would make. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just have a real question, Dean. How come you and Parker don't come up on Santana's live like you do each other?
Well, Santana usually streams in the morning when I'm at the gym or the evening when I'm watching TV with my girlfriend. So it falls down to a timing thing.
Okay. I enjoy both of you guys. Thanks.
Okay, well, I appreciate you. I'm going to go and assume that you're not a Trump supporter. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. We got the next guest, Michael, loaded up in. The reason I had an answer to that question so fast is because I spend a lot of my time in the morning when I'm at the gym actually listening to Santana's stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, I guess they're not there. We're going to move on to the next guest user. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay. User's not here. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, folks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
So I did vote for him. I don't know if I support exactly what he's doing now. I just have a quick question, if you could answer it. I'm just curious.
I want to clarify here. So if the election was held between Harris and Trump tomorrow, who'd you vote for?
I would have to do some research on it, to be honest. I just have a quick question, if you could answer it, please.
What's your question?
Okay, so I'm just curious, like, is there anything that you support of Trump, or is it like 100% everything he does you're not?
We were talking about this yesterday. I mean, Trump 2.0 is really bad. Like, I think that one good policy that he has passed was like Operation Warp Speed. And I mean, because that expedited the approval of vaccine and saved like a shit ton of lives. And the GOP really could have capitalized on that and branded themselves as a pro-vaccine, pro-science, pro-life party by like saying that they like expedited the approval of those vaccine and they're saving a shit ton of lives and like they're so great and good for humanity and whatnot. But instead, they just really shot themselves in the foot because after Operation Warp Speed, then they started like engaging in anti-science, anti-vaccination rhetoric, saying that it sucks, you know, and you could just like inject bleach to fight the pandemic instead. You know, they really had something going with them, really positive with Operation Warp Speed. And that optically could have been huge for the right, but they shot themselves in the foot. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Ivy? Hello? Ivy's not here. We have a lot of people that are just sitting in the queue, seemingly AFK. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. Also, guys, we did get a 10-minute harassment and bullying restriction. That should be almost up. So for everybody that's still hanging out with us, appreciate y'all for being here. Yo, Max, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you, man. Max with the 30 says, haven't donated yet because I've been saving up to try to buy a house. Good for you, man. But I don't think I forgot about that whiteboard. Love you, brother. Oh, your whiteboard, Max. Man, I still need to do that. Love you, man. You're the GOAT. You've been watching for forever. Thank you. Thank you for the $30. Let's get 300 Max W. Seriously, dude. Thank you. Hi, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, could you disconnect me from like your fucking AirPods or whatever the like Bluetooth device you're talking to me over? Jenna, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, who says Trump's pageants were being held in many locations, including Vegas, Baltimore, Baton Rouge, Palm Springs, and Orlando. I'm 55 and judge many pageants, and this guess is so wrong. It was well known in the pageant circuit Trump did this. He usually did it during dress rehearsals. Jenna, can we connect? Listen, Jenna. If you're ever interested in sharing this information on live, I just responded to your donation with my number. Shoot that number a text. I'd love to connect. It's totally up to you. If you don't want to like come up on live and talk about these things, you don't have to shoot me a text or whatever. But if you do want to come up on live and talk about these things, reach out. Lauren, thank you for the $10. I definitely would have brought you up if Brad was still on the live. Lewis, thank you for the 5. Eli, thank you for the 5. And Billy, thank you for the 5. And Aisha, thank you for the 2. Hey, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
What is one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago?
Mostly everything.
Okay, can you name one to be specific?
Tighter border control.
So that's not a macroeconomic variable or indicator. I'll give you an example of a macroeconomic indicator. A macroeconomic indicator could be described as an indicator of the health of the economy at large. Examples of common macroeconomic indicators would be GDP growth, real median wages, employment, unemployment, bankruptcies, layoffs, inflation, so on and so forth. So please name one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago at the end of the Biden-Harris admin.
Well, I like that there's no tax on tips and Social Security. Will that fall into that category or no?
No, it would not. So tax policy can influence the macroeconomic indicators. Like if you cut everybody's taxes and people have more money to spend, so then GDP growth would go up. All right. But it's not a macroeconomic indicator in of itself. So please name one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago. If you're still like really not sure of what a macroeconomic indicator is, feel free to tell me that. And transparency is fine. I won't like ridicule you or anything. And I'll just try to give you a better description of what a macroeconomic indicator even is.
I would say that right now everything isn't its best, but it's going to slowly improve, in my opinion.
Okay, so is your opinion that like all macroeconomic indicators are performing worse today than they were under Biden, but they're going to get better?
Yeah, just like it was performing worse during COVID, right?
But the thing is we don't live in like an international worldwide pandemic today. Like, I feel like it's really unfair to compare a pandemic in which like killed millions of people across the globe and disrupted global supply chains, uncaused by any one world leader, to like a period in modern American history where we went from accelerated economic performance under Biden to subpar economic performance the very next year under Trump because of variables in his control, such as his tariffs or economic policy, right? Like the COVID of 2025 and 2026 was literally the big, beautiful bill in Trump's tariffs, which were totally preventable. We could have prevented them by not making President Trump in the first place.
Yeah, but it's in comparison to the war going on, right? Would you say so?
Well, even that was a variable that is being controlled by the president because he's the person that decided to start the war. But that's not it, right? Like the economy's been getting worse since before the war started. That started late February. Last year, before February of 26, like all of 2025, we saw the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. In fact, in the 12 months of 2025, Trump only added 170,000 jobs to the economy. Meanwhile, Biden added 2.2 million jobs to the economy in 2024. So in other words, Trump added less jobs in a year than Biden did as his rolling monthly average. So that's really, really, really bad.
So you're saying under Biden there was more jobs within a year time frame?
Oh, so much more jobs. Like I said, the rolling monthly average for 2024 under Biden was higher than the annual collective for Donald Trump in 2025.
That's good. That's really good. I think everyone can celebrate that together, right? Since we're the United States.
No, we shouldn't celebrate a tyrannical idiot destroying jobs reports. No. Bad.
Well, no, I'm not celebrating that part.
Oh, you're like
but
celebrating
I'm
Biden
saying-
adding a bunch of jobs?
Yeah,
Base, yeah.
exactly. Yeah, for sure.
So we're celebrating Biden? Good.
I mean, I'm just saying if he did something good in that time, then that's something to celebrate, right?
Yeah. And then we also would condemn Donald Trump for setting us on a very, very terrible downward trajectory, right?
Oh, sorry. I mean, I think that with time it can improve. You just have to give him some time.
Okay, well, why did he like set us in the downward trajectory to begin with? Right? Like, listen, if like I'm a middle schooler and some like bully comes up to me on the playground and punches me in the fucking face, with time my black eye will heal. Well, why did they punch me in the face to begin with? That's the real question. So, why did Trump tank the jobs reports in the first place?
Do you know the cause of that? Like of why the jobs were tanked?
Yeah, his unconstitutional, illegal taxes and tariffs that he implemented on every other country in the world that he then quickly repealed once SCOTUS deemed them as unconstitutional.
So you're saying the tariffs caused job loss?
Yes.
How so?
By creating an unstable environment, for companies to prosper in, because now they're paying more for the raw materials they use to produce their goods here at home in America than they go to business, and creating an unstable environment for investments. Investors like a reliable future. They like to be able to reliably determine the future trajectories of the market. But when you implement a bunch of tariffs, that reliable determination of the future trajectory of the market vanishes. So that really disincentivized investment into manufacturing. And manufacturers need a lot of investment. In fact, most manufacturers don't even turn a profit for the first 5 to 10 years of operation. So when they lost all of that investment, they had to go out of business. Therefore, they had to fire their employees.
Yeah, but that was in order to help businesses insource, in turn helping American business grow.
Yeah. So all those businesses that lost the investment that went under were American manufacturers.
And so, right, but they were outsourcing for their product, correct? Is that what you're saying?
So no, not all of them. Some of them, yes.
But majority?
All of them, no. I wouldn't even say a majority.
Well, the ones that went out of business.
No,
Because
a lot
if
of them.
you're-
A lot of them went out of business, not just because they had to pay more for the raw materials to build their goods. Bro, go play with your kids. You sound like you're at a public park. I'm sorry. I was about to say like, oh, like the sounds of like children having fun in the background is a little bit annoying. It's making it hard for me to focus on the debate. But I'm like, well, where could she be where she could hear a bunch of children in the background having fun? At a park with her kids. Dude, get off the phone while you're at the park with your kids. Stop debating some rando on the internet about Trump. Pay attention to them. She don't give a fuck about those kids. And I bet you she's pro-life too. I'd bet it. I'd bet it. Yo, over on Venmo, Ashley, thank you for the $25. Who says, with all the gerrymandering and propaganda, have you considered getting with other debaters and trying to do a leaving MAGA day so that current MAGA can see is losing support and that you're not lying? Ooh, that would be good, Ashley. Thank you for the $25. You are awesome. Let's get 250 Ashley W's for the dono and the great idea. I really appreciate you. Also, guys, something I just want to flag for you all is we're going to have a guest on this live stream hopefully soon. And it's going to be wild. You're going to be like,
holy shit, hello.
How the fuck did Dean get this person on his stream? It's going to be crazy. Like low key nuts. I got, so I can't wait.
Am I coming through clear on your end?
Yeah, you are, man. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment. So I can't wait for this. I don't know when this is going to happen. I still got to talk to them, talk to their team and plan it. But it's like kind of nuts, dude. It's like kind of like, it's kind of crazy. Like this is like a person that I thought only like the big dogs could get on. Like Candace Owens, for instance. I'm not saying I agree with her politics, but she's like a political big dog. Like this is like the level of guests that like a Candace Owens might be able to get on. Not me. So it's nuts. We'll see. We'll see when it ends up happening. I still haven't even scheduled it with them yet. So that's really fun. Drowning, do you support Trump?
No, I do not actually.
I love that, man. Today we are just looking to debate Trump supporters, so I do got to kick you off, but I appreciate you for coming up. Max, I already thanked you earlier. I think that we have a couple people to thank over on PayPal. Phil, thank you for the $20, dude. Phil with the 20 says, I've worked hundreds of shows and events at different venues. Dressing rooms are always backstage, and only those that are asked to go in there have permission. Thank you for being on the right side of history and trying to change minds. I try my best, Phil. They're so insane. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Phil down below. Same thing to you, Abigail. Thank you for the $20 who says, Dean, I'm in an inpatient treatment right now, and your lives are really entertaining and are helping me a lot. Oh, Abigail, I'm so happy that the lives can help you out. Show some love to Abigail in that chat. I'm so happy that they can help you out. That is awesome. And then Caitlin, thank you for the $20 who says, because there are pageant contestants who've spoken out about Trump walking into their dressing rooms, have you thought about reaching out to them? Oh, I already read your message. I guess I'm reading it again, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Welcome to Brianna. Do you support Trump?
No, but I want to invite you to my wedding.
Oh my goodness.
You're like really important to me and my husband, or my fiance, I guess. We watch you all the time, and I thought it'd be really cool to invite you.
Ooh, what state is it in?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I'll be able to make it up to Pennsylvania. That's a little bit too far away. But
Okay.
I'm so grateful for the invite. In fact, I need to find a way so you could like maybe send me like a paper invite, because I know that's a fun thing. So I
Oh
can
my
have
God,
it
yeah,
save
I'd
the
love
date
to.
if
Yeah.
I can make it work out. But no, listen, even if I can't, congratulations to you and your fiance. That's such a big deal. Literally
you.
the happiest day of your life, and I wish you both the very best.
Thank you so much.
Of course, you take care. You take care, Brianna. I wish you both the very, very best. What an exciting thing. Marriages and weddings are very, very exciting. What a day of celebration. What a day of celebration. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up at the queue. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be a Trump supporter, please and thank you. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place, as well as right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Welcome into Support Trump. Hello, not here. Okay, moving on to the next guest. We got the next guest looking up into the box. Hey, are you MAGA?
No, but I would also like to invite you to my wedding.
Well, thank you for the invite. I appreciate you. Feel free to send the information to the DMs. I'll check it out, see if I can make it. You take care. Let's go to get that next guest, Parker, loaded up inside of that queue. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please. And thank you. Very kind of you guys. Very kind of you guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
What year are you born in?
2003, January 5th.
You're still a Trump supporter? My guy.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's just embarrassing at this point.
No, definitely not.
Listen, he's playing in your face. He's like the most corrupt president ever. Did you see what he did with his lawsuit against himself? So he sued himself for $10 billion. He sued the IRS that he controls. Same thing with the DOJ. And then he settled with himself. And a part of that settlement included the IRS pledging and signing a legally binding contract that they were relinquishing all legal claims against him and barring the federal government from ever investigating him or auditing him for tax-related crimes, right? So now we have two systems of justice in this country. One system of justice that applies to everybody but Trump. And then the second system of justice that doesn't apply to Trump. Isn't that crazy?
I mean, I guess I mean, that wasn't really what I was trying to come in here and talk to you about, but
Well, that's why I think it's embarrassing to support him. He's so corrupt.
well, the main thing was for me. I really wanted to talk more about Charlie Kirk here because I think the main part is I respect you. I will say I respect your opinions and what you do. But as a Republican, you talk about how Republican side is corrupt and bad,
right?
And how we do things on our end. But Trump has been shot at twice now, and Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Yeah.
So I just really want to know why you think the Republican is the bad side of things when Charlie Kirk was killed for no reason because of his beliefs.
Yeah, by some fucking random bot in Utah, right?
You call him a random bot? I mean, he's
like my point here is Tyler Robinson was a fucking nobody, legitimately some random bot that spent his days on Discord. See, when I say that the right is violent, okay, what I'm referring to is the fact that the leader that the right champions as a collective is violent. Donald Trump called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress. Donald Trump laughed at the deaths of Rob Bernier and Bob Mueller because they disagreed with him. Donald Trump is trying to throw people in jail because of what they say against him, like James Comey, or he even attempted to indict Letitia James, right? Donald Trump is now saying that it's illegal to criticize him in the media and directing his FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, to take the licenses away from companies that talk negatively about his admin. See, these things are political violence, explicitly and implicitly, that the right champions. Okay, you would not be able to point me towards a single person on the left in politics in a position of power, right, that has, similarly to Trump, called for the baseless execution of 6 sitting Republicans in Congress.
I mean, but when has anyone been executed, that Trump thought or said? I mean, I've never seen him say or call for an execution for a liberal, but
okay,
I'm just saying
that.
where.
I'll show
Okay,
you it.
I mean that's fine. I'm just saying I don't think we. I mean, have you
States of
seen?
America, Donald Trump, is now defied unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would." This is the most dystopian.
Hang them. Okay, I don't know that that's necessarily accurate, but
Those
I
were
never
just
saw that come
screenshots
out.
of his tweets.
Okay, but can you answer why would Trump be president or at least not be called for being impeached if he were to say something like this.
Good question, good answer. Are you calling for him to be impeached after seeing that he said that?
No, not at all. I'm just saying that, like, if that were actually true, don't you think the president of America would...
Wait. If it were actually true, it is. I just showed you the screenshots. So that's the thing. That's the thing.
So why is he still sitting in this seat?
A part
though?
of
That's
the problem and then question why the problem exists. Well, the problem exists, i.e. Trump not getting impeached for calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress, because you don't want him to get impeached, even though he called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress. And that sentiment is shared by essentially every other Trump supporter in America and every single MAGA Republican in Congress. They think just like you do.
I mean,
So
at the end of the...
if you want to
at the end
know
of the-
why he wasn't impeached after saying this, don't ask me, ask yourself.
Well, but that's why I'm asking you, because, like, why would he still be sitting in this chair of the most power in this country if that were the case?
Because
if
MAGA
he were doing
Republicans
this?
don't think that he should be impeached for doing this, and MAGA Republicans constitute the majority of Congress.
Okay, I mean, that's understandable, but, I mean, at the end of the day, I just think that at some point in time, sitting in this much power of the United States, if that were the case, he would not be sitting in the spot he's in. Just like I watch a lot of your videos, you talk about how he sexually violated, with that clip, talking about how he sexually violated, I don't even know what her name was, but I watch you post that all the time in these videos, and I think if that were the case and that were true, he still wouldn't be sitting in this chair that he's in now.
Did you vote for Trump in 2024?
I did, absolutely.
Once again, don't ask me why he's president after being found guilty of rape. Ask yourself. He was found guilty of rape in 2023, and you voted for him in 2024. Like,
yeah, but the
all
thing
these
is,
questions that you're asking, they're the questions that I ask.
Eligible to even run for president if that were the case, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, so
that's where I'm trying to get you to.
Do you know where we
understand.
find the eligibility requirements for the presidency? Do you know where we find them?
Where's that?
In the Constitution. So the Constitution gives us the legal eligibility requirements for an American citizen to be president. They are as follows. First, an American citizen has to be born here.
Yeah,
Second,
yeah, I get that.
An American citizen has to be at least 35 years old.
Correct.
And third, that an American citizen can't be legally found guilty of an insurrection. So Jeffrey Dahmer, if he was still alive today, would have the legal right to run for the presidency.
Yeah, I know you'd have the right, but I mean, if you're convicted of all this stuff, at the end of the day, if this was on your record, I mean, hell, you go through background checks to get a normal job. Like, I go through a background check to get a job, and if I were convicted of any of this, I wouldn't have the position I'm in where I work today.
Which is why I do these live streams every single day, because rapists shouldn't be president.
But exactly. So if he was a rapist, then he wouldn't be president.
Who says who? Says you, the guy that voted for the rapist to be president?
You would think the government or
my counter argument. Listen, my counter argument is you. You are my counter argument to your claim. Your claim, if he was a rapist, he wouldn't be president. My counter argument, you voted for the rapist. Votes are the things that make people presidents.
And
so if a rapist gets enough votes, okay, well then the rapist will be president. And you helped to ensure that the rapist got enough votes by voting for him.
But I think he would be in jail if that were the case, though. Like, if I were to rape somebody, I'd be in jail.
I could explain to you why he's not in jail. It falls down to statute of limitations. So some crimes, there's only a specific window of time that you could try to prosecute that crime after the crime is committed. The statute of limitations on what was legally constituted as sexual abuse in the state of New York was 20 years. E. Jean Carroll came out about her claim 23 years after it happened, meaning that the only avenue for her to pursue any legal recourse was inside of a civil court. Civil courts are lawsuits. Lawsuits don't send people to jail.
Okay. I mean,
Also, the vast majority of rapists aren't in prison. Rain.org tells us that only around 2% of rapists ever see full legal accountability for what they did. Really good piece of evidence here would be the Epstein files. Like, do you think that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell acted alone? No. Okay, but all the other motherfuckers are not in jail, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just personal opinion, I don't think that Trump was a part of all that Epstein stuff. I mean, I haven't seen or come across any details of where he was involved, so I'm not gonna,
There's a credible accusation against him by JNO number 4 that testified privately in confidence to the FBI during 3 sit-down interviews in 2019 after Epstein's second arrest. She was verified to be a legitimate Epstein victim. She had won millions of dollars in a settlement from his estate, and she said that the Big E trafficked her to the big team. And Donald Trump illegally redacted these files, hid them from the public. Some great investigative journalism found the files, called them out. Democrats in Congress then pressured for the release of them. Then they were released, and they do describe very graphic accusations against Trump.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think just based off my opinion, I think that if that were the case, I don't think he'd be sitting where he's at now as a president. But
I'm sorry. Do you think that like Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell acted alone?
No, I don't. But I don't think.
Okay,
Trump was
but they're not in
part
jail,
of it.
right? Like the other people that they acted with, they're not in jail, right?
Yeah.
So what if Donald Trump is just one of those people that acted with him that's not in jail?
I mean, it very well could be, but I think it's probably one of those circumstances that it's kind of just buried in the grave for everybody at this point.
I think it's wide out in the open. Okay, we have a credible accusation against him from an Epstein survivor in the documents. We already know that he's a rapist because E. Jean Carroll proved that in court. We know that he's engaged in other forms of weird sexual perversion and violence, like he admitted to sexually exploiting and violating naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA. We know that he sent a letter to Epstein in 2003 depicting the naked outline of the body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." We know that Epstein sent a letter to Larry Nassar, another child rapist, raped like 300 kids, saying that President Trump shares her affiliation for young nubile, which just means sexually attractive girls. He has 40-plus accusations. His ex-wife, Ivana, accused him of rape in their divorce proceedings like 20 years ago, before he ever entered into politics. All right, if this was anybody else but Trump, you definitely believe that they did it. Because it's already been proven in courts. They've admitted to other forms of violence, and they have a credible accusation from somebody that their best friend had trafficked. Yeah, no way they're innocent. No way.
It's one of those things. I just think until Donald Trump was really proven to the point guilty enough to where he was in jail, then maybe my opinion would and my vision would change on it. But right now, he's the president of the United States, and he's not in jail.
Why do you not believe civil courts?
I mean, it's not that I don't, but it's like, I mean, yeah, they can accuse him for everything that they want to, but he's still running our country and he's not in jail.
Yeah, because civil courts don't send people to jail. That's not their designated purpose or function.
I understand that.
So like, why don't you believe civil courts? Because once again, they don't send people to jail. Why don't you believe them?
I mean, I just haven't. To me, I don't know that it really hasn't been proven enough. Okay, I mean, everyone.
So the argument is
it doesn't matter what power
civil courts
it is,
don't prove things enough. So what's the standard of evidence that civil courts have to prove things to? Do you know?
What's that?
I'm asking you if you know.
No, I
So if you don't know the standard of evidence that the civil court proved the claim that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll too, why do you know it wasn't enough? And if you just say, well, it's because he's not in jail, well, they don't send people to jail. There could literally be there could literally be a video of Donald Trump raping E. Jean Carroll, and he wouldn't be in jail. So would you believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll if there's a video of it?
Yeah, if I saw him doing it, then yeah, I'd believe it 100%.
But he wouldn't be in jail.
Go
okay, so then your standard isn't if he's in jail. Okay, so if your standard isn't if he's in jail, then why don't you believe the civil court that reliably concluded and proved that he raped E. Jean Carroll?
I haven't seen anything that he has. That's the thing. I can't go off of what someone said or wrote or claimed. If I haven't seen it happen with my own eyes, then I can't believe that it happened.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Do you see Jesus resurrect with your own eyes?
No, but I
you
mean,
just
that
trust
was,
what, the testimony of others in the Bible?
I mean, I think there's way more than enough proof that God and Jesus is real. So
let's compare and contrast. What's the evidence that Jesus is God?
I mean, how does this really necessarily relate to Trump being accused of a rapist, though? That's the thing. It's kind of way
because if we were to apply the same
stories.
evidentiary standard that you were seeming to request for the claim that Trump raped Eugene Carroll, I seen it yourself to like any of your other beliefs, like your Christian beliefs, then you want to be Christian because you certainly didn't see Jesus resurrect from the dead.
Yeah, but you go to church every Sunday. I mean, or even that, you watch church or you read the Bible, and there's enough
what do you read in
history.
What do you read in the Bible? Like stories written by people, right?
Yeah.
Like first and second hand accounts. So you believe first and second hand accounts as it relates to Christianity. Why don't you believe first and second hand accounts as it relates to Trump being a rapist? On top of like direct evidence.
I mean, that'd be the same thing as me telling you, like, if I came to you and said, hey, I play for the Indianapolis Colts as an NFL player, would you just believe me off rip? No, I mean, you wouldn't, because I'm not an NFL player. So
well, I think if you maybe had let's see, you've been saying that you've been an NFL player for the last 30 years of your life. Every friend that you've ever had has been able to verify that you're an NFL player. You're able to provide direct evidence that you're an NFL player. And somebody else in the NFL affirmed that you're an NFL player. Sure, like I might believe you, right? And what I'm saying here is when we look at the Eugene Carroll case, well, what did she have? She had her testimony that he raped her, that she's been holding consistent for the last 30 years. She had the testimony of 4 of her friends to the fact that this is a story that she had told them over the years. She had therapist notes from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Trump. She had a dress that she claimed she was raped in by Trump that she submitted to the court. Court proved it had male DNA on it. And then Trump was asked for his DNA to be tested against the DNA in the dress. He said no, that's something that a guilty man would do. We also had his lies and inconsistencies. Like he said that he never met her. She responded with a picture of them together. He said that he never raped her because she wasn't his type, but then she confused a picture of Eugene Carroll to be his ex-wife, Marla Maples, who was his type. So Eugene Carroll was his type, and he lied. Then he also had all of his character priors. Like he straight up said in 2005 that he likes to do what the jury found him guilty of doing to her, right? He said that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first. Okay. Well, the jury in the civil case concluded that he grabbed Eugene Carroll by her vagina without asking first. That's
where did
evidence.
he say that he does that or he can do that?
The 2005 Access Hollywood tapes. Never heard him?
I have not heard that portion. No. But
I'll play them to you. They're gross. Now let me play them to you real quick. Let me play the.
Okay. I've got a counter to you, but I'll wait till you.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the pussy. I can do anything.
Okay, I mean, does that seem like he was being serious there, though? I mean, anyone can joke and say that. You know, I've heard people joke around and say some stupid things.
My evidence that he
like
wasn't
that,
joking.
You know,
So my evidence that he wasn't joking is that a court found him guilty of doing that. That's like pretty good evidence he wasn't joking, right?
I mean,
like think about it this way.
So that video sounded
like somebody,
it, but
somebody like comes up to you and they say, "Ooh, I'm a murderer." And like, well, are they joking? Are they not joking?
I mean,
okay, well then you go like Google their. Then they like listen. Calm down. Calm down.
I'm very calm.
I'm in the middle of making a point here. I'm in the middle of making a point.
Okay. All right.
So somebody walks up to you. They say, "Ooh, I'm a murderer." Like, are they joking? Are they not joking? Okay, so then you go home and you Google their name, and then you find out that they've been found guilty of murder. Like, no, they weren't joking at all. So when Trump's like, "Ooh, I could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first," well, is he joking? Is he not joking? Go Google his name. You find that he's been found guilty of grabbing a woman by her vagina without asking first. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, he certainly wasn't joking.
And I've got two things here, and one of them's, like I said earlier, if I were found guilty of doing anything like this, I wouldn't have a job, and I'm nowhere near the highest of power in this country like he is. I'm just a normal guy, normal job. I wouldn't have a job. So that's my first claim. And my second counter argument to you is, I know you have a girlfriend, and that being said, your girlfriend could say and go straight to the police saying that you raped her when clearly I don't think you would, right? You talk about how bad it is, so I know you're not the type of person to do that.
Already saying something that's not analogous. You're already saying something that's not analogous because Trump testified to the fact that he never met her. You're already just saying something completely disanalogous. He said he never met her.
I mean, yeah, and it's very well that you could do the same though. You could say you never met your girlfriend.
Oh wait, why would I say that if I did meet
have.
my girlfriend? So wait, so he lied? I just want to clarify that you're saying that we could prove that Trump lied in the trial?
I mean, can you prove that? Can you prove that Donald Trump met her though? Can you prove that Donald Trump met her though?
Yeah, she produced a photo of them together. Damn.
And I can produce a photo of you and I together on ChatGPT.
Whoa, okay, so the allegation is that the photo was AI generated?
I'm just saying.
Okay, so now you won't even believe photo evidence? You won't even believe fucking photo fucking evidence?
I'm just saying we
Dude,
can do
holy
that.
shit. You understand that there are AI signatures that are left on photos. We have digital analysts, okay, that A, confirm the metadata of the photo. So like if this photo was digital, the metadata of the photo indicated that it was literally from the 90s because that's when they met. But like, no, this is going to be a photo from the 90s, so it's going to be before AI even fucking existed. Okay, for one. And then for two, like this is crazy, right? Like now I'm giving you direct evidence insofar as a photo of them together from the 90s, 30 years ago before AI existed, decades before AI existed, and you're still not believing it because AI exists today. Bro, this is brain rot, dude. Come on, do better.
I don't know what more you want me to do better. I mean,
could you ask ChatGPT to produce you a film photo from the 90s of you and me together?
I'm sure I could, yeah.
So ChatGPT as a fucking time machine?
I'm sure ChatGPT could make it look like it, yeah.
Like a physical photo?
Yeah, I mean, that's the world we live in today.
Oh my God. Yeah, this lawsuit started in 2019. Even 2019 was before the dawn of AI photo imagery. Look up photos produced by like any AI program, any MLM in 2019. You'll just literally find random fucking blobs and colors like lopped together, and it looks like shit. But for the photo that we're talking about here from Eugene Carroll, it's like literal physical film. But like, prove me wrong here. By giving me one photo generated by any MLM in 2019 that looks real, because that's when the court case started. Show me it.
I mean, I'm sure I could. I'm not in front of like.
No, you can't. You're so uneducated on these things. No. I mean, everybody in here knows like the Will Smith eating like spaghetti meme, where it's like we track like the further evolution of LLMs by like looking at Will Smith eating spaghetti as generated by AI in like 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and now 2026. And it's like the first ever photo of Will Smith eating spaghetti produced by AI looks like shit. Like legitimately, it's like terrible. It doesn't look real in the slightest, right? Because early AI was not advanced sufficiently to the point to reliably produce these images and videos that look like photocopies of reality, right? There just simply wasn't. So to say that this was like AI generated in 2019 is just so off. Not to mention that we also have like physical forensics and cyber forensics. So when E. Jean Carroll submitted the real photo into evidence when this case begun in 2019, it was verified by forensic experts.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, the government can really make anything seem true and
you're just a fucking conspiracy theorist. You're an irredeemable little fucking man with no brain because you are not even willing to believe because I mean it. I'm sorry. I mean it. I'm sorry. I mean it. Listen to yourself, dude. Listen to yourself, dude. Oh, the government. Oh, the government faked it. Oh, hey, who was president in 2019?
They're trying.
Who was president in 2019?
They are trying to kill
Who
Donald Trump.
was president in 2019?
Donald Trump was
So Donald Trump's government faked a photo of Donald Trump being with a woman that he never spent a moment around?
Okay, but look, dude, the government is trying to silence him by killing him.
The government is trying to kill him.
I mean, yeah. Look, he's been almost assassinated twice.
So, what is your
Twice in the
evidence
last few
that the
years.
government has tried to kill him? Because you have
it
a
really
very
seems
damn
like
high
he was
standard
in
of
the-
evidence.
in
One
fact, he
moment.
was in the White
Stop.
House.
You have a really damn high standard of evidence for him raping E. Jean Carroll. You won't even believe a photo on film from the 90s. Okay, so you must have undeniable evidence, better than photos from the 90s, to prove that the government tried to kill him. Give me that evidence.
I mean, it's just clear as day that they are trying to silence him. He was in the White House, had a shooting weeks
You're already
ago.
wrong. There was no shooting in the White House. The White House Correspondents' Dinners held off White House property at hotels in D.C. So try again from the start. What's the evidence that the government tried to kill him?
Well, they're not even sure that Tyler Robinson is the assassinator of Charlie Kirk, and there's very, very huge theories out there that the government killed Charlie Kirk. There's theories out there that they've tried to shoot and kill Donald Trump.
So what's
here's
the evidence
thing,
for the
they're
theory that
trying
they tried to kill
silence
Trump?
That, I mean, that's just what it looks like. That is what it looks
Based
like.
on what evidence?
I mean, we don't know because we don't know who's even tried to shoot at Donald Trump. That's the thing.
So you
don't
will
know
believe.
who's tried to kill Donald
so you
Trump.
don't know
We
the evidence. So there's none.
allegedly.
Okay. So there is
we know
none.
who
Listen,
killed-
I'm just gonna skip to the end. This just means that there is none. Perfect. So there's zero evidence, okay, that the government tried to kill Trump, yet you believe that the government tried to kill Trump. There is so much evidence that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll that you're literally now reaching towards calling photos on film from the 90s AI generations from 2025, even though the course started in 2019, and that photo was verified by forensic experts. But you don't believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. See, I think that this conversation is over, okay? Because you are way too far gone for any rational, cohesive conversation with another individual that actually cares. Wow, he just got a ban for misinformation. Good timing, TikTok. That actually cares about the world that we live in. Like, that is just, you're way too far gone. Way too far gone for me, man. We're way too far gone for civilized society. Brianna, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Let's see here. Megan, thank you for the $10. Who says, these MAGA men are terrifying. Thank you for putting them in their place. Dude, they're so fucking scary, Megan. Thank you for the $10. Abigail, thank you for the $10. Who says, needing to see a video of rape is them admitting that they have to participate in the assault to believe it happened. Yep. Thank you for the $10, Abigail. Lois, thank you for the $10. Who says, stay cold, Punny Boy. I appreciate you for the $10. Audrey, thank you for the $5. Kayla, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much for that love, Kayla. Anya, thank you for the 5. Sierra, thank you for the 5. Yeah, Max, thank you for the 7. I appreciate you guys. And then Ashley, thank you for the 5. Over on PayPal, thank you, Emily, for the $10. Who says, Dean, what do you think about Obsession? I saw it last night. It was insane. Dude, that was such a good movie. Honestly, it made me so uncomfortable. At like one point or two, I like wanted to like walk out of the theater. It was just that bad. It was a really good movie. Amber, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love and support. Show some love to Amber down below. Thank you. Let's show some love to Amber. Amber with the $50 says, if you've never questioned your own mind at least once in your life, you may be the one in the wrong. If you have and still uphold the view that you were doing in supporting Trump, I think it's just evil. Yep. Amber, thank you for the $50. It is very, very kind of you. I lump Trump supporters into like 1 or 2 or 3 of like these 3 categories. The first is ignorance, right? They've just simply never been exposed to the information to demonstrate why he's bad, and they've been propagandized into believing that he's good. Okay. Second category is stupidity. Maybe they've been exposed to the information in which would describe to them why Trump is bad, but it hasn't been on a level in which they could reasonably understand it. So they just dismiss it because they don't get it due to their stupidity, not like malice. And then the third category is evilness, where they acknowledge that Donald Trump has done all these bad things, but they don't care for some like greater reason, making them evil. Those are like the 3 categories of people. Guys, we're done with the debates. We've been live for 4 hours and 12 minutes. This is usually where I'd hop off, but I think that I'm going to stay on for a little bit longer, maybe another 10 minutes or so, and do a Q&A. If you have a question, feel free to ask it in either of the 2 chats. But, keep in mind, folks, we got a lot of people in here, around 10,000 on TikTok and another 4,500 on YouTube. If you want to ask me a question that I'll definitely answer, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube. It's also at the top of the screen on TikTok, Dean Withers without an E in Withers. just guys, do keep in mind that there's a lot of scammy, fake Dean Withers Venmo and PayPal accounts out there. They will have a slightly like different variation, like the username, maybe like an extra S at the end, a dot in between Dean and Withers. So just make sure to double check your spelling if you use the app. But that's going to be the very best way to ask any questions. It's going to be on Venmo and PayPal. Somebody in the chat says, who's the big ass? I can't tell y'all. I'm supposed to be keeping it super low key. Somebody else in the chat says, do you get annoyed when Mar sings We Are Charlie Kirk or when people sing that? I mean, I guess a little bit annoyed when people troll. I try not to show it though, because then people will just troll me more. That's pretty bad, huh? Somebody else in the chat says, will you ever do another cooking stream? Bro, dude, I remember doing those cooking streams. Should I bring them back? Honestly, I've not been doing as much cooking as of recently, but I should really bring them back. Yo, Jinx, thank you so much for the $5, who says, you might as well say that if somebody couldn't become a priest, if they're a child predator, that a cop couldn't become a cop if he beats his wife, that the place of power isn't credibility of their purity of heart, right? Really good point, Jinx. Really, really good point. Really good point. Somebody else in the chat says, thoughts on the finale of The Boys? I'm actually going to be turning that on as soon as I end the stream. Me and my girlfriend are going to start watching that finale. I have been scrolling past all of the teasers on social media all day long, and I can't wait to turn that on for myself. Shannon, appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Let's go and load up Shannon's message just to see if she has a question. Shannon with a 5 says, are you from Colorado, Cali? I noticed Parker is in California and you are miles away. Yeah, I'm in Colorado, Western Slope. Love it out here. Love Cali too, though. Liv, thank you for the $2, who says, I hate you. Well, I appreciate you for the $2 donation. Dude Mama with the $5 on Super Chat says, when can we get another piano concert? Ooh, I should pull that piano out again soon. I don't know, low-key, last time I pulled out the piano, it just led to people, like, hating on me online. So, like, that's why I've kept the piano away. It just made a lot of people, like, hate on me on the internet. Let's see here. Joseph, thank you for the $1. Who says, about to watch The Boys season finale 2. Based? Favorite camping meal? Ooh, good nachos. Allie with the $5 says, thoughts on Colorado's governor bidding to Trump's bullying? Fuck that guy, dude. I'm so happy that his term's up in November. Fuck Jared Polis. Yo, Jay, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, love the stream today. My question is, did you hear the new Drake album? What are your thoughts? Yeah, so I obviously am familiar with Iceman, but I haven't listened to it yet because, I don't know, I think the last time Drake had a good song was when I was in middle school. Remember that, like, Hotline Bling shit? All right, that's the last time he made a hit. Low-key, Drake is disappointing. Kendrick on top. All right. Let's just keep it real. Let's be honest with ourselves. Bree, thank you for the $2, who says, have you ever been to Madison, Wyoming? No, I have not, but I'd love to go one day. Blake with the $10 says, thank you for being such a great inspiration, positive influence. You've been an everyday watch for the last year and a half. I love that, Blake. Listen, man, I know that you've been watching for a while now, and you are based. A lot of the people in chat say, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to say it. I don't fuck with Drake. I think that he's a weirdo. I do. I think that he's a weirdo. Like, why was he, like, what were his intentions with Millie Bobby Brown? All right, listen, I think that he lost a lot of respect, a lot of aura after Kendrick put him in the grave. And he's been trying to claw his way back on top, and it just hasn't been working. Jamie with a $5 says, will you ever make a fitness page? I'd really like to see that content from you. Listen, maybe one day. It's actually something that I'm considering. I just think I need a better physique before I would ever do a fitness page. Like, you know, I think I'm looking all right, but like, I'm not looking like I have that authority in the gym. You know what I mean? I feel like in order to have that gym authority, like I'm going to need a couple inches on the bias. So maybe one day. Kamani, thank you for the $10. Who says, no question, but you're right, Drake is lame. Base, thank you so much for the $10. Shout out to Kamani. I appreciate you. Thank you. Katie with the $5 says, need you on the Joe Rogan podcast? I would definitely do that. I don't think he'd let me, though. Liv, thank you for the $2. Who says, delete your account. Get out of here, Liv. What a weirdo. McKenna, thank you for the $5. Who says, what's one place in the world that you travel no limit? Ooh, Antarctica. If there's like no limit on no money limit, Antarctica. I'd go to Antarctica. It's like a really expensive expedition to get down there. But I'd love to go to Antarctica. I don't know, just to like see such like a desolate place where I guess people can live. Like there's some full-time science camps down there. I don't know. I think that'd be cool. Maybe something a little bit more practical. Maybe like Switzerland. I don't know. Europe. I'd love to see Europe. I've never been to Europe and I'd love to go one day. Love to go one day. Sorcha, thank you for the €5 who says, give me a song to edit you to. I can't think of a good one, Sorcha. I'm sorry. I can't. And with the $5 says, Dean, have you ever wanted to rage quit due to the idiocracy of a collar? Bro, all the time, man. All the fucking time. I'm always wanting to rage quit because of the idiocracy of these guys. I just try to keep most of that like inside my head. You know what I mean? Like I don't really show that to you guys most of the time. Sometimes it'll bleed through. Like with that last guess at the end, I just started to like fuck on him. It's calling him like an idiot man child. Like that's how low-key how I feel the moment they start opening their mouths. But I just keep it in. Keep it in. Don't let it out. Be Kind with a 4 says, thank you for your lives. I've been having a hard time in your lives help. I'm happy that the lives help. That's awesome. Jenna with a $2 says, do you listen to MGK? Another artist I think is weird as hell. I think that MGK is weird. Listen, when I was like a kid, like 13, I was Eminem's biggest fan. And when he got into beef with MGK, I had beef with MGK. And listen, I'm not like Eminem's biggest fan anymore. I've kind of grown out of that era of my adolescence. But for whatever reason, I still yet have that lingering beef with MGK. Cadence, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, I was wondering if you could explain Peyton's crash out yesterday. I literally never watch him. I went on last night after your live and saw all the things that he was saying about you. Like, what the fuck was that about? Oh, did Peyton crash out again? That's funny. So there's another creator on this platform. Their name is Peyton Vanis. He's like a really weird guy. He got arrested for trying to rob a small black-owned business operated by women that served as a credit union. And like right now he's facing charges for that. But for whatever reason, he somehow like built himself this persona of being a golden boy leftist that, you know, people further to the left than even me love. I don't understand how. Like, dude, he robbed a small credit union owned by black women and is facing charges for that right now. I'll never understand how he's able to avoid facing backlash for that publicly. But anyways, I like scrolled in and out of his live last night, asked him a question, and apparently, according to this downer, he crashed the fuck out. I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't want to start beef with Peyton. I don't want to stay away from that guy. I want to stay away from him. Low-key. I want to stay away. Stay away. Maybe I shouldn't have done the Q&A. Look at me. I'm over here yapping. Next thing we know, there's going to be like a 10-minute video essay posted by Payne. Oh my God. 10-minute video essay, folks. Get ready. The Dean cancellation is imminent. Quite frankly, thank you for the $10 who says, have you ever been to Lake Tahoe? Quite frankly, it's beautiful out here. I would love to one day. Thank you for the $10. Amanda with the $5 who says, hey, my name is Katie. I watch every night and I appreciate you so much. What are your thoughts on Billie Eilish? Ah, man. Honestly, I feel like I look at Billie Eilish probably more preferably than a lot of the internet does right now. She is getting crucified for her comments about veganism. She is getting crucified for her comments about not eating meat and how if you eat meat, you can't love animals. Listen, the first thing I want to say here is I do disagree with her. I absolutely think that you could love animals while eating meat. But even though I disagree with her, I think it's kind of cool that she's willing to stand 10 toes down on her belief, facing so much public backlash, even to the extent of like hitting back, posting about factory farming, saying like, you know, fuck all you guys that disagree with me. Like, this is fucked, right? You know what I mean? Like, even though I disagree with her, I put some respect on her name for standing her ground, faced with adversity and backlash from millions of people across the internet, including her own fans. Let's see, what else do we got here? What about Mac Miller? Bro, I love Mac. Miss that guy for real. He's a goat. He's a goat. Gone way too soon. I feel like all the good artists are gone way too soon, except for X maybe. I liked his music when I was a kid, but he was a real piece of shit. That's something I've learned as I've grown up. I remember being like 13 and so sad when he died, but he was a woman beater, real piece of shit. Amelia, thank you for the $5. I'll take a look, Amelia. Kayana, thank you for the $5 who says, played any good games lately? I've been on Resident Evil kick lately. Dude, Wizard 101 is coming back. So I've not been playing a lot of games lately, but I will be playing Wizard 101 when it drops. Oh, and GTA 6 if it drops on PC. I don't know if it will, though. It might just be exclusive to the PS5. Let's see here. Emily, thank you for the $4 who says, hello from Vale. We have GoPro games coming up. You should come and see it. Ooh. Sounds really fun, Emily. Vale's not too far away from me. Not too far away from me at all. Tristan with the $1 says, you got to come to Alaska. Sun didn't set until 11:30 last night. I would love to venture out into Alaska. D with the $5 says, just watched Obsession after hearing you talk about it. Need to know your thoughts. Great movie. Super great movie. Shout out to Obsession. You all should go watch it. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. What does Earthling say in the chat? Whenever you're ready to talk, I'll rap for chat. Billie Eilish ain't got nothing on me. Earthling, what are your thoughts on Billie Eilish, you crazy vegan? We got a crazy vegan in the chat. We got a crazy vegan. Their name's Earthling. Somebody else in the chat says, let's see. Would you ever debate a vegan that would be respectful? Yeah, probably not on live though, because whenever I debate a vegan on live, even if it's respectful, like, then I just get the vegan community mad at me. I hate having the vegan community mad at me. They are so mean. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. When I piss the vegans off, oh my goodness, my DMs, they are worse than they are with the Trump supporters. Now, I'm not saying that's all vegans. I'm not even saying that's most vegans. But, like, there are some. Wow, there's some of them. They're really cutthroat. They are really cutthroat. Amy, thank you for the $5 who says, this is probably hard to answer, but how does your memory work? Can you try to explain what it's like? Ooh, it's photographic. I remember everything based upon visual stimulus. So, like, even when I'm, like, quoting claims and sources for claims on live, I'm always envisioning some type of photo associated with that claim, which is a really fun fact. A big thing for me with my guests is their profile pictures. Like, sometimes people will be like, oh wow, Dean, you remember me? Of course I remember you, because I remember your profile picture. Same thing with a lot of the donors. Hey, JJ, I appreciate you for the $10. Right now we are just doing a Q&A, man, but maybe some other time. I appreciate you. Let's see. Aubrey with the $5 says, can you play a song on the piano? I'll do that. I'll do that soon. I'll whip out that piano again. Not right now, though, because I'm about to hop off. I've been having more fun on guitar compared to the pianos of recently. Ooh, another thing. Let's see. Any other questions here? Thoughts on James Charles' recent scandal? I'm sorry. Can we stop calling his, like, issues scandals? Dude's a fucking predator. I think that James Charles is the best evidence one could ever have that you, like, that cancel culture is not a thing. Cancel culture doesn't exist. You could only get canceled if you cave to the pressure. But listen, if you don't cave to the pressure, there's nothing that you could do to get yourself canceled. Right? Like, this dude's been exposed for, like, sending minors, allegedly, gonna say that legally, legal purposes, for allegedly sending minors nudes for, like, years now. Years now. Nothing new. And then even went on his, like, first apology tour saying, oh, I did it, but it was at a moment of weakness. It's in a moment of weakness, you guys. I was just so weak when I, sent a picture of my conch to that 13-year-old. Like, no, bro. And he's still here today with 40 million followers. I try not to think about James Charles. Even just thinking about him makes me so mad. So mad. Let's see here. James with a $3 says, Wizard 101 mentioned. What school do you play on? Oh, I forget. I played that game way back in the day when I was a lot younger than I am now. So I wouldn't even know. This is over on... Let's see. PayPal, Justina, thank you for the $20, who says, one thing you want people to understand about you that may not be seen on lives? Ooh, like something about me that, I don't know, isn't clear on lives? That's a good question. That's a really good question. Oh, I'm really socially awkward, which is really unintuitive given what I do. I talk to people all day, right? That's a fun fact about me that maybe you guys don't know. I'm like really socially awkward. Listen, man, let me tell you. Someone in the chat says, that's crazy, bro. I know, right? Because my whole thing is to talk to other people. Like, I had to completely almost like rewire my brain to get used to people like coming up and saying hey to me in public. You know, like for the first year that like I was like, you know, in like the limelight of the internet and whatnot, and people do that. Like low-key, all of you guys, right, probably had a pretty bad interaction with me because I was just like awkward as fuck, right? But it's honestly helped to make me more apt towards social engagement and less socially awkward, having people like come up and say hey to me. I've really gotten good at like, you know, small talk, for instance. Let's see. Summer, thank you for the 2 pennies. I appreciate you. Then Marina, thank you for the $2. Opinions on Lily Tino. I have a full video on my YouTube channel going over my opinions on Lily Tino with Lily Tino. I debated her. Check it out. Dean Withers. Very interesting video. Very interesting video. All right, you guys. We've been on live for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and end it here. For everybody that pulled through today, I appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. I'm going to go watch The Boys season finale. And I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.